1. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. National Curriculum Framework for School Education 2023-2. National Curriculum Framework for School Education 3. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. National Steering Committee for National Curriculum Frameworks. National Curriculum Framework for School Education 2023-4. National Curriculum Framework for School Education 5. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 1.1 Forward. 1.2. To be added, 6. National Curriculum Framework for School Education 7. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 1.3 Acronyms. Acronym full form. Byte Block Institutes of Teachers Education. CG Curricular Goals. CSR Corporate Social Responsibility. Diet District Institute for Education and Training. ICT Computers and Information Technology. Low Learning Outcomes. NAB National Association for the Blind. NEP National Education Policy. NIV National Institute for Visually Handicapped. NSQF National Skill Qualification Framework. NTA National Testing Agency. PHC Primary Health Centers. PS Saiv Pandit Sundar Lal Sharma Central Institute of Vocational Education. CERT State Council of Educational Research and Training. TLM Teaching Learning Materials 8. National Curriculum Framework for School Education 9. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 1.4 Table of Contents. Forward 5. Acronyms 7. Table of Contents 9. Introduction 11. Part A, Approach 17. 1. Aims and Curricular Areas of Education 19-2. School Stages, Logic and Design 35-3. Approach to Learning Standards, Pedagogy, Content and Assessment Across Stages 57. Part B, School Subjects, Areas 99-1. Foundational Stage 1012. Language Education 133-3. Mathematics Education 175. 4. Science Education 211. 5. Social Science Education 251. 6. Arts Education 291-7. Interdisciplinary Areas 335-8. Physical Education 387-9. Vocational Education 425-10. Secondary Stage Grades 11 and 12,459. Part C, Cross-Cutting Themes 495. 1. Values 497. 2. Inclusion 503-3. Information and Communication Technology 509-4. Guidance and Counseling 5275. Environment 533. 6. Rootedness in India 537. Part D, School Culture and Processes 543-1. School Culture 545-2. School Processes 561-10. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Part A, Creating a Supportive Ecosystem 577-1. Ensuring an Appropriate Environment for Learning 579-2. Pupil-Teacher Ratio 587-3. Enabling and Empowering Teachers 589-4. Role of Academic and Administrative Functionaries 597. Glossary of Terms 601. References 610. Bibliography 611. Acknowledgements 620. Process for NCF Development 623-11. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 1.5 Introduction. The National Curriculum Framework for School Education, NCF, is developed based on the vision of the National Education Policy, NEP 2020, and to enable its implementation. The NCF addresses education for the age group 3 to 18 years, across the entire range of diverse institutions in India. This is across the 4 stages in the 5+3+3+4 curricular and pedagogical restructuring of school education as envisioned in NEP 2020. NCF from the NEP. The NCF brings to life the aims and commitments of the NEP. A. The aims of education are articulated in the NEP, from which the curricular goals for the NCF are derived, which then informs the rest of the elements. B. This includes the full range of human capacities, values and dispositions that are aimed to be developed in school education. Pedagogy, practices, and culture must work in tandem to develop these, and move away from an overemphasis on memorization and content accumulation. In fact, content reduction is required to create space for such development. C. The 5+3+3+4 curricular and pedagogical structure of school education is reflected in the learning standards, the content, the pedagogy, and the assessment approaches. D. It is integrative and holistic with equal status to all subjects and learning domains from math to sports. It integrates vocational education in all schools, and there is integration across subjects while developing rigorous subject understanding and capacities. A. It confronts and addresses real challenges facing our country's education system, notably that of literacy and numeracy, rote memorization, narrow goals, and inadequate resources. F. It is deeply rooted in India. This is in content and learning of languages, in the pedagogical approaches including tools and resources, and most importantly in the philosophical basis, in the aims and in the epistemic approach. Let us consider some of the directly relevant matters. Curriculum. Curriculum refers to the entirety of the organized experience of students in any institutional setting towards educational aims and objectives. The elements that constitute and bring to life a curriculum are numerous, and include goals and objectives, syllabi, content to be taught and learnt, pedagogical practices and assessment, teaching learning materials, school and classroom practices, learning environment and culture of the institution, and more. There are other matters that directly affect a curriculum and its practice or are integrally related while not being within the curriculum. These include the teachers and their capacities, the involvement of parents and communities, issues of access to institutions, resources available, administrative and support structures, and more. 12. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Curriculum Framework. The curricula across our country must be informed by and be fully responsive to the glorious unity and diversity of India. The imagination of NEP 2020, where institutions and educators are highly empowered, including to develop curricula, is energized by this diversity and the nurturing of it. States have the constitutional mandate to provide high-quality education to all children, and their own unique state contexts inform their own approaches to curricula. A curriculum framework must support exactly that. It is a framework to help develop all the diverse curricula in the country, while enabling consonances and harmony across the country and providing a basis for quality and equity. Thus, a curriculum framework provides the guiding principles, goals, structure, and elements for the development of curricula, informed by which the syllabi, teaching learning materials including play materials, workbooks, and textbooks, and assessment methods will be developed by the relevant functionaries, including teachers, in the states, boards, and schools. Objectives of this NCF. The overarching objective of this NCF is to help in positively transforming the school education system of India as envisioned in NEP 2020, through corresponding positive changes in the curriculum including pedagogy. In particular, the NCF aims to help change practices in education and not just ideas. Indeed, since the word curriculum encapsulates the overall experiences that a student has in school, practices do not just refer to curricular content and pedagogy, but also include school environment and culture. It is this holistic overall transformation of the curriculum that will enable us to positively transform overall learning experiences for students. Structure and presentation of the NCF to enable its objectives. While based on the most current knowledge based on research and experience, this NCF aims to be understandable and relatable to, and usable by, practitioners of education, including teachers and other educators, school leaders, and functionaries of the education system such as project officers, cluster and block resource persons, block education officers, teacher educators, examination boards, and curriculum, syllabus, textbook development teams. The NCF also aims to provide the interested reader a reasonable understanding of what education should look like in our new vision for schools and why, and what role individuals could play as parents, community members, and citizens of India, who all have a large stake in Indian education. Nevertheless, this NCF is designed with the teacher as the primary focus, the reason being that the teacher is at the heart of the practice of education. It is the teacher who is ultimately the torchbearer for the changes we seek. As such, it is the perspective of the teacher that must be carried by all, including syllabus and content developers, textbook writers, administrators, and others. 13. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. This NCF thus aims to adopt a presentation style and structure that enables the above objectives of readability, accessibility, and relevance. While it aims to articulate the underlying philosophy and principles, it does not simply leave it at the level of abstraction but also brings it to practice. To enable this, and to communicate ideas with greater clarity, this NCF contains different levels of detail and specificity at the level of practice, with clear real-life illustrations in a variety of contexts. The teacher or curriculum developers are not bound by these illustrations, but it is envisaged that this level of detail will help to make this NCF graspable, relatable, and usable. This NCF also aims to account for the reality of the current typical institution and teacher, while being entirely in harmony with the imagination of the best-resourced institutions. Thus, this NCF aims to be deeply rooted in the reality of our context, yet aspirational. Volume in hand and those to follow. The volume in your hand describes the NCF comprehensively. To enable the objective of making the NCF as relatable to practitioners as possible, 8 volumes will follow, of which 7 would be on the specific curricular areas, arts and music, languages, math, science, social science and humanities, sports, and vocational education, and 1 will be on school culture and processes. The volumes that are to follow will have greater details on the specific matters, to enable the implementation of the NCF, and its use by practitioners, from curriculum and textbook developers, to teachers and assessors. While the NCF-FS is included with this NCF, the NCF-FS document must be considered as another of the detailed volumes, making the set altogether of 10 volumes, including the volume in hand. This integrated overview volume of the NCF is structured in 5 parts, which are further divided into chapters as follows. Part A, Approach CH1, Aims and Curricular Areas of Education. CH2, School Stages, Logic and Design. CH3, Approach to Learning Standards, Pedagogy, Content, and Assessment Across Stages. Part B, School Subjects, Areas. CH1, Foundational Stage. CH2, Language Education. CH3, Mathematics Education. CH4, Science Education. CH5, Social Science Education. CH6, Arts Education. CH7, Interdisciplinary Areas. 14. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. CH8, Physical Education. CH9, Vocational Education. CH10, Secondary Stage, Grades 11 and 12. Part C, Cross-Cutting Themes. CH1, Values. CH2, Inclusion. CH3, Information and Communications Technology. CH4, Guidance and Counseling. CH5, Environment. CH6, Rootedness in India. Part D, School Culture and Processes. CH1, School Culture. CH2, School Processes. Part A, Creating a Supportive Ecosystem. CH1, Ensuring an Appropriate Environment for Learning. CH2, Pupil-Teacher Ratio. CH3, Enabling and Empowering Teachers. CH4, Role of Academic and Administrative Functionaries. Associated Documents. While the NCF is sufficient for its purposes, nuances can be arrived at better, particularly in the context of the overall education system, when it is read in conjunction with the NEP 2020 and the draft NEP 2019. The mandate document for NCF 2022 was the bridge between the NEP and draft NEP and the NCF. The NCFTE that is under the process of development will be informed by the NCF, and thus must be read in conjunction. The NCF AE2 will draw from the NCF. 15. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Few key characteristics of this NCF to keep in mind as you read A. Goal-directed. The entire approach is driven by the curricular goals which are derived from the aims. These tie everything together and are center stage. B. Practice enabling. It attempts to convert and distill maths to practice, which is where education happens or doesn't. C. Educationally valid. It's based on sound research, experience, and accumulated knowledge in India and across the world. D. Engaging. Education must be made interesting and exciting both to the children and teachers. A. Improvement driving. Must be able to change things on the ground within practical constraints and limitations and keep moving forward. F. Diversity embracing. India's diversity in all its forms must not only be addressed but should also become a resource for learning. G. Mutually reinforcing elements. All dimensions mentioned above are mutually reinforcing, as are the curricular goals, content, pedagogy, school culture and practices, assessment and evaluation. 16. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 17. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 2. Part A, 2. Approach. 18. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PAR 19. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Chapter 1. Aims and Curricular Areas of School Education. This chapter defines the aims of school education for this NCF and indicates the curricular arrangements that would assist in achieving these aims. These aims are derived from the purposes and goals articulated in NEP 2020, and their more elaborate articulation in DNEP 2019. The chapter first reiterates the vision of the Indian society as envisaged by NEP 2020 and the purposes of education, and the characteristics of individuals that such an education would develop, who would contribute to this vision. The chapter then organizes the vision provided in the NEP 2020 into specific aims of school education that give clear direction for developing the NCF. These aims are to be fulfilled by developing appropriate knowledge, capacities, and values and dispositions. The chapter articulates these. School curriculum is a deliberate and organized set of arrangements intended to achieve these aims. These arrangements include subjects that are taught, the pedagogical practices, books and other teaching learning material, examinations and other forms of assessment, school culture and processes, and more. Then there are a range of matters that directly affect learning, such as the appointment of teachers and their professional development, admission of students and the composition of students, and physical infrastructure. Among these many arrangements, school culture and processes and the subjects, curricular areas, to be taught along with their associated academic process such as pedagogy and assess. Vision of Society, NEP. Vision of Education, NEP. Aims of School Education, NCF. Desirable Values and Dispositions, Capacities, and Knowledge, NCF. Curricular Areas, Culture, Processes, NCF. Figure A1 I-20. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PAR. Meant, have particular relevance in terms of achieving the aims of school education. The last section of the chapter gives a brief outline of these arrangements that are appropriate to achieving these aims. 21. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 1.1 Vision of Education drawn from NEP 2020. Education is, at its core, the achievement of valuable knowledge, capacities, and values and dispositions by an individual. Which knowledge, capacities, and values and dispositions are valuable enough to be developed by education is decided by the society, which in turn is informed by the vision that the society has for itself. Thus, it is by developing the individual that school education contributes to the realization of the vision of a society. The overarching vision of India is articulated in the Constitution of India. Drawing from this vision of India, the vision and purpose of education is articulated by the NEP 2020 as below. This national education policy envisions an education system rooted in Indian ethos that contributes directly to transforming India, that is Bharat, sustainably into an equitable and vibrant knowledge society, by providing high-quality education to all, and thereby making India a global knowledge superpower. NEP 2020, the vision of this policy. The vision, thus, is developing an equitable and vibrant knowledge society. This social goal is to be achieved by developing desirable qualities in an individual through education. The purpose and aims of education have been detailed in NEP 2020. The purpose of the education system is to develop good human beings capable of rational thought and action, possessing compassion and empathy, courage and resilience, scientific temper and creative imagination, with sound ethical moorings and values. It aims at producing engaged, productive, and contributing citizens for building an equitable, inclusive, and plural society as envisaged by our Constitution. NEP 2020, Principles of this policy. The NEP 2020 further elaborates on the aim of education. The aim of education will not only be cognitive development, but also building character and creating holistic and well-rounded individuals equipped with the key 21st century skills. Ultimately, knowledge is a deep-seated treasure and education helps in its manifestation as the perfection which is already within an individual. All aspects of curriculum and pedagogy will be reoriented and revamped to attain these critical goals. NEP 2020, 4.4. The vision for education is thus to develop well-rounded individuals capable of rational thought and action equipped with sufficient knowledge and appropriate capacities and possessing desirable moral and democratic values. 22. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PAR. Section 1.2 Aims of School Education. The vision of education articulated in the NEP 2020 would be achieved by school education by developing, in individuals, desirable values and dispositions, capacities, and knowledge. A curriculum, thus, is a systematic articulation of what these desirable values and dispositions, capacities, and knowledge are and how they are to be achieved through appropriate choice of content and pedagogy, and other relevant elements of the school, and presenting strategies for assessment to verify if they have been achieved. 1.2.1 Definitions. Before we elaborate on the aims of school education, it is useful to clarify the meanings of the words knowledge, capacities, values, and dispositions as used in this document. Here is a brief explanation of what is meant by these words in this NCF. A. Knowledge, that we refer to in this document, is descriptive knowledge, knowing that. For example, knowing that the earth revolves around the sun, or knowing that Mahatma Gandhi played the central role in India's independence movement. A very large part of the understanding of the world is through this form of knowledge. This form of knowledge is expressed through theories, concepts, and principles. In a way, this form of knowledge reveals to us the truths about the world. While knowledge of this form might appear to be factual, the focus of education is not merely remembering these facts, but the ability to reason about why these facts are true. How can we know if the statement, "Earth revolves around the sun," is true? What are the sources of evidence? What are the methods of justifications? School education needs to focus on these aspects too. B. Capacities, that we refer to in this document, are procedural knowledge, knowing how. For examples, knowing how to communicate effectively or think critically or how to play kho-kho. The abilities and skills acquired through this form of knowledge enable us to act based on our understanding. Usually, procedural knowledge is used in the context of embodied abilities, like the ability to drive a car, but problem solving and reasoning are procedural knowledge too. We refer to such broad know-how like critical thinking, problem solving, effective communication as capacities, and these capacities can be broken down into more narrower skills like addition or decoding. Often acquiring descriptive knowledge requires capacities too. For instance, in the science, the capacities and skills for observation and experimentation are central to building descriptive scientific knowledge. For e.g., without the skills of observation it is difficult to truly justify that the earth revolves around the sun. For a student to attain a capacity or a skill, the ability needs to be consistent and repeatable, and it also needs to be adaptable to different situations. For e.g., to be skilled in making pots or doing addition, the student should be able to exercise that ability successfully not just once, but many times consistently and accurately, and should be able to work with different materials or numbers. 23. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. C. Values and dispositions. Effective action needs strong motivation in addition to knowledge and capacities. Our values and dispositions are the sources of that motivation. Values are beliefs about what is right and what is wrong, while dispositions are the attitudes and perceptions that form the basis for behavior. Thus, in addition to developing knowledge and capacities, the school curriculum should deliberately choose values and dispositions that are aligned with the aims of education, and devise learning opportunities for students to acquire these values and dispositions. Box A 1.2i. Pramanas. Thinking about knowledge, on how does one know, and what are the true sources of knowledge has been a philosophical preoccupation for ancient Indians. The following 6 pramanas were considered as valid means through which one can gain knowledge about the world. 1. Pratyaksa, this is usually interpreted as direct perception through the 5 senses. It can be further divided into Anubhava, direct perception, or Smriti, remembered perception. 2. Anumana, using inferences to come to new conclusions from observations is one another way of coming to know. 3. Upamana, knowing through analogy and comparison is Upamana. Relating to existing knowledge and identifying the similarities and differences and thus coming to know new things or experiences is another valid way of knowing. 4. Arthapatti, knowing through circumstantial implication is Arthapatti. 5. Anuplabdhi, perception of non-existence is considered a valid form of knowledge. To observe that the well is empty of water is knowing something about the well. People have come to significant conclusions because the dogs did not bark that night. 6. Sabda, in some systems of knowledge the testimony of an expert is admissible as true knowledge. That an individual can only directly know a fraction of all reality through direct experience and inferences but must rely on other experts was acknowledged thousands of years ago. These different pramanas were recognized as valid or invalid sources of knowledge by different philosophical systems of ancient India. These ancient investigations of the nature of knowledge are still relevant for education. By having a deeper grasp of the nature of knowledge, teachers are better equipped to select appropriate content, pedagogy, and assessments to achieve the aims of education. 24. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PAR. 1.2.2 Aims of School Education for this NCF. The purposes, vision, and the goals of education, as in earlier sections, have been organized into 5 aims of school education. These aims give clear direction to the choice of knowledge, capacities, and values and dispositions that need to be included in the curriculum. A. Rational thought and autonomy, making choices based on rational analysis and a ground understanding of the world and acting on those choices as an exercise of autonomy. This indicates that the individual should have the capacity for rational reasoning and sufficient knowledge to understand the world around them. This understanding develops through knowledge in breadth and depth. Thus, achieving knowledge in depth and breadth becomes one of the key goals in the NCF. B. Health and well-being. A healthy mind and a healthy body are the foundations for an individual to pursue a good life and contribute meaningfully to society. School education should be a wholesome experience for students, and they should acquire capacities and dispositions that keep their bodies and mind healthy. C. Democratic participation. The knowledge, capacities, and values and dispositions developed are to be oriented towards sustaining and improving the democratic functioning of Indian society. Democracy is not just a form of governance, but it is a mode of associated living. The goals articulated in the NEP 2020 point to the development of an individual who can participate and contribute meaningfully to sustaining and improving the democratic vision of the Indian Constitution. D. Economic participation. In the current context of India, a healthy economy needs to go along with a healthy democracy. Effective participation in the economy has positive impacts on both the individual and the society. It provides material sustenance for the individual and also generates economic opportunities for others in society. The achievement of these aims makes individuals productive members of the economy. The exposure and preparation of vocational education in particular develops capacities and dispositions to enter the world of work. A. Cultural and social participation. Along with democracy and the economy, culture and the society play an important role in the mode of associated living. Cultures maintain continuity as well as change over time. The NEP 2020 expects students to have a rootedness and pride in India, and its rich, diverse, ancient and modern culture and knowledge systems and traditions. They should also acquire capacities and a disposition to contribute meaningfully to culture. A society with individuals who are healthy, knowledgeable, and with capacities and values and dispositions to participate effectively and meaningfully in a democracy, economy, and culture would be a vibrant, pluralistic, and democratic knowledge society. 25. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 1.3 Knowledge, Capacities, and Values and Dispositions. The central purpose of schools as formal educational institutions is the achievement of valuable knowledge, capacities, and values and dispositions by their students. What is desirable is guided by the aims of school education as articulated in the previous section. Thus, the knowledge, capacities, and values and dispositions that are to be proposed by the NCF should be towards achieving these aims. 1.3.1 Values and Dispositions. India has been a great contributor to the discourse of values from the ancient times till today. The exploration of humanistic and pluralistic values is embedded in its traditions and its constitution as a beacon for democratic values. The NEP 2020 derives its values from these traditional sources, the broad humanistic values, and the Constitution. Autonomy, health and well-being, democratic, economic, cultural participation can be achieved through these broad categories of values. A. Ethical and moral values. These values include, among others, the values of seva, ahimsa, swachhta, satya, nishkam karma, tolerance, honest hard work, respect for women, respect for elders, respect for all people and their inherent capabilities regardless of background, respect for environment, etc. will be inculcated in students. DNEP 2019, 4.6.8.2. These values are virtues that students need to develop, and these are beneficial both to the individual, in terms of their health and well-being, as well as to society as a foundation for democratic values. B. Democratic values. These values include democratic outlook and commitment to liberty and freedom, equality, justice, and fairness, embracing diversity, plurality, and inclusion, humaneness and fraternal spirit, social responsibility and the spirit of service, commitment to rational and public dialogue, peace, social action through constitutional means, unity and integrity of the nation, DNEP 2019, 4.6.8.3, c. Epistemic values. These are values that we hold about knowledge. Developing a scientific temper is as much a value orientation towards the use of evidence and justification, as much as understanding current scientific theories and concepts. Inculcate scientific temper and encourage evidence-based thinking throughout the curriculum, DNEP 2019, 4.6.1.1. Along with the above values, the NCF would intend to develop the following dispositions in students. D. A positive work ethic. Any form of achievement, if it needs to be achieved through just and equitable means, require honest and deliberate work. This includes learning achievements too. While hard work and perseverance contributes personally, being responsible and taking up and completing an honest share of work contributes to situations where work is 26. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PAR. Accomplished collectively. Respect towards various modes of work, with hands, with technology, household work or factory work is very desirable. Developing these dispositions in students become a very important goal for school education. A. Curiosity and wonder. Curiosity and wonder are at the core of learning, and with this disposition students can become lifelong learners. The very young child comes with natural curiosity to engage with the social and practical world around them. This needs to be sustained, extended, and expanded. If knowledge needs to be active and alive and not passive and inert, students have to approach knowledge with curiosity and wonder. The world around us is a limitless source for developing this disposition. F. Pride and rootedness in India. The aim of cultural participation indicates that students should develop dispositions that make them rooted in the Indian context. Right in the vision of NEP 2020 it is stated that, the vision of the policy is to instill among the learners a deep-rooted pride in being Indian, not only in thought, but also in spirit, intellect, and deeds, as well as to develop knowledge, skills, values, and dispositions that support responsible commitment to human rights, sustainable development and living, and global well-being, thereby reflecting a truly global citizen. The notion of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world as one family, emerges from this rootedness. With the varied and common shared interests to hold strongly within, Indians can aspire to have a free and fair interplay with the rest of the world with assurance and confidence. While the above values and dispositions are broad categories, more specific values and dispositions that are relevant to particular curricular areas have been articulated as part of the learning standards of those areas. 1.3.2 Capacities. While values and disposition are sources of motivation to act, acting skillfully requires students to have specific capacities. These capacities can be developed through deliberate and conscious engagement and practice. The aims of rational thought and autonomy, health and well-being, democratic, economic, cultural participation indicates the necessity of the following broad set of capacities. A. Inquiry. To act rationally, we need an understanding of the world around us. This understanding needs abilities of observation, collection of evidence, analysis, and synthesis. Experimentation and innovation are the practical aspects of this capacity. Beyond these general capacities of inquiry, there are discipline-specific skills like laboratory skills or field techniques that assist in the process of inquiry. These capacities of inquiry are fundamental in building all the 5 aims: rational thought and autonomy, health and well-being, and democratic, economic, cultural participation. B. Communication. The abilities to listen, speak, read, and write in multiple languages are very valuable capacities. This includes the skilled use of digital media for effective and appropriate communications. The ability to use varied forms of communication in different contexts and that are appropriate for the intended audience is very valuable for all the aims. C. Problem solving and logical reasoning. The ability to formulate problems, develop many alternative solutions, evaluate different solutions to choose the most optimal solution, and implement the solution is very valuable. Problems that require quantitative models require 27. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. The mastery of various mathematical procedures starting from simple arithmetic skills of addition and subtraction to more complex solving of algebraic equations. The use of computational models for solving problems would require computational skills. Skills for logical reasoning include constructing and evaluating arguments both formally and informally. Skills of effective communication, problem solving and logical reasoning promote democratic and economic participation. D. Aesthetic and cultural capacities. The aims emphasize creativity and aesthetic and artistic expression. Creating works of art requires skills specific to different forms of art, visual arts, music, dance, movement, and theater. Culturally relevant skills in art forms enable effective cultural participation. These skills enable students to effectively express emotions and thoughts through art, thus improving their sense of health and well-being. A. Capacities for health, sustenance, and work. Developing skills and practices that enable students to lead a healthy life is one of the important aims. Developing strength, endurance, and perseverance is not just in terms of physical capacities but also related to capacities of the mind. Such capacities are foundational for not just well-being but also contribute positively towards autonomy and democratic participation. Vocational exposure and skills are given equal importance in NEP 2020 along with academic streams. These capacities along with the disposition of positive work ethic should enable students to participate in the economy meaningfully and significantly. F. Capacities for social engagement. Empathy and compassion are not mere values or dispositions, these are capacities that are developed through deliberate practice. Cooperation, teamwork, and leadership are fundamental capacities for social engagement. Along with the capacities for logical reasoning and problem solving, these capacities are crucial for democratic participation. With the desirable values and dispositions and equipped with appropriate capacities, it is expected that students will live healthy autonomous lives and participate actively in the democracy, economy, and culture. But these values and capacities do not operate in a vacuum, they are based on a clear understanding of the world. T. His understanding is gained through achievement of knowledge in breadth and depth. 1.3.3 Knowledge. The achievement of the values and capacities listed above intrinsically depends on knowledge. Knowledge about the self, about others, about the social world around us, and the natural world enables us in being capable of rational thought and action. This knowledge has been developed over history through specific modes of inquiry, within a community of inquirers. The theories and concepts within a mode of inquiry has emerged sometimes through systematic and incremental explorations of a whole community, and sometimes through dramatic insights of a few remarkable individuals. This accumulated knowledge is a human heritage, and it is the responsibility of schools to share this heritage with every new generation. 28. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PAR. But this knowledge is not one seamless robe, but a coat of many colors. It is a sum of many parts, each part being a specific form of understanding. Each form of understanding has its own community of inquirers who have formed conventions on the scope of inquiry, what questions to explore. They have their own specific ways of giving meaning to concepts and specific methods of validating the truth of the claims being made. They have distinct methods of reasoning and justification, procedures and protocols, and what is to be admitted as evidence. In a way, each form of understanding has their own kind of critical thinking, and their own ways of being creative. Mathematics, the sciences, the social sciences, arts and aesthetics, and ethics are some of these forms of understanding that have their own set of concepts and theories through which we make meaning of our experiences. These forms of understanding give clear direction as to what is the knowledge that all students in schools should acquire. They help, in part, in determining the different curricular areas of the NCF. Through engagement with these forms of understanding, students develop disciplinary knowledge. While the capacity for problem solving depends heavily on such disciplinary knowledge, often real-life situations pose problems, solutions for which are informed by many disciplines that need to be integrated. For instance, the problems of sustainability and climate change are not merely informed by the sciences, but also by our understanding of social sciences and mathematics. Thus, along with these forms of understanding, engagement with interdisciplinary knowledge becomes an important goal for school education. 29. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 1.4 Towards a Curriculum. Schools need to make arrangements to develop in students the desirable values and dispositions, capacities, and knowledge through which the aims of education are achieved. As mentioned before, these arrangements can range from selection and appointment of teachers to school culture, to the actual subjects that are taught in the school. The curriculum is one part of these arrangements that has a more direct engagement and impact on the learning of the students. While the curricular imagination for a school is usually restricted to the arrangements of classroom interactions, the school culture and ethos and school practices have a very important role both in enabling a positive learning environment, as well as promoting the desirable values and dispositions. Thus, a curriculum is a deliberate and explicit set of choices of organizing the school experience for students that are related to direct teaching learning experiences in different curricular areas as well as the overall school culture and ethos and school processes. In this section we would explore the specific curricular arrangements schools have to organize so that students gain the desirable values and dispositions, capacities, and knowledge. 1.4.1 School Culture. To begin with, it has to be acknowledged that schools achieve aims not just through teaching within the confines of the classroom but also through socialization of the students into the extant culture and ethos of the school. Values and dispositions in particular are learned by immersion in a school ethos and culture that deliberately and explicitly promotes these values. So, it is equally important for a curriculum framework to explicitly articulate the arrangements and organization of the school in terms of its culture and ethos that would promote the desirable values and disposition. This NCF has made specific recommendations for school culture and ethos in Chapter 15. 1.4.2 School Processes. In addition to school culture, more formal and well-defined school processes have a significant role to play in both ensuring smooth functioning of the school as well as enabling achievement of curricular goals. Processes for maintaining academic accountability towards achieving the aims, both from the teachers and students, are important to be articulated, understood, and followed. From simple matters like maintaining cleanliness of the school premises, to more complex situations like responding to learning failures of students, needs thoughtfully designed school processes that are transparent, professional, and effective. The NCF makes specific recommendations related to school processes in Chapter 16. 30. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PAR. 1.4.3 Curricular Areas. Ina nenpa anay alutta. Enpa iv virantum. Kana nenpa valam uir keku ka ral 392. The twain that law of numbers and of letters give our eyes, the wise declare, to all on earth that live. Translation, G. U. Pope. Ancient Indians had clear conceptions on what is valuable in education. As the above couplet from the ancient Tamil poet Tiruvalluvar indicates, language and mathematics were seen as two eyes through which we make sense of the world. It is not surprising then, that language and mathematics continue to be important and curricular areas even after 2000 years since this verse was written. Based on the aims, and on the derived knowledge, capacities, and values and dispositions, the curriculum is divided into specific curricular areas. This division is not just a pragmatic necessity for organizing classrooms, timetables, and teachers. While pragmatic considerations are equally relevant, the division of the curricular areas have an internal logic. 1. Languages. Language is not just a medium of thinking, nor merely a tool for acquiring different forms of understanding. Language education makes effective communication possible and equally develops aesthetic expression and appreciation. Reasoning and critical thinking are very closely linked with language use, and these are valuable capacities to be developed. In the context of India, multilingualism and sensitivity to a diverse set of languages are desirable outcomes as articulated in the NEP 2020. The form of understanding, as articulated in the previous section, implies that mathematics, sciences, social sciences, and arts form their own distinct curricular areas. 2. Mathematics. Mathematics is a form of understanding the world through patterns, measurement, and quantities. Mathematics education also develops capacities for problem solving and logical reasoning. 3. Sciences. Science is a form of understanding the natural world. It has its own specific methods of inquiry and reasoning, and theories and concepts. Beyond aiding in gaining understanding of the natural phenomena around us, science education helps developing rational thought and scientific temper. 4. Social sciences. Social science is a form of understanding the social, human, world. The methods of inquiry in social science are evidence-based and through specific methods of reasoning. Like the sciences, social science too promotes rational thought and scientific temper. Social science also enables students in more effective democratic participation. 5. Arts. Arts is a form of understanding through which we make aesthetic sense of our experiences. Engagement with arts also builds our capacities for being creative and develops cultural sensibilities. A grounded learning of the arts allows to engage and participate meaningfully in our culture and develops capacities for maintaining good health and contributes to well-being. 31. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. While forms of understanding give disciplinary knowledge and depth, it has been argued earlier that interdisciplinary knowledge and thinking is an important goal. 6. Interdisciplinary areas. Engagement in interdisciplinary areas develops capacities for interdisciplinary thinking and problem solving. This curricular area complements the disciplinary thinking developed through engagement with specific forms of understanding. Beyond these forms of understanding, physical education and vocational education are important curricular areas. These areas become important due to the specific curricular aims of health and well-being and economic participation. The NEP 2020 has given specific directions for both physical and vocation education. 7. Physical education. Physical education is focused towards developing capacities for maintaining health and well-being. Through engagement in sports, important ethical and moral values and constitutional and democratic values are developed. 8. Vocational education. Vocational education intends to develop capacities for sustenance and work and economic participation. It also develops values and sensibilities towards physical work and dignity of labor. The NEP 2020 has given a strong emphasis on giving vocational exposure and developing vocational skills from very early stages of school through to higher education. These 8 curricular areas have their own specific learning standards, and have specific recommendations for content selection, pedagogical approaches, and ways of assessments. These details have been outlined in chapters 6 to 13. Figure A 1.4 I-32. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PAR. Box A 1.4.3 I. For reference. DNEP 2019, Curricular Integration of Essential Subjects and Skills. The DNEP 2019 recognizes the limitation of the current educational practice in the Indian context. It attempts to shift the focus of the vision of schooling from an excessive emphasis on remembering facts, to developing capacities and skills for thinking and acting. The following 10 capacities and skills are highlighted as important goals of school education, which need to be paid adequate attention, along with other critical goals. A. Develop a scientific temper. Inculcate scientific temper and encourage evidence-based thinking throughout the curriculum. Evidence-based reasoning and the scientific method will be incorporated throughout the school curriculum, in science as well as in traditionally non-science subjects, in order to encourage rational, analytical, logical, and quantitative thinking in all aspects of the curriculum. DNEP 2019, 4.6.1.1, B. Develop creativity and innovation through arts. Any education emphasizing creativity and innovation must include the arts. DNEP 2019, 4.6.2, Art education in music, theatre, poetry, painting, drawing, sculpture, and vocational arts such as carpentry, embroidery, sewing, clothes making. DNEP 2019, 4.6.2.1, should develop aesthetic capacities and sensibilities. C. Develop excellent verbal and written communication capacities. The education system should develop the ability to speak, listen, question, discuss, and write with clarity and conciseness, and with confidence, eloquence, friendliness, and open-mindedness. DNEP 2019, 4.6.3. D. Develop appropriate practices and habits to maintain a healthy body and mind. Physical education is important for both physical and mental health and development. It helps improve a child's muscular and cardiovascular strength, flexibility, endurance, motor skills, and mind-body connection and wellness. DNEP 2019, 4.6.4. In addition, a good sports program helps students develop the qualities of teamwork, cooperation, problem solving, discipline, perseverance, and responsibility. IBD. A. Develop effective problem solving and logical reasoning capacities. Developing positive dispositions of seeing challenges as problems to be solved and capacities to find solutions to those problems is an important aim of school education. Just as exercising the body is important to keep it fit and healthy, so too is exercising the mind. Games of strategy, logic and word puzzles, and recreational mathematics are the best way to excite children about mathematics, and to develop the logical skills that are so critical throughout their school years and indeed throughout life. DNEP 2019, 4.6.5, F. Develop useful vocational skills and sensibilities. Vocational education is extremely vital for our country to run efficiently and properly, and thus it is beneficial to increasingly incorporate elements of vocational education into the school curriculum to expose children to its utility and its value as art. Indeed, some exposure to practical vocational style training is always fun for young students, and for many students it may offer a glimpse of future professions, while for others it would at the very least help teach and reinforce the dignity of all labor. DNEP 2019, 4.6.6. 33. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. G. Develop digital literacy and computational thinking. The new curriculum will also integrate digital literacy for all learners at the basic level, with hands-on assessments and worksheets keeping in mind the available digital infrastructure on the ground. At a more advanced level, curricula will be developed for computational thinking and programming. DNEP 2019, 4.6.7, H. Develop capacities for moral reasoning and ethical action. Introducing an ethics component to the curriculum early on and throughout the years of school is also considered extremely important in helping students to build character, grow up into moral and good human beings, lead productive and happy lives, and contribute positively to society. DNEP 2019, 4.6.8. I. Develop an in-depth understanding of Indian knowledge systems. Indian contributions to knowledge and the contexts in which they were discovered must be incorporated into the school curriculum, not just for reasons of historical accuracy, which is sufficient reason on its own, but also for the often more holistic nature of the traditional Indian approach, which leads to a deeper understanding, as well as for reasons of increased relatability due to geographic location, national pride, inspiration, and self-esteem. DNEP 2019, 4.6.9. J. Develop capacities and dispositions to be engaged with current affairs. Keeping abreast with current affairs, linking the knowledge gained in the school with the realities outside, and participating in current issues and debates are important characteristics of a responsible citizen. Schools should have dynamic content that involve talking about the current economic scenario, recent scientific inventions, advances in medicine, geopolitical power equations around the world, trends in art and music, gender issues, environmental concerns, etc. All topics that would have a direct bearing in the future on students' lives and their livelihoods. DNEP 2019, 4.6.10, 34. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PAR 35. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Chapter 2. School Stages, Logic and Design. The previous chapter has articulated the aims of school education for this NCF, and the corresponding set of desirable values and dispositions, capacities, and knowledge required to achieve these aims. The chapter also has given justifications for the different curricular areas that are parts of the NCF. These aims are to be achieved in a 5+3+3+4 structure in school education covering ages 3 to 18. The NEP 2020 recommends that schooling should be imagined in 4 stages in a new 5+3+3+4 design covering ages 3 to 18. The curricular and pedagogical structure and the curricular framework for school education will therefore be guided by a 5+3+3+4 design, consisting of the foundational stage, in 2 parts, that is, 3 years of Anganwadi, preschool plus 2 years in primary school in grades 1 to 2. Both together covering ages 3 to 8, Preparatory stage, grades 3 to 5, covering ages 8 to 11, middle stage, grades 6 to 8, covering ages 11 to 14, and secondary stage, grades 9 to 12 in two phases, i.e., 9 and 10 in the first and 11 and 12 in the second, covering ages 14 to 18. NEP 2020, 4.1. This chapter outlines the logic of these four stages of schooling, on how each of these stages has specific considerations for curricular structure, content, pedagogy, and assessments and their relevance for achieving the aims of school education. The central logic of dividing schooling into the four stages is based on our current understanding of child development and the growth of concepts in different curricular areas. The first two sections describe the process and stages of child development and concept development. The last section elaborates on the four-stage design of NCF. 36. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PAR 37. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 2.1 Child Development around the world. The experiences of children growing up are different, depending on various circumstances, social, cultural, and economic. But there are some common processes and stages too in the maturation and growth of the child. It is critically important to understand the development of a child to have realistic expectations at a particular age. In the field of education, realizing the significance of child development leads to the development of a quality curriculum with developmentally appropriate pedagogy and assessment. Child development is influenced by the interplay of three different processes, namely biological processes, cognitive processes, and socio-emotional processes. Biological, cognitive, and socio-emotional processes are intricately interwoven with each other. Each of these processes plays a role in the development of a child whose body and mind are interdependent. Figure A 2.1I. Cognitive processes. Socio-emotional processes. Biological processes. Genetic and epigenetic factors and material conditions have an impact on a child's body, such as traits inherited from parents, development of brain, height, and weight. Changes in a child's thought, intelligence, and language. Changes in an individual's relationships, changes in emotions, and changes in personality. 38. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PAR. A child's development is usually described in terms of periods corresponding to approximate age ranges. 1. Infancy. This period ranges from birth to 24 months of age. A child in this period is highly dependent on adults. Children are beginning to learn about the things around them, learn to focus their vision and explore. 2. Early childhood. This period begins around 3 and usually extends up to 6 to 7 years of age. Children begin to become more self-sufficient and spend more time with peers. This is also a period of intense exploration through play. 3. Middle to late childhood. This developmental period is from 6 to 7 years to 10 to 11 years of age before they hit puberty. During this period, children master the fundamental capacities and understanding for survival and growth. They grow physically, emotionally, and cognitively through exposure to the wider world around them and their culture. 4. Adolescence. This period is the transition period from childhood to early adulthood. A child enters adolescence at approximately the age of 12 years. Adolescence begins with rapid physical changes, gains in height and weight, changes in body contour, and development of sexual characteristics. At this stage, the development of identity and the quest for independence is the central theme in children. 2.1.1 Development across domains. 2.1.1.1 Physical development. Height and weight increase rapidly during infancy. By their first birthday, they nearly triple their weight. As the child reaches early childhood, the percentage of height and weight decreases with each additional year. Growth patterns vary individually, where much of the variation is due to hereditary, but also certain environmental factors can influence it to some extent, such as nutrition. Middle and late childhood is the calm before the rapid growth spurt in adolescence. It involves slow, inconsistent growth in height and weight. There is improved muscle tone, and the strength capacity also doubles during these years. After slowing through childhood, adolescence experiences a growth surge during puberty. Puberty occurs approximately 2 years earlier for girls than boys. The features and proportions of the body changes as the individual become capable of reproduction. Among the most important factors that influence the onset and sequence of puberty are heredity, hormones, weight, and body fat. Sensory and motor development. Infants and children develop rolling, sitting, standing and other motor skills in a particular sequence and within specific time frames. Infants are also born with certain reflexes which are built-in reactions to stimuli. Reflexes govern the newborn's movements, which are automatic and beyond the newborn's control. Reflexes are genetically carried survival mechanisms. They allow infants to respond adaptively to their environment before they have had an opportunity to learn. They include the sucking, rooting, and moro reflexes, when the baby gets started by an unexpected sound, light, or movement, all of which typically disappear after 3 to 4 months. Some reflexes, such as blinking and yawning, persist throughout life. Components of other reflexes are incorporated into voluntary actions. 39. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Gross motor skills involve large muscle activities. Key skills developed during infancy include control of posture and walking. Mastering a motor skill requires the infant's active efforts to coordinate several components of the skill. Infants explore and select possible solutions to the demands of a new task. They assemble adaptive patterns by modifying their current movement patterns. Gross motor skills improve dramatically during the childhood years. Boys usually outperform girls in gross motor skills involving large muscle activity. Fine motor skills involve finely tuned movements. The onset of reaching and grasping is a significant accomplishment. Fine motor skills continue to develop throughout the childhood years and by 4 years of age are much more precise. Children can use their hands as tools by middle childhood, and at 10 to 12 years of age start to show fine motor skills similar to those of adults. 2.1.1.2 Cognitive development. Children construct their own cognitive worlds, building mental structures to adapt to the world. They actively construct their meaning and understanding. The progression of cognitive development from infancy to adolescent can be seen as described below. Infancy. The infant organizes and coordinates sensory experiences, such as seeing and hearing, with physical movements. They quickly learn and are able to understand that things they see continue to exist even though these things are no longer around them. They can scan patterns actively and display a growing capacity for remembering in ways that current neuroscience is still exploring. Early childhood. The child's mental life is becoming more expansive with experiences. They have pictures in their minds about various things in the world. Their capacity for new vocabulary and making mental pictures allows for more learning about the world and other people. They have begun to make sense of others, getting a sense of how people and things work. Their memories can hold much more than adults give them credit for. Middle childhood. By now, the child can think through reasons using language and ideas, understand well how people and things work around them, and give order to these things in terms of value and size. Their capacity to remember and use what they remember to do activities is growing in leaps and bounds. They even devise ways to remember better and are able to analyze, problem solve, imagine alternatives. Adolescence. The adolescent individual thinks in diverse and complex ways with a growing capacity for working with ideas and logical analysis. This enables them to plan, solve problems, and systematically test solutions. They are able to mentally look back at their own actions and evaluate, are forming a sense of themselves as different and similar to others, able to engage with ideas of right and wrong. They can be focused and flexible in their thinking and make decisions with reasoning. 40. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PAR. 2.1.1.3 Language Development. The development of language is a significant aspect of a child's development. The trajectory of this development across the age ranges is described below. Infancy. Among the milestones in infant language development are crying, birth, cooing, 1 to 2 months, babbling, 6 months, using gestures, 8 to 12 months, recognition of their name, as early as 5 months, first word spoken, 10 to 15 months, vocabulary spurt, 18 months, rapid expansion of understanding words, 18 to 24 months, and two-word utterances, 18 to 24 months. Early childhood. Young children increase their grasp of language's rule systems. In terms of phonology, most young children become more sensitive to the sounds of spoken language. Children learn and apply rules of syntax and of how words should be ordered. Vocabulary development increases dramatically during early childhood, conversational skills improve. They increase their sensitivity to the needs of others in conversation, and they learn to change their speech style to suit the situation. Middle childhood. Children gradually become more analytical and logical in their approach to words and grammar. They become increasingly able to use complex grammar and produce narratives that make sense. Improvements in metalinguistic awareness, knowledge about language, become evident as children start defining words, expand their knowledge of syntax, and understand better how to use language in culturally appropriate ways. Adolescence. In adolescence, language changes include more effective use of words. Improvements in the ability to understand metaphor, satire, and adult literary works. And improvements in writing. Young adolescents often speak a dialect with their peers, using jargon and slang. 2.1.1.4 Socio-emotional development. A child's socio-emotional development impacts the other domains of development. Physical, cognitive and language development is highly influenced by how children feel about themselves and how they are able to express their ideas and emotions. A. Emotional and personality development. Infancy. Emotions are the first language with which parents and infants communicate, and emotions play key roles in parent-child relationships. Infants display a number of emotions early in their development. Crying is the most important mechanism newborns have for communicating with the people in their world. Early childhood. Advances in young children's emotional development involve expressing emotions, understanding emotions, and regulating emotions. Young children's range of emotions expands during early childhood as they increasingly experience self-conscious emotions such as pride, shame, and guilt. They also show a growing awareness of the need to manage emotions to meet social standards. Middle childhood. Self-understanding increasingly involves social and psychological characteristics, including social comparison. The development of self-regulation is as important as 41. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PECT of this stage. Developmental changes in emotion include increased understanding of complex emotions such as pride and shame, improvements in the ability to suppress and conceal negative emotions, and the use of strategies to redirect feelings. Children use a greater variety of coping strategies. Adolescence. Identity development is complex and takes place in bits and pieces. Some researchers have found that self-esteem declines in early adolescence for both boys and girls, but the drop for girls is greater. Self-esteem reflects perceptions that do not always match reality. B. Role of families. Infancy. In infancy, contact, comfort, and trust are important in the development of attachment. Infants show a strong interest in their social world and are motivated to understand it. Infants orient to the social world early in their development. Early childhood. Families play a significant role in the socio-emotional development of the child. The child takes emotional cues from the families and the socio-emotional state in the family interactions. The sense of emotional security and comfort in interactions largely depend on family environment. Middle childhood. Children begin to form strong bonds with peers, while families continue to play a significant role in their emotional development. The socio-emotional state of peer groups and social groups have a strong influence on the child's socio-emotional dispositions. Adolescence. There is a significant shift in the influence of peers. Identity formation, rebelling against authority, conflict, aggression are some markers of this age. Family's influence is significantly lower on socio-emotional development, but the way conflicts are handled within the family has a significant impact. C. Role of peers. Early childhood. Peers are powerful socialization agents. Peers provide a source of information and comparison about the world outside the family. In early childhood, children distinguish between friends and non-friends, with a friend often described as someone to play with. Rough and tumble play is more likely to occur in peer relations, whereas in times of stress children often turn to parents rather than peers for support. Middle childhood. Children form stronger bonds with peers that goes beyond play. Friendships are formed and friend groups become an important source for emotional development. Children continue to seek confirmation from adults both at home and in school. Adolescence. There is a significant shift in the influence of peers. Identity formation, rebelling against authority, conflict, aggression are some markers. Family's influence is significantly lower on socio-emotional development, but the way conflicts are handled within the family has a significant impact. Fitting in and receiving confirmation from peer groups is a high priority in this age. 42. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PAR. 2.1.1.5 Moral Development Infancy. Their sense of right and wrong depends on their feelings and desires. Their sense of rightness depends on whether their needs are met or not. Early childhood. Children think of justice and rules as unchangeable properties of the world and beyond the control of people. They judge the rightness of behavior by considering the consequences and not intentions of the individual. Middle childhood. Children begin to express objective ideas on fairness. Children believe that equity can mean that people with special needs or merit need special treatment. Adolescence. Closer to adulthood, children begin to develop their own moral values while questioning and analyzing the ones set by their parents or the society. They value rules but also negotiate. As they develop abstract reasoning abilities, they display interest in larger good for the society. Box A 2.1I. Panchakosha Vikas, Five-fold Development, a keystone in Indian tradition. The child is a whole being with Panchakoshas are 5 sheaths. The layers are Annamaya Kosha, physical layer, Pranamaya Kosha, life force energy layer, Manomaya Kosha, mind layer, Vijananamaya Kosha, intellectual layer, and Anandamaya Kosha, inner self. Each layer exhibits certain distinct characteristics. The holistic development of a child takes into account the nurturing and nourishment of these 5 layers. Specific types of practices are designed to enable the development of each of these koshas. However, the practices are designed keeping in mind that the koshas are interconnected, and so activities that focus primarily on one would also contribute to the development of the others. For example, the physical dimensions are developed through a focus on a balanced diet, traditional games, and adequate exercise, as well as yoga asana, at the appropriate ages, which build both gross and fine motor skills. learning to breathe in a way that provides necessary oxygen for the entire body is important. It trains the voice and provides direction for increased self-awareness. A wide variety of stories, songs, lullabies, poems, prayer, enable children to not only develop a love for their cultural context but also provide value-based insights. This contributes to language development beginning with listening or Shravana as 43. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Well as the ability to focus and concentrate. The senses, Indriyas, are to be sharpened to be able to experience the world around in all its beauty and wonder. Seva integrated into everyday life enables the experience of joy of relationships along with being a part of and doing good for one's community. The Panchakosha concept and imagination also maps into the different domains of development envisaged in EK, which are the basis of the curricular goals as discussed in the next chapter. Physical development, Sharirik Vikas, age-specific balanced physical development, physical fitness, flexibility, strength, and endurance. Development of senses. Nutrition, hygiene, personal health, expansion of physical abilities. Building body and habits keeping in mind 100 years of healthy living in a human being. Development of life energy, Pranik Vikas, balance and retention of energy, positive energy and enthusiasm, smooth functioning of all major systems, digestive, respiratory, circulatory, and nervous systems, by activation of the sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous system. Emotional, mental development, Mansik Vikas, concentration, peace, will and willpower, courage, handling negative emotions, developing virtues, Mulyavardhan, the will to attach and detach from work, people and situations, happiness, visual and performing arts, culture, and literature. Intellectual development, Bodhik Vikas, observation, experimentation, analytical ability, abstract and divergent thinking, synthesis, logical reasoning, linguistic skills, imagination, creativity, power of discrimination, generalization, and abstraction. Spiritual development, Chatsak Vikas, happiness, love and compassion, spontaneity, freedom, aesthetic sense, the journey of turning the awareness inwards. Panchakosha is an ancient explication of the importance of the body-mind complex in human experience and understanding. This non-dichotomous approach to human development gives clear pathways and direction towards a more holistic education. 44. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PAR. Section 2.2 Concept Development. While child development describes the process of growth and maturation of children in different domains, the nature of knowledge and capacities also have some implications on the sequence in which concepts and skills are learnt. This section explores some of these sequences and their implication for the 4 stages of schooling. 2.2.1 Literacy development. Reading and writing have become very central to education and schooling. Most of the learning materials, whether in the form of textbooks or worksheets, have printed text in them and the students are expected to read and comprehend them. So, it is important to consider the stages of reading development for the design of the school stages. Reading develops in the following stages. 1. Stage 0. Pre-reading. Children develop oral language capacities and begin to recognize individual sounds in parts of speech. If they are from a literate home context, they have an emerging understanding of the uses of texts. 2. Stage 1. Initial reading. Children start making connections between oral sounds and the visual symbolic form of the written system. This aspect of reading is termed as decoding, where the effort is focused on establishing letter-sound relationships and using this understanding to read familiar and unfamiliar words. 3. Stage 2. Fluency and ungluing from print. Their decoding abilities become fluent and thus placing low cognitive demand on the process of converting the textual symbols to sounds. With the release of this burden, their focus shifts to grasping the meaning in the text. 4. Stage 3. Reading for learning the new. In this stage, children are not just reading familiar texts and engaging with familiar ideas in a textual form. They are able to learn new ideas and concepts through the process of reading. They are not relying only on their concrete physical experience but are able to imagine possibilities based on what they read. Reaching this stage is especially important for students to become independent learners. 5. Stage 4. Multiple viewpoints. In this stage, a more critical understanding of the text being read becomes possible. The students can understand that the author of the text has a specific viewpoint and there are possible other viewpoints. They can bring in their own understanding and critically evaluate the piece of text. 6. Stage 5. Constructions and reconstruction. The reader forms a worldview based on what they are reading. They consciously choose books to further deepen their worldview or to challenge the worldview they hold. They are able to identify the core thesis of the authors, identify their agreements and disagreements with that thesis, and are able to synthesize and construct a new thesis through this process. In this approach to stages of reading, by the end of the preparatory stage, students should be reaching stage 2, and by end of the middle stage, they are at stage 3, and in the secondary stage they achieve stage 4 and are beginning in stage 5. 45. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 2.2.2 Perceptual, Practical, and Theoretical Concepts. Perceptual concepts are concepts formed through our perception or senses. Very young children can start differentiating objects based on their color, shape, texture, and perhaps even taste and smell. More complex concepts like birds have feathers, and dogs have legs and bark are perceptual concepts too. They are formed through careful observation and the use of the senses. Children almost automatically form these concepts through their experiences. By giving names to objects and experiences, language does play an important role in developing and expressing these concepts. Practical concepts are concepts formed not just by the perceptions but the practical use that is embedded. For e.g., a table or a chair is not a mere perception of the color or shape of the object but the practical use of the object. While the chair is an object on which people sit, a table is not usually used for sitting, but rather to put objects on it or use for work. To form practical concepts, children need to have some understanding of social life. To understand a practical concept, one must grasp what people do with an object, and what they use it for. Again, through engagement and exposure to exercises in practical life, children develop practical concepts. Language development plays a very important role in the development of perceptual and practical concepts. Language enables us to check our experiences with others and to ensure we have a shared meaning emerging from these experiences. Thus, making sure that we grasp the socially accepted use of the practical concept or the socially accepted vocabulary that represents the perceptual concept. Theoretical concepts, on the other hand, explore in highly systematic ways our ordinary, common sense experience. These concepts make sense only within a form of understanding. While a spherical shape or a rectangular shape can be perceived, the mathematical understanding of a sphere or a rectangle has a very precise meaning. A rupee coin might perceptually mean a shiny round object. The practical use of it can also be grasped. But to understand money as an economic concept needs an introduction to a whole lot of theories and conceptual structures in economics. While perceptual and practical concepts require not much more than a normal intuitive mind, theoretical concepts often are counterintuitive. To grasp that the Earth is rotating around the Sun at 30 km per second and we are standing on a spinning orb spinning at the speed of 460 meters per second, we cannot rely on our perceptions, nor can ordinary practical experience be of any assistance. We need an understanding of physics and mathematics. There is often a discontinuity between our intuitions and ordinary practices and the nature of reality. Thus, theoretical concepts cannot be acquired merely through experiences or learning by doing. They need a more deliberate attempt of the teacher and the student to grasp the meaning behind the experience by connecting it to various conceptual structures and the methods of inquiry specific to a form of understanding. This indicates that very young children can grasp and develop perceptual and practical concepts through experience and human interaction along with effective use of language. Theoretical concepts, on the other hand, make sense only through the introduction of a form of understanding. 46. National Curriculum Framework for School Education (PAR), and perhaps can wait till the middle stage. In the secondary stage, students gain deeper disciplinary knowledge and methods. This should enable them to grasp the deeper meanings of the theoretical concepts, by placing the concept within the overall conceptual framework of the disciplines, explaining them using the current valid theories of the discipline, and also by linking these concepts to theoretical concepts in other disciplines. 47. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 2.3 Modes of Inquiry. Beyond the nature of knowledge and growth in capacities for literacy, the modes of inquiry used by children to develop conceptual understanding play a very important role in the selection of content, pedagogy, and assessment. The progression of these modes of inquiry also has implications for the stages of schooling. 2.3.12.3.1.1 Play and exploration. Young children learn various concepts, particularly perceptual and practical concepts, largely through play and open exploration. Their incredibly curious and absorbent minds are constantly exploring the natural and social world around them. They are intuitive problem solvers and grasp conventions of language use and social behavior through observation and imitation. At this stage, a stimulating environment and the freedom to explore and play are the biggest and most effective sources of learning. The stimulation doesn't come only from the material environment but also from an attentive and active adult and peer group. 2.3.1.2 Capacities for inquiry. From a broad and free exploration, children need to acquire more specific capacities that have an important role in further inquiry. In addition to the foundational capacities of literacy and numeracy, they acquire skills in observation, data collection, analysis, and more. Gross motor skills and fine motor skills relevant to physical education and arts, and vocational education are developed. Further, capacities for attention, perseverance, and memory are also developed. These capacities are utilized in informal methods of inquiry to make sense of the world around them and to respond to the practical necessities of life. These capacities can be developed by giving learning experiences that are practical and within the social context of the student. The opportunities for learning can be guided explorations with the specific intent to develop these capacities. 2.3.1.3 Methods for inquiry. To gain a deeper understanding, particularly of theoretical concepts, students need to gain knowledge and capacities for specific inquiry. These methods are particular to different forms of understanding. Mathematics, science, and social science have their own methods of inquiry and logic of reasoning. They have specific theories, and a web of concepts, the understanding of which gives insight into a new way of thinking about the world. These methods, theories and concepts increase the depth of inquiry within a specific convention or tradition. Similarly, arts has its specific forms and traditions in visual arts, music, dance, and theater. Understanding these forms and acquiring the relevant practices enables the students for a deeper exploration of aesthetic experiences. Specific forms of sports and practices like yoga have their own methods. By getting introduced to these methods, students gain capacities for systematic and rigorous methods of inquiry in specific forms of understanding. 48. National Curriculum Framework for School Education (PAR). Teaching, in this stage, is more formal and the emphasis is on understanding the conventions and the rules of the game, of each form of understanding, and the necessary capacity to play within these rules. 2.3.1.4 Disciplinary exploration. In this stage, students gain disciplinary depth within each form of understanding. The mode of inquiry becomes exploratory again like in the first stage, but within a framework of a discipline or a form. For e.g., a student with sufficient capacities, skills for dancing and a grounded knowledge of Bharatanatyam as a form of dance can now use these capacities and knowledge for creative expressions through dance. Similarly, after gaining sufficient capacities for scientific inquiry through experimentation and instrumentation in biology, students can pursue interesting and challenging questions about life forms and attempt to answer these questions within the discipline of biology. A more sophisticated form of exploration would be to utilize their knowledge in multiple disciplines and approach problems with interdisciplinary solutions. 49. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 2.4 Stage Design. The curriculum for the 4 stages of schooling has been designed based on the vision of NEP and on the considerations of child development, conceptual development, and the appropriate modes of inquiry at each age range. 2.4.1 Foundational Stage. The foundation stage is for children of the age 3 to 8. Children start schooling in the foundational stage. The design is based on the principles of early childhood care and education, ECE. ECE ideally consists of flexible, multifaceted, multi-level, play-based, activity-based, and inquiry-based learning, comprising of alphabets, languages, numbers, counting, colors, shapes, indoor and outdoor play, puzzles and logical thinking, problem solving, drawing, painting and other visual art, craft, drama and puppetry, music and movement. It also includes a focus on developing social capacities, sensitivity, good behavior, courtesy, ethics, personal and public cleanliness, teamwork, and cooperation. The overall aim of ECE will be to attain optimal outcomes in the domains of physical and motor development, cognitive development, socio-emotional ethical development, cultural, artistic development, and the development of communication and early language, literacy, and numeracy. NEP 2020, 1.2. Curricular structure. The foundational stage curriculum of the NCF is divided into domains that are closely linked to the developmental domains of the child: physical development, socio-emotional ethical development, cognitive development, language and literacy development, and aesthetic and cultural development. These domains of development are also informed by the Panchakosha imagination. Content. Textbooks are used only from grade 1 and most of the content is concrete materials, toys, puzzles, and manipulatives. Along with these materials, learning experience organized through physical exploration of the classroom and outdoor space becomes the most appropriate content. In later years of this stage, worksheets can start playing a bigger role. Children's literature is a very important source of content for language and literacy development. Pedagogy. The pedagogical approach suggested is play-based and emphasizes the nurturing, caring relationships between the teacher and the children. The pedagogical design should allow for a balance between self-paced individual learning to a more social group-based learning. Development of foundational capacities in literacy and numeracy would require adequate time for the child to practice and repeat on their own. Whole class instruction should be balanced with work time for children where they work on their own either with materials or with worksheets. Assessments. Most assessments are observations made by teachers and not explicit testing the ability of students. Worksheets used by children can give information to teachers about the progress in learning. 50. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PAR. Classroom arrangement. Children of this age group need to move freely and have adequate opportunities for engaging their natural curiosity and exploration. Classroom arrangements should reflect this need of the children and should not restrict the movement of children. Teachers. Since the relationship between children and the teacher is critical for this stage, the same teacher would engage in all the domains and there would not be any subject, domain-specific teacher. The teacher-pupil ratio is also expected to be lower since individual attention and assessment through observation are necessary. The foundational stage bridges the divide between the home environment of the child and the formal school environment. It develops capacities in foundational literacy and numeracy that enables the student to learn all other subject areas. In addition to these capacities, it develops valuable dispositions for active learning and would enable the students to become engaged learners in formal school environments. Play and exploration are the natural modes through which children learn, and the foundational stage utilizes these modes to promote the valuable capacities and dispositions. 2.4.2 Preparatory stage. The preparatory stage is for 3 years and includes grades 3, 4, and 5. The preparatory stage will comprise 3 years of education, building on the play, discovery, and activity-based pedagogical and curricular style of the foundational stage, but also gradually beginning to incorporate textbooks as well as aspects of more formal classroom learning. There would mostly be generalist teachers during this stage, with the possible exception of some specialist language and art teachers, who may be shared across the school or school complex. The aim of this stage will be to lay the general groundwork across subjects, including reading, writing, speaking, physical education, art, languages, science, and mathematics, so that students are prepared to delve deeper into learning areas through specialized subjects and subject teachers in the stages that follow. DNEP 4.1.1 Curricular structure. The preparatory stage curriculum of the NCF is divided into the following curricular areas: languages, mathematics, arts, physical education, and the world around us. The world around us is an interdisciplinary area that encourages exploration and understanding of both the natural world and the social world. Aspects of work in vocational education are also incorporated into this curricular area. The preparation is largely focused on capacities and dispositions at this stage. Content. Textbooks start playing a bigger role in the areas of language and mathematics. A variety of children's literature should complement the language textbook to consolidate students' literacy capacities. Materials and manipulatives continue to play a role in mathematics, though emphasis shifts to symbolic representation in correspondence with concrete materials. The world around us should rely less on the textbook and more on experiential learning, with physical exploration as the main source of content. The content needs to be within the familiar contexts of the student. Pedagogy. The pedagogy continues to be activity-based and discovery-based in this stage, gradually encouraging students to be active within a formal classroom arrangement. The 51. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Ability to concentrate and pay continuous attention to classroom lectures and discussions needs to be encouraged. Some proportion of the self-paced individual work should be part of the classroom activity, while some amount of homework can be included. Assessments. Assessments in this stage is a combination of observation of students' activity, correcting their worksheets, and short formal written evaluations. Periodic summative assessments should supplement the more formative assessments. Classroom arrangement. The classroom setting is a balance between a formal environment and an arrangement that encourages movement and exploration. Students sitting and working in groups should be encouraged. Teachers. Teachers continue to be generalists and teach across curricular areas. For arts and physical education, specialists from the school complexes can be invited for the development of specific capacities and skills, but the class teacher should continue to be present and mediate these interactions with the students. The preparatory stage consolidates the capacities and dispositions that begin to develop in the foundational stage. Students are expected to develop fluency in literacy and numeracy and develop further capacities that are helpful in a systematic exploration of the natural and social worlds around them. 2.4.3 Middle stage. The middle stage is for 3 years and includes grades 6, 7, and 8. The middle stage will comprise 3 years of education, building on the pedagogical and curricular style of the preparatory stage, but with the introduction of subject teachers for learning and discussion of the more abstract concepts in each subject that students will be ready for at this stage across the sciences, mathematics, arts, social sciences, and humanities. Experiential learning within each subject, and explorations of relations among different subjects, will be encouraged and emphasized despite the introduction of more specialized subjects and subject teachers. NEP 2020, 4.2. Curricular structure. The middle stage expands the curricular areas to include the sciences, the study of the natural world, and social sciences, the study of the human world, and students get exposure to vocational education. Based on the capacities and dispositions in the preparatory stage, students engage more formally with knowledge and values in the middle stage. Curricular areas are dealt with as forms of understanding, with explicit engagement with paradigmatic theories and conceptual structures that frame each area. The more generic capacities, like observation and data collection, developed in the preparatory stage are now specialized into specific methods of inquiry that is appropriate for each form of understanding. For e.g., students gain an understanding of the scientific method of inquiry and also contrast it with methods of inquiry in history or in the arts. The conventions and protocols of each form of understanding are also introduced in the middle stage. 52. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PAR. Content. The content in the middle stage needs to reflect the engagement with theoretical concepts and the introduction of theories and conceptual frameworks specific to each form of understanding. There is a shift to more abstract ideas and the students are expected to engage with unfamiliar contexts and situations. The textbooks need to play a central role in mediating the content in the middle stage. Both the expansion of curricular areas and the engagement with abstract ideas and unfamiliar contexts could be challenging and bewildering for students. Well-designed textbooks with clear expectations and specific learning goals would support students in entering these forms of understanding in a structured and systematic manner. Pedagogy. Pedagogy is a judicious balance of direct instruction and opportunities for exploration and inquiry. As mentioned before, the expansion of content areas and the abstract nature of theories places a heavy cognitive demand on students. The focus on concept development indicates that the teacher must pay attention to the prior concepts that students might already have and how to use those conceptions to bring about active learning. The emphasis is not on accumulating more facts but on becoming fluent in the methods of inquiry within each form of understanding. Assessments. Assessments can become more formal and explicit. The focus of assessments should be on the specific ways of reasoning within each form of understanding and not merely the recall of facts. Formal tests and examinations play a role with the expectation that students can process larger chunks of information together for analysis and synthesis. Teachers. Subject-specific teachers handle different curricular areas in this stage. Teachers need a profound understanding of the curricular area in terms of both vertical connections of concepts within the subject and horizontal connections with concepts in other areas. Students of this age benefit from engaging with a diverse set of adults who have their own personalities and interests. Arts, physical education, and vocational education can have visiting faculty who have specialized knowledge and skills. The middle stage utilizes the capacities and dispositions developed during the preparatory stage and introduces the students to different forms of understanding. Students gain systematic knowledge through rational thought and inquiry. The capacities for critical thinking and problem solving are consolidated in this stage and they acquire the desirable values and dispositions for democratic, economic, cultural participation. 2.4.4 Secondary stage. The secondary stage is for 4 years and includes grades 9, 10, 11 and 12. The secondary stage will comprise of 4 years of multidisciplinary study, building on the subject-oriented pedagogical and curricular style of the middle stage, but with greater depth, greater critical thinking, greater attention to life aspirations, and greater flexibility and student choice of subjects. In particular, students would continue to have the option of exiting after grade 10 and re-entering in the next phase to pursue vocational or any other courses available in grades 11 to 12, including at a more specialized school, if so desired. NEP 2020, 4.2, 53. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Students will be given increased flexibility and choice of subjects to study, particularly in secondary school, including subjects in physical education, the arts and crafts, and vocational skills, so that they can design their own paths of study and life plans. Holistic development and a wide choice of subjects and courses year to year will be the new distinguishing feature of secondary school education. There will be no hard separation among curricula, extracurricular, or co-curricular, among arts, humanities, and sciences, or between vocational or academic streams. Subjects such as physical education, the arts and crafts, and vocational skills, in addition to science, humanities, and mathematics, will be incorporated throughout the school curriculum, with a consideration for what is interesting and safe at each age. NEP 2020, 4.9. The implications of the above two policy directions for curriculum design of the secondary stage are the following. A. It consists of 4 years of multidisciplinary study, during which students will be offered a range of courses including I. Essential courses which all students must take. E. Choice-based courses which each student may select. E. Vocational education, arts and sports which will be an integral part of the curriculum. B. The current practice of streaming into science, arts, humanities, and commerce will be replaced by a design that enables both breadth through engagement with a variety of courses across streams and depth in areas chosen by students. C. Greater breadth will be enabled by the essential courses that all students will take, while greater depth will be enabled through courses based on student choice. D. Students will receive greater attention to their personal and career aspirations as they ready themselves for work or higher education. A. The secondary stage will be divided into 2 phases. I. Broad curricular areas, e.g., science, social science, humanities, will be offered in grade 9 and 10 to enable breadth. Learning standards are defined for this phase, and it is expected that all students attain these learning standards. E. Disciplines, e.g., history, physics, language, within each curricular area will be offered in grade 11 and 12 to enable depth. The students have a choice in selecting specific areas and disciplines. They make these choices based on their interests and their future plans either in the world of work or in higher education after their school completion. There are no common learning standards for this phase, while each of the disciplines would have its specific competencies and learning outcomes defined. 2.4.4.1 Design of grades 9 and 10. To complete grade 10, students will complete 2 essential courses from each of the 8 curricular areas available, i.e., a total of 16 essential courses across 2 years of grade 9 and 10. These either curricular areas, humanities, that includes languages, mathematics and computing, vocational education, physical education, arts, social science, science, and interdisciplinary areas gives the necessary breadth of understanding and capacities for the students. 54. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PAR. Grades 9 and 10 will follow an annual structure. A semester structure in these classes is possible to construct but is unnecessary since all students will do all the essential courses. Students must clear 8 board examinations at end of grade 10. These assess each of the 2 essential courses in each curricular area learned during grades 9 and 10. Figure A 2.4i. The final certification will be based on the cumulative result of each of the examinations. 2.4.4.2 Design of grades 11 and 12. The same set of 8 curricular areas will continue to be on offer, but choice-based courses will be designed based on the disciplines within the curricular areas to ensure deeper and more rigorous engagement. Choice-based courses and their content will be designed on the basis of the specific nature of disciplines. This phase of the secondary stage would be divided into semesters and each choice-based course would be for a semester. Students must complete 16 choice-based courses to complete grade 12. To ensure that the students have adequate breadth, they have to choose disciplines from at least 3 curricular areas. To ensure depth, when they choose a discipline, they have to complete 4 choice-based courses in that discipline. 2 essential courses from each of the curricular areas for grade 10 certification. Humanities, Mathematics and Computing, Physical Ed, Vocational Ed, Arts Ed, Social Science, Science. Interdisciplinary areas 55. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. In the case of academic disciplines, the intent of these 4 courses should be to give an introduction to give a good introduction to the discipline. By gaining knowledge of the key conceptual structures and theories of the discipline, and developing capacities of inquiry in that discipline, students can make informed decisions about the pursuit of this discipline in higher education. In the case of vocational areas, these 4 courses should equip that student to enter the world of work in that particular vocation. Table A 2.4i. As an illustration, if a student chooses social science, curricular area, and history, discipline, within that, she must complete all 4 courses in history. She could then choose the humanities as the second curricular area and do 4 courses in philosophy. Mathematics could be the third curricular area with 4 courses in computer science. The fourth set of courses could be from one of the 3 curricular areas already chosen or from a completely different one. Alternatively, if a student chooses science, curricular area, and physics, discipline, within that, she must complete all 4 courses in physics. She could then choose arts as the second curricular area and do 4 courses in music. Mathematics could be the third curricular area with 4 courses in mathematics. The fourth set of courses could be from one of the 3 curricular areas already chosen or from a completely different one. Modular board examinations will be offered as opposed to a single examination at the end of the year. The final certification will be based on the cumulative result of each of the examinations. Curricular areas disciplines, 4 courses within each discipline. 1 Humanities Languages, Literature, Philosophy. 2 Social Science History, Geography, Political Science, Psychology, Economics. Sociology. 3 Science Physics, Chemistry, Biology. 4 Mathematics and Computing Mathematics, Computer Science, Business Mathematics. 5 Arts Music, Dance, Theatre, Sculpture, Painting, Film Appreciation. Scriptwriting, Set Design. 6 Vocational Education aligned to the National Skills Qualifications Framework. NSQF. 7 Sports courses on specific sports, games, yoga to include all aspects, e.g., coaching, financing. 8 Interdisciplinary areas commerce, sustainability and climate change, environmental. Education, health, public, community health, media and journalism, family and community sciences, the current form of home science, knowledge of India, Indian knowledge, traditions and practices, Indian knowledge systems, legal studies. List may be enhanced continually. 56. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PAR. A. Design considerations of disciplinary courses. The following are some of the key considerations for designing the disciplinary courses. 1. Each discipline has 4 courses through which a thorough introduction to the discipline is given to the students. Each course is semester-long in duration. 2. Since students have a wide choice, disciplines should not assume that students would choose the complementing disciplines. For e.g., the biology courses cannot assume that students are enrolled in chemistry in their grade 11 and 12. 3. The intention should be not to cover all the important concepts in that discipline. This would result in a very high content load. Instead, the design should focus on some key conceptual structures and theories in that discipline, along with an adequate emphasis on the methods of inquiry in that discipline. 4. The students should develop an understanding of how this discipline fits within the curricular area and what are currently the open questions that the discipline is engaging with. 2.4.4.3 Implications for secondary schools. All secondary schools will need to offer essential courses in all the curricular areas so that all students are able to complete grade 10. The design and learning standards for the essential courses have been articulated in the NCF. Since the grade 11 and 12 of the secondary stage has a wide range of disciplines, many schools might struggle to offer this entire range. This in effect limits the choice for the students. To ensure that students have a reasonable choice, secondary schools, to begin with, must offer at least one curricular area from each of the following categories. A. Category 1, Humanities or Social Science or Mathematics and Computing. B. Category 2, Interdisciplinary areas. C. Category 3, Arts or Sports or Vocational Education. In the medium term, more and more schools must offer as many of the curricular areas as possible to truly enable student choice. 57. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Chapter 3-4. Approach to Learning Standards, Content, Pedagogy, Assessment across stages. Chapter 1 has articulated the aims of school education. These aims have been derived from the vision and purposes of education outlined in NEP 2020. Chapter 2 detailed the 4-stage design of schooling as recommended by NEP 2020. This chapter draws out the approaches taken by the NCF towards defining learning standards, selection of content, methods of teaching and assessments. It gives an outline of how the aims of school education are to be achieved. Figure A3I58. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PAR 59. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 3.1 Approach to Learning Standards. Education can be seen both as a process and an outcome. When we view education as an achievement, we think about a student's achievement of the desirable knowledge, capacities, values and dispositions as derived from the aims of school education. To bring clarity to all stakeholders on what is it that is to be achieved by schools, this NCF has articulated the educational achievements as clear learning standards. Clarity on what is intended to be achieved is beneficial to teachers, students, educational functionaries, parents, and society as a whole. Clarity of purpose is one important step towards success, and this NCF hopes that the learning standards provide that clarity of purpose. This section first defines a few terms used in this NCF in the context of learning standards and then gives an approach to arriving at the learning standards. 3.1.1 Definitions. A. Aims of school education. Aims are educational vision statements that give broad direction to all deliberate efforts of educational systems, curriculum development, institutional arrangements, funding and financing, people's capacities and so on. Aims of school education are usually directed by education policy documents. For example, NEP 2020 states that the purpose of the education system is to develop good human beings capable of rational thought and action, possessing compassion and empathy, courage and resilience, scientific temper, and creative imagination, with sound ethical moorings and values. It aims at producing engaged, productive, and contributing citizens for building an equitable, inclusive, and plural society as envisaged by our Constitution. The NCF has derived the aims of education from NEP 2020, and the aims have been articulated in Chapter 2. B. Curricular goals. Curricular goals are statements that give directions to curriculum development and implementation. They are derived from aims and are specific to a stage in education, e.g., the foundational stage. National curriculum frameworks which guide the development of all curricula state the curricular goals. For example, in this NCF, children develop effective communication skills for day-to-day interactions in 2 languages, is a curricular goal for the foundational stage. C. Competencies. Competencies are learning achievements that are observable and can be assessed systematically. These competencies are derived from the curricular goals and are expected to be attained by the end of a stage. Competencies are articulated in curriculum frameworks. However, curriculum developers can adapt and modify the competencies to address specific contexts for which the curriculum is being developed. The following are examples of some of the competencies derived for the above curricular goal in this NCF: converses fluently and can hold a meaningful conversation, and understands oral instructions for a complex task and gives clear oral instructions for the same to others. D. Learning outcomes. Competencies are attained over a period of time. Therefore, interim markers of learning achievements are needed so that teachers can observe and track learning and respond to the needs of learners continually. These interim markers are learning outcomes. Thus, learning outcomes are granular milestones of learning and usually progress in a sequence leading to attainment of a competency. Learning outcomes 60. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PAR. Enable teachers to plan their content, pedagogy, and assessment towards achieving specific competencies. Curriculum developers and teachers should have the autonomy to define learning outcomes as appropriate to their classroom contexts, while maintaining the connection to the competencies. A. The following table is an example of learning outcomes derived for the competency: converses fluently and can hold a meaningful conversation, in the foundational stage. Table A 3.1I. ABCDA. Competency: converses fluently and can hold a meaningful conversation. Ages 3 to 8. 1. Listens attentively and speaks in short conversations with familiar people around. Initiates conversations in daily life with peers and teachers in a variety of school settings. Engages in conversations based on events, stories, or their needs and asks questions. Engages in conversations, waits for their turn to speak, and allows others to speak. Maintains the thread of the conversation across multiple exchanges. 2. Expresses their needs and feelings through short meaningful sentences. Narrates daily experiences in simple sentences and asks simple questions, using what, when, how, whom, etc. Narrates daily experiences in elaborate descriptions and asks why questions too. Engages with non-fictional content read aloud or discussed in class, is able to link knowledge from their own experiences, and talks about it. Engages in discussion about a topic and raises and responds to questions. 3.1.2 From Aims to Learning Outcomes. This NCF strongly emphasizes the importance of the clear flow down that must be there from aims of school education to curricular goals to competencies to learning outcomes. Each set must emanate from the immediately higher level, while ensuring full coverage of the objectives at the immediately higher level. This is a process of breaking down and converting relatively abstract and consolidated notions to more concrete components, in order to make them usable in the practice of education. This process, including other considerations that must be accounted for in this flow down, are described in this chapter. It is only such coherence, coverage, and connection arising from a rigorous flow down from aims of education to learning outcomes that can align syllabus, content, pedagogical practices, institutional culture, and more to achieving what we want from education. 61. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. This is simply because in the everyday life of the teacher and institutions, efforts are, or can be, made towards achieving very specific, observable, and short-period learning objectives which are marked as learning outcomes, and which, when arising from the process of flow down described, guide the trajectory of educational efforts towards the attainment of competencies, which in turn accumulate to curricular goals, and which taken together would fulfill the relevant aims of education. NEP 2020 has articulated the vision and purpose of education. This NCF has drawn the aims of school education from this vision. The curricular goals are in turn derived from these aims, with other relevant considerations. The competencies then have been drawn from these curricular goals and the learning outcomes from those competencies. It must be noted that the competencies and the learning outcomes are illustrative. Curriculum developers should carefully consider the set of competencies in the NCF and use these, after making relevant changes where and if required. Given the relative stability and cross-cutting relevance of competencies across contexts and time, there may be fewer requirements for changes in the competencies articulated in the NCF. However, decisions on this matter should be carefully considered by curriculum developers. The learning outcomes are far more contextual and will, therefore, require close attention and contextualization for the curriculum or syllabus being developed. The developers may use the sets articulated in the NCF, but this must be done after due consideration, and there must be no hesitation to use more relevant sets. Thus, the states and their relevant institutions, and other institutions responsible for curriculum and syllabus development, would need to conduct a rigorous exercise of such a flow down, to arrive at the full set of learning standards for their use. 3.1.3 From Aims to Curricular Goals. The aims of school education, as envisaged in Chapter 2 of this NCF, give direction to the intended educational achievements for the 4 school stages. Curricular goals are state-specific as mentioned before. In this NCF, curricular goals for the foundation stage are defined for the different domains of development. It is appropriate that at the foundational stage the curriculum is closely aligned with the domains of child development. From the preparatory stage onwards, the curricular goals are defined for specific curricular areas. These curricular areas have been defined in Chapter 2 along with the aims. The aims are only one source for arriving at state-specific curricular goals. These are some of the considerations that inform the articulation of curricular goals. A. Aims of school education, as articulated by the NCFB. Nature of knowledge that is relevant to the curricular area. C. Age appropriateness specific to the stage of schooling. 62. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PAR. The aims of school education as articulated in Chapter 2 are an important source for deriving the curricular goals. The curricular goals are to be arrived at from the desirable knowledge, capacities, and values and dispositions that are relevant to the curricular area which would contribute to achieving the aims. 3.1.4 From curricular goals to competencies. The 4 main sources for arriving at the list of competencies are: A. Curricular goals. B. Current research literature appropriate for the stage and curricular area that informs. C. Experience of various educational efforts in the country. D. Our context, which includes resource availability, time availability, institutional, and teacher capacities. Each stage has its own considerations regarding children's development and concept development, elaborated in Chapter 3, which have an impact on the choice of the competencies within each curricular goal. All stakeholders in school education should have clear visibility of the competencies that are expected to be achieved. Keeping track of progress in the attainment of these competencies for every child would allow school systems to ensure that all children receive appropriate learning opportunities towards reaching the curricular goals of the NCF. 3.1.5 From competencies to learning outcomes. Learning outcomes are interim markers of learning achievement towards the attainment of competencies. They are defined based on the specifics of the socio-cultural contexts, the materials and resources available, and contingencies of the classroom. A set of illustrative learning outcomes have been defined in this NCF, based on the broad understanding of the context our education system. These learning outcomes need to be seen as enabling guidelines for teachers and school leaders and not as constraining demands on them. They have the autonomy to reimagine the learning outcomes based on their contexts. 63. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 3.2 Approach to Content. Curriculum content will be reduced in each subject to its core essentials, to make space for critical thinking and more holistic, inquiry-based, discovery-based, discussion-based, and analysis-based learning. The mandated content will focus on key concepts, ideas, applications, and problem solving. NEP 2020, 4.5. The reduction in, and increased flexibility of, school curriculum content, and the renewed emphasis on constructivist rather than rote learning, must be accompanied by parallel changes in school textbooks. All textbooks shall aim to contain the essential core material, together with discussion, analysis, examples, and applications, deemed important on a national level, but at the same time contain any desired nuances and supplementary material in accordance with local contexts and needs. NEP 2020, 4.31. Content to be used in the teaching learning process includes the learning environment, teaching learning materials and books. Developing books, including textbooks, must follow a rigorous process based on an appropriate syllabus. The arrangement and organization of the learning environment is important across all stages, but most especially for the foundational and preparatory stages. Carefully selected teaching learning materials play an essential role in all classrooms. 3.2.1 Core Essentials of the Curriculum. The learning standards, curricular goals, competencies and learning outcomes are the basis for what will be taught and learned through school. As students progress through the stages, they will move from learning perceptual concepts to practical concepts to theoretical concepts using play and exploration to methods of more rigorous inquiry. As per the NEP 2020, all students must study the core essentials of each curricular area to make space and time to focus on developing capacities and values that are part of the aims of school education. Each curricular area will choose the core essentials based on the nature of knowledge of that area, the capacities it seeks to develop and the demands of each particular stage of schooling. 3.2.2 Learning Environment. Learning material a safe, inclusive, and stimulating environment that supports every student's participation is critical for achieving the learning standards outlined in the NCF. Classrooms that are clean, well ventilated, and well lit, adequate resources and material available and organized with appropriate access and safety provisions are important to facilitate learning. Classrooms should allow for both individual work and cooperative work. Classroom displays should be available for student work. Students with developmental delay or disability may need specific accommodations for both physical space and teaching learning materials to enable physical and curricular access. 64. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PAR. For the foundational and preparatory stages, classrooms may be organized into learning corners for specific domains of learning. Availability of a range of safe and stimulating material that encourages learning in different domains of development, literacy and numeracy would be necessary for all students. Well-resourced libraries and laboratories would be necessary for the middle and secondary stages. Art education, physical education and vocational education would require specific kinds of spaces and material available and organized in particular ways. 3.2.3 Broad approach to content selection. Curricular goals, competencies and learning outcomes give clear direction as to what content is to be used for creating learning experiences for students. Concepts formed in the foundational and preparatory stages are largely perceptive, e.g., color as visually discriminated, and practical, e.g., spoon used as a lever to open a tin cover, money to buy things in a shop, but not theoretical, e.g., color as a spectrum of light, lever as a simple machine, or money as a medium of exchange. Exploring the theories behind the perceptive and practical concepts is expected in the middle and secondary stages of schooling. Choices of content for each stage must be based on this. Content in the foundational and preparatory stages should be derived from children's life experiences and reflect the cultural, geographical, and social context in which the child is developing and growing. As students move through the middle and secondary stages, content should move away from the familiar and include ideas and theories not necessarily represented in the immediate environment. Content should be tied to capacities and values that students need to develop through stages of schooling. Special care should be taken to avoid promotion of stereotypes. 3.2.4 Broad principles of textbook design. A. Curriculum principle. The textbook should be designed specifically to achieve the competencies for the stage and the learning outcomes for the grade. Textbook developers and designers should not only be aware of the competencies of the particular domain or curricular area for which the textbook is being developed, but also the competencies for the whole stage. This would allow them to bring in horizontal connections across the domains and curricular areas across the stage. B. Discipline principle. Textbook developers should have sound knowledge of the discipline associated with the textbook being developed. The content and sequence included in the textbook should be careful not to contradict some of the core principles of these disciplines. C. Pedagogy principle. Textbook developers need to have a clear understanding of the pedagogy that is appropriate for the competency and content, e.g., in language the balanced approach of including oral language, phonics and word-solving instruction and meaning-making needs to be incorporated all together for the foundational stage. 65. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. D. Technology principle. Textbook developers should be aware of the current technology and audiovisual materials available for enhancing learning experiences of students. Activities that involve digital technology and references to external material should be embedded appropriately in the textbook. A. Context principle. The local context and environment is important in the foundational and preparatory stages. Important consideration for choice of content in the textbook. Moving from the familiar to unfamiliar is an important aspect of learning, and the textbook should contain a balance of both familiar contexts that is a comfort for the children and unfamiliar contexts that should generate curiosity and challenge to their thoughts and preferences. For the middle and secondary stages, this may not be a strong consideration in all curricular areas. F. Presentation principle. The textbooks should grab the attention of students. For the foundational and preparatory stages, the balance between visual material and text should be tilted towards visual materials. The color schemes and design themes should be attractive and consistent. The fonts and size of text material should be both visible and least confusing for young children to decode. For the middle and secondary stages, the flow of concepts, clarity in articulation and well-designed illustration to show the same would be important. G. Diversity and inclusion. In the Indian context, it is important to maintain diversity and inclusion as an important principle in the choice of content for textbooks. Even within states there are regional variations, and these need to find adequate representation in textbooks. Balanced gender and community representation must be ensured. 3.2.5 Process for textbook development. Applying the principles of textbook development, the process could be the following. A. Creation of a syllabus document, drawing from the curricular goals, competencies and learning outcomes. Nature, pedagogy, and assessment of a subject. The syllabus document could include the objectives of teaching the subject, approach to the content to be included, concept or theme, structure of the syllabus document, as questions, key concepts, suggested strategies or activities, choosing content that is cognitively and socio-culturally relevant. The syllabus document could also use literature from research studies, policy papers, teacher experiences, subject matter expert opinions for deciding the extent and depth of the content. B. Panel of textbook writers, reviewers, and designers, illustrators. The people involved in textbook development could be I. Textbook writers and reviewers. Teachers must be part of this group. Others could include subject experts, university faculty and research scholars. E. Designers, illustrators, people, organizations that have both design understanding and understanding of the local context, preferably local experts, and should be involved from the start of the process. 66. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PAR. E. Technical expert. A lot of content that complements the textbook can be made available through digital media. It is important for the technical expert to be part of the textbook development team from the start. Media content should not be an afterthought. The group should work together from the beginning to create a common understanding of the process and be open to feedback, suggestions, and multiple iterations of the textbook. C. Choice of content, pedagogy, and assessment. The topics, themes chosen would need to include the context of the student, including previous experiences, language, and scope for further exploration. The content at each grade should be a precursor to the next. It is essential to ensure an alignment of the pedagogy and assessment with the content and the learning outcomes. D. Structure of the textbook. Considering that the textbook is an important point of connect between the teacher and the student, it would need to be useful for both. Content in textbooks are largely directed towards students. It has been a practice to include notes for teachers in the textbook. This approach is limiting, and thus NCF recommends that each textbook released for students should be accompanied by a teacher's version of the same textbook. Please see the box below. A. Presentation and design. The presentation of a textbook relies on the font size, images, sketches, the colors used, and on the amalgamation of the three, e.g., textual content in the early grades may be limited with a large number of images, font size should be large, and the illustrations used should be sensitive and inclusive. The language used would need to be grade appropriate and relevant to the subject. F. Writing, review, and pilot run. The writing of a textbook needs sufficient time, regular peer reviews and panel reviews. Regular sittings with the illustrators to define and reiterate the requirement of the content being worked on is necessary. This adds to the rigor of textbook creation and assists in avoiding repetitions in text, images, ideas across subjects as the illustrators work with all the writers. The review provided would need to be constructive and encouraging. The feedback should include suggestions and alternative ideas. The writers should be open to multiple iterations and be cognizant of the principles of writing content. The review process must be done chapter-wise and then for the textbook as a whole. Meticulous proofreading of the textbook is essential and contributes to their quality. Selected schools must be identified for the pilot run of the textbooks. During the pilot run of the textbooks, the writers must visit schools and schedule classroom observations, conversations with teachers, children, parents, and receive feedback about the textbook. G. Teacher orientation to the textbooks. There must be provision for teacher orientation on the genesis of the textbook, its rationale, the approach to pedagogy and assessment to ensure its appropriate use in the classroom. This orientation must be followed up through school visits, webinars, sharing of best practices and regular interactions with the teachers to understand the challenges being faced in the use of the textbooks. 67. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Box A 3.2I. Teacher's Handbook. It has been a practice to include notes to teachers in the textbook. This approach is limiting and not desirable. If notes are kept to their briefest minimum, it is not really useful for the teacher. If they are elaborate and detailed, it unnecessarily increases the size of the textbook for the students and it perhaps would also be intimidating. It is recommended that each textbook that is being published should be accompanied by a teacher's version, Textbook Plus, of the same textbook. The Textbook Plus should be organized in the same sequence of chapters as the student's textbook but can additional materials, intended learning objectives of the chapter and how it is connected to the learning standards of the curriculum. Recommended pedagogical strategies relevant for that chapter. Alternative activities for students who are struggling to grasp the content. References, through QR codes, for digital materials, additional worksheets, formative assessments, pedagogical content knowledge packages etc. that provide both additional teaching aids and also develops a more profound understanding in the teacher of the topic under consideration. Thus, the Textbook Plus would be valuable compendium for the teacher to go well beyond the textbook's content, without burdening or intimidating the students. 3.2.6 Teacher Support for Meaningful Use of Textbooks. A textbook must contain guidelines for the teacher to indicate the broad approach to teaching learning, as well as how to use the textbook optimally. It must indicate the competencies students are to attain as a result of transacting a set of materials, activities suggested in the textbook, as well as expected learning outcomes for each chapter or unit or lesson. The textbook must also provide the teacher guidelines on processes like learning tasks, activities, projects, field trips, simple experiments as well as assessment. It must contain tables, figures, flowcharts, cartoons, pictures that enable attainment of learning outcomes while also providing inputs to the teacher on similar materials that can be sourced locally. Notes to the teacher explaining the rationale for content or activity as well as suggestions, and dedicated teacher pages containing notes at strategic points in the textbook, as well pages providing practical suggestions which can extend to both the teacher's classroom transaction in addition to the scope of the textbook are some devices that can be used within the textbook. If practicable, a teacher manual can be developed as a companion to the textbook, aligned to both its approach and content. While the teacher manual is primarily intended for the teacher, its use will benefit children as well. For example, the teacher manual can include suggestions on accommodating diversity in the classroom, contextualizing content that may have been selected at the state level and linkages with other subjects. It can explain the developmental needs of children and how learning happens in the specific subject that will help the teacher align pedagogy and assessment accordingly. 68. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PAR. Section 3.3 Pedagogy. A good educational institution is one in which every student feels welcomed and cared for, where a safe and stimulating learning environment exists, where a wide range of learning experiences are offered, and where good physical infrastructure and appropriate resources conducive to learning are available to all students. NEP 2020 Principles. Pedagogy is the method and practice of teaching used in classrooms by the teacher to help students learn. Effective pedagogy is based on a good understanding of how children grow and learn and has clear focus on curricular goals, curricular competencies and learning outcomes to be achieved for students across stages of school education. 3.3.1 How do children grow and learn? Healthy physical development requires basic needs of adequate nutrition and appropriate sensory and emotional stimulation. There are critical periods in sensory development, e.g., normal visual experience is critical within the first few months of life. There are sensitive periods in cognitive and emotional development, e.g., early childhood and adolescence. Physiological changes have ramifications on the psychological and social aspects of a child's life. From an evolutionary point of view, human beings are born to learn, so we come with a drive to understand the world, to explain what is around us. We constantly make our own theories and refine them based on our perceptions and experience. Children are, therefore, natural learners. They are active, eager to learn, and respond with interest in new things. They have an innate sense of curiosity. They wonder, question, explore, try out, and discover to make sense of the world. By acting on their curiosity, they continue to discover and learn more. Research from across the world has provided us with a set of ideas about how children learn that have practical implications for teaching, most importantly. A. The brain plays an important role in learning. The brain is a complex organ made up of neurons, glial cells, blood vessels and many cells organized into specialized areas. The working of the brain is the ever-changing patterns of connections between millions of neurons. Learning is a physical process in which new knowledge is represented by new brain cell connections. The brain both shapes and is shaped by experience, including opportunities the child has for cognitive development and social interaction. The brain is designed to learn and remember new things through life, as long as it continues to be challenged and stimulated. B. Learning is based on the associations and connections children make. Children are far from blank slates on which we can simply write pages and pages of information. They have knowledge and understandings based on their experience. They have intuitive theories about varied subjects. Nothing is ever recorded in a child's brain exactly as it is experienced. 69. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. It is their interpretation of what they experience that becomes new knowledge. Interpretation is always in the light of whatever knowledge they already possess. Children are continuously fitting new experiences into existing knowledge and adjusting existing knowledge to allow new experiences. C. Emotions are deeply connected to learning. Emotions are inextricably intertwined with attention, motivation and cognition. Positive emotions like curiosity, wonder, joy and excitement aid attention, cognition and memory and, therefore, learning. Positive emotions are often best nurtured through positive relationships with teachers and among students. When students feel they belong in a classroom and they can trust, they feel free to try out and explore and, therefore, learn better. As trust grows, the classroom becomes emotionally safer, and students have fewer obstacles to build their confidence and their learning. D. The learning environment matters. The word environment refers to both the physical space and the atmosphere, or psychological environment in the classroom. The physical environment provides a structure that allows safe exploration, cognitive growth and challenge. The atmosphere or psychological environment is made up of all the relationships and social interactions that happen in the classroom. A safe, secure, comfortable, and happy classroom environment can help children to learn better and achieve more. For this, it is important that the necessary facilities such as learning materials, aids, equipment, and space for doing activities, working together, and playing so as to help each child learn better are made available. The classroom must be an inclusive, enabling learning environment that provides every child freedom, openness, acceptance, meaningfulness, belonging and challenge. A. Learning occurs in particular social and cultural environments. Learning in school becomes meaningful when it connects to students' lives and experiences. Most children grow up with stories, songs, games, food, rituals, and festivals special to their families and community, along with local ways of dressing or working or traveling or living that are an integral part of their everyday lives. The diverse experiences of children must find a place in the classroom. As children grow up, while there may often be a difference between the culture of a student's home and the culture of the classroom, it is important to continue to listen to students' voices and honor their cultural traditions in the classroom. 3.3.2 Effective Pedagogy for Achieving Aims of School Education. As stated in Chapter 1, Section 1.3, the central purpose of schools as formal educational institutions is the achievement of valuable knowledge, capacities, and values, dispositions by students. Based on how children learn, some key elements of pedagogy for achieving these aims are below. A. Knowledge, knowing that concepts, theories, principles, children form concepts and intuitive theories right from infancy. To learn a new theory or concept or principle, children fit this new experience into their existing knowledge and adjust their existing knowledge to allow new experiences in. To help children do this well, teachers need to structure and sequence the teaching of concepts appropriately, connect new concepts to students' existing experience and understanding, pose questions that challenge their existing understanding and make clear demonstrations that push their thinking beyond their existing understanding. All this, while 70. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PAR. Ensuring their full participation in open discussions and hands-on activities. Teaching concepts, theories or principles in disconnected chunks or expecting students to reproduce them in the same way they were received makes true conceptual understanding impossible. Box A 3.3I. Importance of memory. The ancient Indian emphasis on smriti, memory, is critical to learning and development. It has often been misunderstood as an emphasis on rote learning, which in principle and when practiced with fidelity, it was not. Current cognitive science research indicates that smriti, memory, both working memory and long-term memory, plays an important role in cognition and comprehension. Insufficient emphasis on memory often results in inadequate outcomes in the classroom. When we use memory inappropriately, we are ignoring its powers and capacities. Using memory for learning in the classroom encompasses a variety of activities: deliberate and regular practice, deep processing, generating cues, making connections, and forming associations. B. Capacities, knowing how. Abilities and skills. Abilities and skills are learned best by doing and they improve with repeated exposure and practice. Good practice involves meaningful variety, must be done in appropriate quantity and is supplemented with continuous discussions on why certain procedures work and others do not. Box A 3.3E. Importance of practice. Learning is a time-consuming process. Organized, regular and steady practice yields steady and positive impact on learning. Practicing helps to internalize information, access more complex information stored in long-term memory and apply knowledge or skills automatically. Across curricular areas, differences in students' performance are affected by how much they engage in deliberate practice. Deliberate practice is not the same as rote repetition. Rote repetition does not improve performance by itself. Deliberate practice involves attention, rehearsal and repetition and leads to new knowledge or skills that can later be developed into more complex knowledge and skills. When a skill becomes automatic, attention and mental resources can be freed up for higher level thinking and reasoning. Most teachers are aware of two contradictory facts: drill can be boring, and yet practice is the only way for their students to master certain procedures. The problem with drill comes when we assume that it will substitute for understanding. Concepts and procedures are two different things, both of which students need to learn. Practice alone cannot lead to conceptual knowledge and understanding alone cannot lead to mastery of a procedure. 71. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. C. Values and dispositions. Telling children about what values they should develop or uphold usually has very little effect. It either becomes boring or seems like preaching. Development of values and dispositions in school education happens primarily in the following ways. Through school and classroom culture, e.g., sensitivity and respect for others is encouraged when opportunities are provided for all students to participate in activities and select students do not end up participating in all activities. Through school and classroom practices, e.g., stories about particular values or regular Bal Sabhas and Bal Panchayats help to build notions of democracy, justice and equality. As part of learning through school subjects, e.g., laboratory experiments and trials help build scientific thinking. As direct goals of some school subjects, e.g., learning to win and lose with grace during sports and games helps build resilience. Box A 3.3e. Importance of questioning. We have a long and ancient tradition of questioning in India. Debate and discussion have always been held as a critical part of the Indian knowledge tradition. The Upanishads were written in response to the questions of Shishyas. The literal meaning of the word Upanishad is the sitting down of the Shishya near the Guru. The usual method of argument utilized reason and went from simple to complex, from concrete to abstract, from known to unknown. In the Katha Upanishad is the powerful story of Nachiketa, a young boy who dared to ask Yama, the lord of death, a very simple but fundamental question: is there life after death, or is death the end? At different periods in time, India has produced exceptional scholars who were unconditional masters in their respective schools of thought. It was often the custom among learned men to debate the merits and demerits of these various systems of philosophy. The debates between Adi Shankara and Mandana Misra, for example, are legendary. Thousands of scholars gathered every day to watch and learn from them. This debate between two luminaries throws light on the healthy competition that existed among followers of different philosophies. They had open minds and the immense courage to test their faith, to question their beliefs, and to change their philosophies, if reason demanded the change. Through this process, it was always important to remain accepting towards new concepts, experiments, or questionings. Some values are developed better through particular processes, illustratively. Regular dialogue and discussion with active listening as part of classroom culture and processes will help develop democratic values, e.g., pluralism, equality, justice, fraternity. Curricular areas like arts and physical education will help build individual virtues, e.g., honesty, courage. 72. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PAR. Curricular areas like science and mathematics will help build epistemic values, e.g., scientific temper, mathematical reasoning. Marking important days through community service as part of school culture and practices will help build cultural values, e.g., seva, ahimsa, shanti. Regular practices at the school assembly will help promote pride in India's cultural diversity. 3.3.3 Key elements that enable effective pedagogy in the classroom. A. Ensuring respect and care. Our schools are committed to providing an environment where children feel secure, and relationships are governed by care, equity, and respect. Any form of discrimination based on religion, caste, gender, community, beliefs, disability, or any other factor is unacceptable. Teachers must value and respect all students. Classrooms should be spaces that will offer all students equal access and equal opportunity to achieve learning outcomes. All children will participate in a variety of activities and school processes, not just those with the best chances of success. Our schools will create an environment that enhances the potential and interests of each child. Care is central to learning in schools. Care is an attitude of concern and responsibility for people and relationships. Empathy and respect are at the heart of caring. B. Building positive teacher-student relationships. A safe, positive relationship between teacher and student is enriching both for cognitive and socio-emotional development. Some important ways to build such a positive relationship are: I. Getting to know each student individually. This helps to understand and plan learning experiences for each of them. E. Listening carefully to students. This conveys care and respect, builds trust, helps students gain confidence. E. Observing students. This helps to discover how each student thinks, reasons and responds to different situations, which is critical to planning for teaching and learning. IV. Encouraging student responses. This helps to meaningfully build on children's naturally creative and resourceful selves. V. Encouraging questioning. Questions to and from the teacher help students think through a particular subject in depth while responding. V. Recognizing and responding to the emotions and moods of students. This helps them to settle and learn better, learn to regulate their own emotions, and to understand and respond to the emotions of others. 73. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Box A 3.3 IV. Ways of the Guru. According to Sri Aurobindo, the three instruments of the Guru are teaching, example, and influence. Wise teachers do not seek to impose themselves or their opinions on the passive acceptance of receptive minds. They seek to awaken much more than to instruct. They aim at the growth of faculties and experience by a natural process and free expansion. They prescribe a method as an aid, as a utilizable device, not as imperative formula, or a fixed routine. As the Taittiriya Upanishad tells us, the teacher is the first letter, the student is the last letter, knowledge is the meeting place and instruction is the link. C. Providing scaffolding. Students can easily learn new knowledge when systematic support from other experienced students or adults is provided. Learning new knowledge should be a challenge, but the challenge should be within the reach of students, something that relates to their existing knowledge and can be done with the support of an experienced person. Scaffolding refers to providing support, structure, and guidance during instruction. Scaffolding differs, depending on the task, but occurs when the teacher carefully students a learning task and provides support along the way until gradually fading as the student reaches expertise. One way of scaffolding is through a gradual release of responsibility, GRR, where first, teachers model or explain ideas or skills. After which students and teachers work together on the same ideas and skills where the teacher provides guided support. And finally, students practice individually and independently. D. Using differentiated instruction. Teachers will need to plan classes in a way that engages students with varying interests and capabilities meaningfully and encourages better learning. One way to think about this is differentiated instruction, i.e., tailoring the teaching process according to the individual needs of students. Content, methods of learning, material, and assessment may be different for different children. It is often difficult to do this for individual children, especially in a large class. In that case, the teacher could identify small groups of children who have similar needs and address them differently as a group. Before planning for this, it is important for the teacher to observe students carefully, analyze their work and gather as much information as possible about them. E.g., the teacher could plan to use worksheets of varying levels, starting with simple worksheets and progress to more complex ones according to what different groups of students in the class are able to do. A. Providing opportunities for independent and collaborative work. Classroom processes should provide opportunities for students to work individually and to work together. Teachers may ensure that children work in pairs, small and large groups as well as independently. Teachers must help students to listen, understand, appreciate, and reflect on their own thought process and others' experiences with empathy and critical understanding. 74. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PAR. Working with others often increases involvement in learning. Sharing one's own ideas and responding to others' reactions improves thinking and deepens understanding. In carefully crafted collaborative learning situations, students require the contribution of each other to successfully complete a learning task, because of which they need to learn to take on varied roles, e.g., as observers, mediators, score manager, note takers based on the objectives of the task. F. Using varied resources using the textbook meaningfully is important for learning. In addition, other resources and materials must be used to engage students beyond the textbook. Classroom processes should incorporate use of resources made by students, teachers, and the local community, as well as those available in the immediate environment. Digital resources must also be incorporated appropriately. Classroom displays constitute an important part of the learning process, which should not be limited to finished products alone. They could also include aspects of work in progress. G. Helping students develop appropriate work habits and responsibility. Developing appropriate work habits and taking responsibility are critical to learning. These include aspects like students organizing space and materials before and after use, organizing time, ensuring time on task, taking responsibility for tasks, persisting with and completing work, staying on a given task even without a teacher present, and allowing others to work without disturbance. H. Giving prompt and meaningful feedback. Students need immediate and appropriate feedback to benefit from classroom processes and improve their learning. Feedback helps students to reflect on what they have learned and what they still need to know. Providing feedback means giving students an explanation of what they are doing correctly and incorrectly, with the focus of the feedback on what the student is doing right. Waiting too long to give feedback, the student might not connect the feedback with the learning moment. It is vital that we take into consideration each individual when giving student feedback. Some students need to be nudged to achieve at a higher level, and other needs to be handled gently so as not to discourage learning and damage self-esteem. 3.3.4 Planning for teaching. Teaching is a deliberate act carried out with the intention of bringing about learning in children. This deliberate act needs to be well planned. Planning is central to good teaching. Planning includes construction and organization of classroom tasks as per competencies and outcomes to be achieved, pedagogy to be followed, resources to be used, and assessment to be carried out. Planning also includes support activities for children, home assignments, and displays in the class relevant to what is being taught. Good planning requires understanding of aims of education, curricular goals, competencies, and learning outcomes to be achieved, along with prior learning of the children for whom the plan is being made, and available teaching learning materials and content to be used. 75. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. The major components of a teaching plan are: A. Competencies, learning outcomes and intended lesson objectives. B. Teacher-directed, teacher-guided and/or student-led activities to achieve objectives. C. Prior understanding of the student on which choice of pedagogy is based. D. Content and material to be used. A. Duration and sequence of activities. F. Classroom arrangements, e.g., seating, displays, arrangement of material. G. Specific strategies for students who need extra help. H. Methods of assessment. Box A 3.3v. Panchadi, 5-step learning process. The 5-step learning process, Panchadi, is a good guide to formulating the sequence that a teacher may adopt in planning for instruction. Aditi, introduction. As a first step, the teacher introduces a new concept, topic by establishing a connection with the child's prior knowledge. Children gather relevant information regarding the new topic with the help of the teacher by asking questions, exploring, and experimenting with ideas and material. Both conceptual understanding. Children try to understand core concepts through play, inquiry, experiments, discussion, or reading in the second step. The teacher observes the process and guides the children. The teaching plan has the list of concepts to be learned by the children. Abhyas, practice. The third step is about practice to strengthen understanding and skills through a range of interesting activities. Teachers can organize group work or small projects to reinforce conceptual understanding and attainment of competencies. Prayog, application. The fourth step is about applying the acquired understanding in the child's everyday life. This can be accomplished through various activities and small projects. Prasar, expansion. The fifth step is about spreading the acquired understanding through conversations with friends, telling each other new stories, singing new songs, reading new books together and playing new games with each other. For each and every new topic learnt, a neural pathway is created in our brain. Sharing knowledge strengthens our learning. A neural pathway is incomplete if we don't teach what we have learnt. Teaching makes learning clear and long-lasting. 3.3.5 Managing classrooms. Student behavior. Students behave inappropriately for many reasons. Behavior is often the unspoken language through which young children act out feelings and thoughts. Sometimes they use behavior to seek extra attention. Adolescents could be angry or helpless and don't know any other way to express this. Sometimes this behavior could be because of lack of sleep, poor nutrition, health reasons or developmental delay or deficits, family dysfunctionality or stress. 76. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PAR. Norms, rules, and conventions must enable students' learning. Evolving clear classroom norms that can be implemented would help everyone own them rather than have a classroom function on the basis of fear. Instances of indiscipline must be seen through the lens of development with a balance of humor and careful intervention that is firm yet kind. These should be used as learning opportunities in helping students to solve problems. Discipline must be seen from the lens of self-regulation and self-discipline and as a necessary condition for development and the pursuit of learning. It is important for students to take responsibility for their behavior and face appropriate consequences as they grow older. Adults bear greater responsibility than students in creating an environment of respect and equality. Illustratively, school staff is expected to intervene if they see students using physical violence, bullying each other or being unkind, unfair to each other and must put a stop to it immediately and firmly. They must encourage students to settle differences of opinion through dialogue and communication. Box A 3.3v. Importance of concentration. The Taittiriya Upanishad says that the secret of learning lies in the power of concentration in thought. The science of yoga is based on the process of concentration and the methods by which concentration can be achieved on the object of knowledge in order that the contents, powers, and states of knowledge concerning that object can be realized by the seeker. Sri Aurobindo also lays central importance on concentration and speaks of four principal methods by which concentration can be attained: meditation, contemplation, witnessing the passage of thoughts as they pass through the mind, and quietening and silencing the mind. Concentration is a psychological process. It involves no rituals or ceremonies and is free from any doctrines. Hence, the cultivation of the powers of concentration is independent of any activity necessitating faith, belief, or religious prescription. 3.3.6 Responding to students with disability or other individual learning needs. Classroom processes should respond to the diverse needs of students. Students learn best when they are challenged, but not so much that they feel threatened or overwhelmed by the level of challenge. Therefore, teachers would need to know and understand the learning needs of every student in their class and provide the appropriate level of challenge and support to each student. During the normal course of teaching, based on routine observations and assessments, teachers could identify those students that may require additional support or individualized attention. This in no way should lead to labeling of students as bright, slow, or problem students, nor does it imply lowering of standards. 77. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Some of the ways in which this additional support could be provided our children could be offered varying levels of challenge are listed below. A. Bridge course for a month or so at the beginning of the year which will enable students to refresh their previously learned concepts and prepare for the new class. B. Specific work on designated days to supplement what has been done in class. C. Differentiated assignments. The teacher could provide assignments, LAS tests of varying levels of difficulty using the same content. D. Making specific resources available to students who need them. Extra worksheets for those who need additional practice. Extra challenging worksheets for those who need it. A. Set up a buddy system wherever appropriate. Pair a child who needs help with another child who can provide it informally, e.g., help with homework, explanations after class, doing projects together. F. Setting up a conference time once a month or so with every student in class so that the teacher has a chance to communicate one-on-one with every student and identify conceptual problems or learning difficulties or individual needs of all children. G. Communicate regularly with all parents but particularly those parents whose students may need special help and support so that parents are also able to provide support when required. The nature of this communication needs to be specific and clear to parents so that they know and understand what needs to be done to help their child. I. In cases where the school is not equipped to help or support a student with an identified disability adequately, it may rely on external resources or resource persons. Schools will understand and opt for all exemptions provided by boards of education in specific situations. All such decisions should be made in partnership with families. 3.3.7 Pedagogy across stages. An effective approach to pedagogy in particular school stages is based on how children grow and learn, i.e., physical, emotional, social and ethical, and cognitive development, and the overall aims of education to be attained through school education. Such an approach will help to achieve curricular goals, competencies, and learning outcomes without compromising the holistic and expansive notion of individual development that the NEP 2020 focuses on. As stated earlier in this document, while the stages are distinct, students' growth and maturation are part of a gradual transition with overlaps and commonalities, especially across two adjacent stages, e.g., teaching for sensorial and perceptual ways of learning in the foundational and preparatory stages, and teaching independent learning habits and discerning use of media gadgets in the middle and secondary stages. It can also be seen that some changes occur in a continued fashion over the same facets within physical, emotional, social and ethical, and cognitive development over the stages, e.g., changes in physical strength and flexibility, in expressed need for emotional support, in the need for conformity and peer approval, and in abstract thinking and independent reasoning abilities. 78. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PAR. A. Pedagogical considerations related to physical development. I. Foundational stage. Early years of school are formative and crucial in paving a positive experience of the learning environment. Any teaching strategy in this stage that speaks to vibrant energies, enables playful interactions, engages in enjoyable stories, uses curious toys, and allows for full body engagement with learning would be ideal and effective. Children continuously engage through their senses and make the understand most of the world around them this way. Pedagogy that encourages them to engage physically in aesthetic experiences of music, dance, arts, and crafts makes for an enjoyable school day. Teaching about health and hygiene practices ensures physical well-being in the long term. E. Preparatory stage. Students continue to be physically active, highly perceptual, and engage with hands-on activities and make sense of concepts with the help of concrete physical learning aids. This requires teachers to demonstrate energetic and active participation in the things the students are required to do as part of their learning. The teacher needs to teach through modeling how to make sense of concepts more perceptually and practically with low levels of verbal complexity and theorizing. The content that is chosen, the teaching plan, assessment, and classroom arrangement would need to be activity-based, playfully experimental, and lend themselves to a conversation and consolidation after doing. E. Middle stage. This is a stage of both gradual and sudden changes in physical development. With adolescence and prepubescence on the cards, teachers will need to be prepared for handling growth pains and growth spurts with changes in strength and increased restlessness in their students. A good understanding of gender and sexuality would also help teachers understand their students better. Understanding families and local culture will help with understanding student behavior in school. It is also a time when students must be encouraged to independently practice their learning despite the resistance that might come up. IV. Secondary stage. At this stage, students grapple with their changing bodies, may become self-conscious, and may be trying to make sense of their maturation. Pedagogy across subjects must accommodate for changes in students' perceptions of their bodies and abilities, provide adequately challenging physical tasks, and encourage greater participation in both group and individual activities, especially sports and games. B. Pedagogical considerations related to emotional development. I. Foundational stage. Children would require teachers to help them learn about understanding their own emotions and the emotions of others. The context of a school allows for a safe space for such conversation and learning. Learning to regulate feelings and behavior, delaying the need for instant gratification, and practicing positive learning habits will go a long way in the lives of children, so these aspects must be facilitated and encouraged actively and regularly. Children will require close individualized attention and care. 79. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. E. Preparatory stage. Students at this stage are also rapidly learning to make sense of their thoughts and feelings and would need guidance with learning emotional regulation. Many of them would already display temperaments and preferences, and teachers will need to engage and tease out emotional habits coming in the way of learning through their teaching interactions and provide alternative possibilities to the emotional experiences of the students. Gradually, students must be supported and encouraged to become emotionally independent. E. Middle stage. The classroom and the school as a site for emotional learning, growth, and expression are probably the most occupying for teachers at the stage. Students themselves go through unpredictable mood states and energy fluctuations, often grappling with a sense of unexplainable wellness or not so wellness. Middle stage pedagogy must allow for some amount of engagement with emotional experiences through quiet discussion and reflection. Curricular areas can be used as contexts in which individual responses can be passed. The teacher will have to find a balance in the approach to students' emotions, an approach that is neither intrusive nor indulgent, but reasonably firm, rationally clear, and emotionally caring towards students of this stage. IV. Secondary stage. It would be necessary for pedagogic strategies to guide individual reflection and group conversation on thoughts and feelings that emerge through engaging with curricular components. A philosophical understanding that feelings are transient and not set in stone, that individuals can act upon their emotions in healthy and unhealthy ways, and the social consequences of rational versus irrational decision making based on emotional reactions are good discussions to have at this stage. The focus on emotional regulation must continue. Teachers will have to be discerning about when students require one-on-one attention and find ways to communicate with them effectively. C. Pedagogical considerations related to social and ethical development. I. Foundational stage. Teaching social norms and strategies to adhere to them, teaching valuable social participation and contribution in accomplishing simple tasks, and teaching the meaning of cooperation and respect for others are all immensely important in social and ethical development at the foundational stage. Social life is a long-lasting reality that children must learn to intelligently navigate early on. Ethical and moral instructions at this stage are aimed at teaching children simply the good and appropriate from the bad and inappropriate actions. Preparatory stage. This stage is also a time for learning about social participation and contribution. The pedagogic strategies must enable pair work, small group work, and individual work in mixed proportions so that students are actively learning to work together with sensitivity, mutual respect and listening, are learning to cooperate, and also accept cultural differences and diversity of approaches in thinking and feeling. Teachers must engage students with basic ethical and moral questions about equality, fairness, sharing, and cooperation. Middle stage. Peers seem to become far more prominent in the lives of students at this point, and this can be leveraged to the advantage of the learning atmosphere. Like the preparatory stage, the pedagogic strategies here too must plan for pair work, small at. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PAR. Group work, and individual work in good proportions. Mixed small group work would allow for listening to and thinking together with different people. Many lessons must allow for such learning to work together with others, for healthy ways of testing one's abilities through social facilitation and respectful and sportive competition. The pedagogy must explicitly aim, through content selection and interactional strategies, at fostering sensitivity and respect for diversity in gender, class, and cultural difference. Students will need to learn to navigate their social world, including parents, teachers, and community, and will require clear expectations and rules set in these interactions. Teachers could discuss equity and respect for others as part of ethical reflection in class. It is also a time when they start learning about the world as much bigger than their immediate surroundings, so it is important to give them a sense of the cultural diversity that they are part of in a historically, geographically, and culturally rich country. Secondary stage. Students at this stage are young people with emerging opinions and loyal allegiances, and capacities for energetic participation and vehement dissent. Forming strong allegiances, explicit interest in varied ideologies that one can identify with, idealizing individuals, from politics or sport or the entertainment industry, and other similar impulses seem to show up in this age group based on the need for belongingness in students. Actual friendships, tightly knit small groups, in-groups and out-groups, and peer conformity would be features that can be used to the advantage of learning about oneself and the world around them. This is also the time to actively encourage individuation in thinking and reasoning while being able to respectfully listen to and understand others. Challenges like bullying, isolation, and confusion with boundaries will need to be met in the context of the classroom and outside. Teaching strategies can include delegating responsibilities, allowing students to take charge of their own learning, and regulating each other's learning with a focus on helping others to learn better. Teachers could actively talk with students about ethical and moral actions connected to social participation and change. It is also an important time in the lives of students to address ideas of identity and heritage about what it means to be Indian, Bharatiyata, and belong to our vast and culturally rich nation. Pedagogical considerations related to cognitive development. Foundational stage. Pedagogic strategies for this stage must ensure literacy and numeracy learning for all children, as this forms the basis of all further learning. Exposure to rich learning experiences in language and mathematics, and rich aesthetic and cultural experiences through art, crafts, music, dance, stories, and theater would enable sound overall cognitive development. Multimodal forms of teaching learning materials, adequate outdoor experiences, one-on-one teacher attention, and physical wellness would also address the cognitive developmental needs of children at this stage. Preparatory stage. Pedagogy at this stage will require a gradual move to more thinking and analyzing after doing and observation, with plenty of material to engage with, repeat, and practice. This repeated practice will form the basis for study habits, independent thinking, and independent learning that is to come in the middle stage. 81. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Multimodal teaching learning material and one-on-one attention are still necessary to a good extent at this stage, as these strategies will form a strong conceptual basis for students across curricular areas. Planning for field visits in the various subjects, apportioning sufficient time outdoors in a working week, encouraging students to demonstrate logic in their reasoning, encouraging thoughtful questioning, learning skills to inquire through conversations with people and reading, referring to books are important pedagogical strategies in this phase. Middle stage. This stage often demonstrates the most accelerated learning possibilities. Individual learning abilities begin to show sharply in distinction from others. This will require pedagogic attention, especially for those who struggle and for those who excel in their achievement levels given the context of group learning processes. Teaching students how to assimilate understanding and shifting from practical to theoretical concepts across curricular areas, demanding greater rigor in, and capacity for, working would be essential pedagogic considerations at this point. With the introduction of newer curricular areas, it would be important to create adequate scaffolds for students to keep their interest and confidence in their intellectual capacities. Students' capacity for abstract thinking improves markedly and teachers can present challenging material that requires abstract reasoning and application. Rules for technology and media usage become necessary in this stage. Teachers need to demonstrate in their teaching transactions, and explicitly teach, a discerning educational use of the internet and media gadgets in learning. This would require conversations about safe and healthy practices in using the internet, new media technology, and gadgets in the context of the curriculum. Secondary stage. There exist ample possibilities for maturation in thinking, learning, practicing, and creative expression in this stage spread over 4 years of student life. Teaching students how to independently assimilate understanding and encouraging abstraction and theoretical concepts across curricular areas, demanding rigor in working and presenting their views would be very important pedagogical considerations for secondary students. Newer curricular areas and choices in specializations begin at this stage. It would be important to help them make their decisions in subject choices and create adequate opportunities to sustain practice in these. Given their age and independence, technology and media use rules will need strong follow-up and reminders. As less supervision is possible, and the discerning educational use of the internet and media gadgets in learning, principle taught in the previous stage is likely to wane, this will require repeated reminders. Caution against distractions while learning, cyberbullying, compulsive use and many other unhealthy practices in using the internet will be required from teachers especially, as students will be engaging with online research for learning much more in this stage. 82. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PAR. 3.3.8 Overall Principles of Pedagogy. Given all of the above, the following principles of pedagogy must inform classroom planning and instruction across all stages. A. Every child is capable of learning. Children are natural learners. B. Learning is an active process that involves both understanding and doing. C. Children learn best when they are respected, valued, and involved in the learning process. D. Children learn in a variety of ways, illustratively, through making something, discussion, listening, speaking, reading, writing, questioning, exploring, discovering, experimenting. A. Learning happens best when classroom processes make connections with the life of students and their prior experiences, focus on conceptual clarity, and provide variety and challenge to students. F. Practice is a critical and integral part of the learning process. The following are non-negotiable. A. Punishment and fear are detrimental to learning and must not be used in the classroom. B. Inequity in the classroom on the basis of caste, gender, religion, socioeconomic conditions, student performance, or any other factor is unacceptable. C. Rote memorization must not be the primary form of learning or of assessment. D. Students must not be treated as passive receivers of information. This makes classroom processes lead to boredom and monotonous routines. Effective pedagogy, therefore, encourages conceptual understanding, active discovery, and independent learning, gives serious consideration to student experiences and student voices, acknowledges and accommodates student diversity, builds on students' previous knowledge, uses a range of teaching techniques, and gives timely feedback on work done. 83. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 3.4 Approach to Assessment. The aim of assessment in the culture of our schooling system will shift from one that is summative and primarily tests rote memorization skills to one that is more regular and formative, is more competency-based, promotes learning and development for our students, and tests higher order skills, such as analysis, critical thinking, and conceptual clarity. The primary purpose of assessment will indeed be for learning. It will help the teacher and student, and the entire schooling system, continuously revise teaching learning processes to optimize learning and development for all students. This will be the underlying principle for assessment at all levels of education. NEP 2020, 4.34. The progress card will be a holistic, 360-degree, multidimensional report that reflects in great detail the progress as well as the uniqueness of each learner in the cognitive, affective, and psychomotor domains. It will include self-assessment and peer assessment, and progress of the child in project-based and inquiry-based learning, quizzes, role plays, group work, portfolios, etc. Along with teacher assessment. The holistic progress card will form an important link between home and school and will be accompanied by parent-teacher meetings in order to actively involve parents in their children's holistic education and development. The progress card would also provide teachers and parents with valuable information on how to support each student in and out of the classroom. AI-based software could be developed and used by students to help track their growth through their school years based on learning data and interactive questionnaires for parents, students, and teachers, in order to provide students with valuable information on their strengths, areas of interest, and needed areas of focus, and to thereby help them make optimal career choices. NEP 2020, 4.35. 3.4.1 Purposes of assessment. Assessment has two purposes: measuring achievement of student learning and gauging effectiveness of classroom processes and teaching materials in teaching and learning. In the everyday of the classroom, assessment refers to any process of gathering information about student learning that can be interpreted, analyzed, and used by the teacher, mainly, for guiding the teaching learning process, aggregating student learning at relevant junctures and in reporting student progress over time. Educational assessment, thus, plays a critical role in improving teaching and learning. Assessment is also used for certifying student learning and education completion at key stages, e.g., grade 10, grade 12. 84. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PAR. 3.4.2 Assessment of Learning. Assessment for learning. Assessment as learning. Assessment of learning refers to the measurement of achievement of student learning. Assessment for learning refers to evidence of student learning gathered by the teacher that provides inputs to guide the teaching learning processes. Assessment, when designed meaningfully, can be used as a powerful tool that contributes to and supports better student learning and teaching practices. Teachers who have a good sense of where students in class do well and where they struggle, can thus take more informed decisions about their pedagogical practices. Recent studies have shown that students can play an active role in taking charge of their own learning. When assessments are introduced as non-threatening tools for self-reflection and introspection, they become developmental and constructive in nature. This is referred to as assessments as learning. In school education, one needs to look at all three approaches to assessments mentioned above: assessment of learning, for learning, and as learning. 3.4.3 Current challenges in assessment in school. Assessment has mostly become mechanical and routinized. At best, assessment is focused on measuring rote learning of content rather than measuring achievement of competencies and learning outcomes. At worst, assessment is an intimidating process that creates fear and leads to labeling and segregation of students based on the marks they have scored in tests and examination. The stress of board examinations at grade 10 and grade 12 has repeatedly led to deep anxiety among students and families. They place an enormous amount of pressure on students over just a few days of their lives. Real understanding, thinking, analyzing, doing, and learning takes a secondary seat to rote learning, and obtaining coaching for performing on these life-altering examinations. The fact that life-determining board examinations are available only on 2 occasions, in grade 10 and 12, the pressure on students and families would naturally be high. Also, the current structure of board examinations forces students to concentrate only on a few subjects at the expense of others, preventing truly holistic development. Examinations should also be seen as learning experiences, from which one can learn and improve in the future. The current board examination system does not lend itself to this. 3.4.4 Key Principles of Good Assessment. Key principles that could guide our thinking on effective use of assessments to aid better teaching and learning are listed below. A. Assessment should measure achievement of competencies and learning outcomes leading to attainment of curricular goals. Assessments should explicitly track student progress on all aspects of learning as stated in the competencies for each stage and learning outcomes for each grade. Assessments should accurately reflect the intent of evaluating the achievement of a competency or 85. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Learning outcome. The connection between the competency or learning outcome and the assessment should be clear and precise. Appropriate modes of assessments may be chosen in alignment with the competencies and learning outcome to be assessed. B. Assessments should be constructive, developmental, and learning-focused. Assessments need to be visualized as an ongoing process which teachers integrate within the teaching-learning process using formal and informal ways to elicit reliable evidence about student learning. Collecting such evidence helps teachers understand the effectiveness of their pedagogy in terms of what the students have understood and what needs to be worked on further. Which methods of teaching work and which ones don't. What kind of resources work, and so on. For students, assessments need to be placed as an important tool that will help them understand and reflect on their own learning. Assessment should not become an intimidating process that involves the labeling and segregation of students. C. Assessments should be stage appropriate. At the foundational stage, teachers would primarily drive all assessment activities which are largely based on observation. At the preparatory and middle stages, students need to be given a more proactive role in assessing their own learning trajectories. Multiple tools and methods can be introduced at these stages. At the secondary stage, students should be prepared to take standardized tests including board certifications and other competitive assessments that will prepare them for the future. D. Assessments should accommodate student diversity. It is important to move away from the one-size-fits-all approach while designing assessments. To the extent possible, classroom assessments should be graded in terms of the learning outcomes and competencies to be achieved. As the rate of learning progression for each student can differ, the tools must accommodate for students performing at different levels in a classroom. Well-designed graded assessments can be used to understand individual student needs better so that they can be adequately catered to. Another way of addressing student diversity is also through using variety of assessment methods, e.g., paper-pencil tests, oral assessments, project work, group assignments. A. Assessments should be supported by timely, credible, and constructive feedback to students. Students should be given adequate feedback on their performance. Such feedback needs to be constructive with information on what has worked well and what areas might need improvement and how can this be achieved. Use of holistic progress cards that detail out student performance in multiple aspects including formative and summative assessments should be explored. F. Assessments should support in meaningful aggregation, summation of student learning. While the formative function of assessment is critical, the summative function of assessment is equally important. Summative examinations, including certification examinations, continue to be relevant as it serves as a necessary test to understand students' achievement of competencies and learning outcomes. While the significance of summative exams is well established, what needs immediate attention is the approach to the same. Examinations should move away from testing rote learning skills and instead focus conceptual understanding, application of concepts, problem-solving abilities, critical thinking, and other such higher-order capacities. 86. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PAR. 3.4.5 Types of assessment. Assessments could be formative or summative, both are equally important for improving teaching and learning. A. Formative assessments are continuous and ongoing. They are used to track student learning to provide ongoing feedback that can be used by both teachers to improve their teaching and students to improve their learning. Formative assessments are generally low stakes and do not have strong consequences. Some examples of formative assessments include observing student behavior in class, asking students to draw a concept map in class to represent their understanding of a topic, or write a few sentences with a friend on a poem they have read. B. Summative assessments evaluate student learning at the end of a lesson or a logical period of teaching. Summative assessments are normally high stakes in that they compare student performance to a benchmark or standard and have some consequence. Some examples of summative assessments include a term-end test, submission of a project, or writing a paper. Results of summative assessment can also be used for formative purposes, i.e., informing teaching and learning. 3.4.6 Assessment across stages. 3.4.6.1 Foundational Stage A. Assessment should not contribute to any additional burden for the child. Assessment tools and processes should be designed such that they are a natural extension of the learning experience for the child. Explicit tests and examinations are completely inappropriate assessment tools for this stage. B. Assessment should allow for diversity among children and in their learning. Children learn differently and express their learning differently too. There might be many ways to assess the achievement of a learning outcome or competency. The teacher should have the ability to design different kinds of assessment for the same learning outcome and use each assessment appropriately. C. Assessment should enable recording and documentation. Children's progress should be described and analyzed through systematic collection of evidence. D. Assessment should not overly burden the teacher. The teacher should have the autonomy to judiciously choose the appropriate tool for assessment and the periodicity in which assessment-related record-keeping is maintained. While such autonomy is important, systematic record-keeping of children's assessment should be seen as an important part of a teacher's professional responsibilities. A. The two important methods of assessment that are appropriate for the foundational stage are observations of the child and analyzing artifacts that the child has produced as part of their learning experience. 87. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 3.4.6.2 Preparatory Stage A. With the start of more formal learning across curricular areas, a robust system of formative assessment is required to track progress of individual students. Assessment should act as an instructional tool and help to provide a comprehensive account of student learning. B. Students from this stage onwards learn better when they are more aware of the competencies to be attained. Teachers should help make them understand the desired competency to be achieved through a lesson or a unit of study. C. A variety of assessment methods should be used to promote learning. Written tests should be introduced at this stage. Portfolios can be used to capture student progress holistically through their work. This could also provide a reliable picture of their learning to parents. Peer and self-assessments could also be introduced to help students monitor the trajectory of their own learning. D. At the end of the preparatory stage, there should be a comprehensive summative assessment of the student's readiness to enter the middle stage where several new curricular areas are introduced. 3.4.6.3 Middle Stage A. With the introduction of more concepts in each subject at this stage, assessment will continue to be competency-based, covering all dimensions of learning. B. At this stage, the focus of the curriculum moves to conceptual understanding and higher-order capacities. Therefore, classroom assessment techniques such as projects, debates, presentations, experiments, investigations, role plays, journals and portfolios should be used to assess learning. C. Regular summative assessments at this stage will help students synthesize their learning at logical intervals, e.g., year-end, term-end, unit of learning end. Summative assessments comprising multiple choice questions and constructed responses, e.g., short answer, long answer, may be used periodically. D. By the end of the middle stage, there should be a comprehensive summative assessment of student achievement of competencies in each curricular area. The assessments should also be able to indicate special interest or inclination in specific curricular areas that students may have demonstrated. 3.4.6.4 Secondary Stage A. Given the demand of greater subject depth, comprehensive classroom assessments should be effectively practiced for facilitating meaningful learning and constructive feedback. Regular summative assessments should be conducted for recording students' learning against competencies. B. Classroom assessments, like in the middle stage, will continue to play an important role considering the nature and complexity of the competencies at this stage. Self-assessment will play a key role in student learning at this stage. Students should be facilitated to monitor what they are learning and use the feedback from this monitoring to adjust, adapt, and decide their own strategies for learning. 88. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PAR. C. Summative assessments can be designed using case-based questions, simulations, and essay-type questions to enable assessment of competencies. D. At this stage, students should also be prepared to undertake the board examinations and other selection tests to gain access to higher education and livelihood opportunities. 3.4.7 Approach to board examinations at Grade 10 and Grade 12. 3.4.7.1 Current challenges. Board examinations conducted at the end of grades 10 and 12 are certification examinations to ascertain the extent to which students have achieved competencies across curricular areas leading to the attainment of curricular goals. Most board examinations struggle to do this well in a meaningful and consistent manner. A. The examinations most often focus on the capacity of students to reproduce learned facts and little else. This issue of misalignment between what these examinations should test and what they do test, i.e., validity of the test, is quite common. Given that most examinations largely test rote memory, a very narrow range of competencies are assessed. This gives an incomplete, at best, or incorrect, at worst, picture of student learning. Most test instruments are not backed by clear and detailed marking schemes, which leads to subjectivity by evaluators and questions of consistency or comparability test scores, i.e., reliability of the test. B. Students have to take these examinations only when they are offered once a year. There is no provision for examinations to be offered more than once so that students can either take them when they are ready or get a second chance if they miss the examination. 3.4.7.2 Changes in board examinations. A. Board examinations should assess the achievement of competencies for the secondary stage as stated in the curriculum. These examinations should provide a valid and reliable picture of student performance as per the competencies in the curriculum. B. It is the responsibility of boards of examination as to design and implement fair, reliable and valid testing processes and instruments to assess achievement of the articulated competencies and certify students on the basis of this achievement. As per NEP 2020, boards of examination should have no role in the design of the curriculum or the articulation of competencies. This is the responsibility of the appropriate academic authority, e.g., NCERT or SCERT. C. Board examinations should be offered at least twice a year to ensure that students have both enough time and opportunity to perform well. Students can then appear for a board examination in courses they have completed and feel ready for. This process could be made possible through the creation of a comprehensive test item bank which can be used to create tests using suitable software. This will enable the move towards a system of on-demand examinations in the near future as described in NEP 2020. 89. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. D. Selection of test developers, reviewers, translators, and evaluators for board examinations should be based on a rigorous process based on detailed guidelines. Boards of examination should ensure that all test developers, reviewers and evaluators go through formal university-certified courses on test development before they begin this work. In addition, there should be ongoing capacity building of test developers, evaluators, and reviewers to support them in the design of high-quality test instruments. A. Vocational education, arts education and physical education are an integral part of the curriculum in this NCF. Boards of examination will need to design high-quality test instruments for these curricular areas for certification at grade 10 and grade 12. Since these areas will have a significant practice component, they will need to be assessed very differently from what is normally done. F. Test development processes for written examinations should be significantly streamlined. Some illustrative steps are given below. I. Creating assessment frameworks is the first step to start the process. Assessment frameworks ensure a well-articulated basis for deciding what to test and what not to. Such frameworks detail out the competencies, learning outcomes and content domains to be assessed. E. Designing a blueprint based on the assessment framework is the next step. A blueprint is a planning document where all the relevant information for a test is listed. The blueprint is usually a working document which undergoes change during the process of test item designing. The information in the blueprint includes competencies, learning outcomes and content domains to be tested, format of test items, e.g., multiple choice, short written answers, others, length of the test, and marking schemes. E. Designing good quality test items and scoring guides is the third step. Broadly, test item formats are of two kinds: selected response questions, e.g., multiple choice questions, true, false, where student must select the correct response from the options provided, and constructed response questions where the student must develop the correct response. Some important quality parameters to be kept in mind while designing test items are language clarity, factual accuracy, quality of distractors, choice of stimulus materials, e.g., graphics, illustrations, maps, used. The scoring guides are as important as the test items themselves. IV. Once test items are developed, rigorous review procedures, e.g., item paneling with an expert group, should be ensured. Scoring guides should also be reviewed along with test items. V. Boards of examination should ensure periodic, rigorous reviews of the quality of test instruments designed. 90. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PAR. Section 3.5 Illustrative Time Allocation. 3.5.1 Foundational Stage. Young children enjoy free time exploring their immediate environment. However, as they grow older, they also need organized activities that are play-based but guided and structured. The day needs to be carefully organized so that all domains of development receive adequate time and attention. While activities of each domain of development are connected with other domains, e.g., a good story will help language development as well as socio-emotional and ethical development, the routine must ensure that children get ample opportunity for a range of experiences in every domain. A. Considerations for the daily routine. The organization of the day is based on the institutional setting and the number of working days and daily working hours for each day. Each activity may be planned keeping in mind the attention span of the child. There may be a balance between child-initiated and teacher-guided activities, group, whole group or small group, and individual or pair activities, and alternating activities, e.g., quieter activity after physical activity, group activity after individual activity, indoor activity after outdoor activity. Art and craft, outdoor play and free play must have adequate time and focus in the day. B. Illustrative daily routine for ages 3 to 6. There are multiple ways to organize the daily routine for children of ages 3 to 6. Two illustrations given below. The first illustration is more appropriate in contexts where experiences like circle time, story time, concept time, pre-numeracy are teacher-guided and free play and corners time are independent activities for the children. 91. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Table A 3.5I. From to duration activity. Morning routine, free play, corners time. 9:30 10:15 45 minutes circle time, conversation. 10:15 10:30 15 minutes snack break. 10:30 10:45 15 minutes rhyme, song, music, movement. 11:45 11:45 1 hour concept time, pre-numeracy. 11:45 12:15 30 minutes arts, craft, free play. 12:15 1300 45 minutes corners time. 1300 13:45 45 minutes lunch break, ages 3 to 4 go home. 13:45 14:30 45 minutes emergent literacy, story time. 14:30 1500 30 minutes outdoor play and wind up. The second illustration is more appropriate in contexts with fewer children and a range of appropriate material available for them to use. Emphasis is on self-learning and children learn to use materials independently and with care. Work time is allotted for children to independently choose the activity they would like to engage with. Children select activities of their choice and work with materials for those activities independently. Teachers observe children's activities and extend support as and when required. Teachers also decide and present the next activity to an individual child based on the observations during work time. Activities and the corresponding materials are arranged according to the domains of development, e.g., physical, cognitive, language, arts, and children are made familiar with this arrangement. Table A 3.5e. From to duration activity. Morning routine plus silent game. 9:30 10:15 45 minutes circle time, conversation, songs, poems. 10:15 10:30 15 minutes snack break. 10:30 12:15 1 hour, 45 minutes work time. 12:15 1300 45 minutes arts, craft, sports, free play. 1300 13:45 45 minutes lunch break, ages 3 to 4 go home. 13:45 1500 1 hour, 15 minutes language and emergent literacy. Ages 4 to 6. Both the illustrations have a 5.5 hour school day with about 4.5 hours of active instructional time for children of ages 4 to 6. 92. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PAR. C. Illustrative daily, weekly routine for ages 6 to 8. The daily routine for ages 6 to 8 would be slightly longer and a little more structured. While for ages 3 to 6, all languages can be handled together. For this age group, dedicated time for each language is necessary. Specific blocks of time for literacy, numeracy and arts can be incorporated. L1 would need 90 minutes every day and L2 would need 60 minutes. Mathematics and numeracy would require 60 minutes a day. These periods of time can be organized into blocks as described in Chapter 4. Table A 3.5e. From to duration activity. 9 o'clock 9:30 30 minutes circle time, song, movement. 9:30 10 o'clock 30 minutes L1 oral language. 10 o'clock 10:30 30 minutes L1 word recognition. 10:20 10:35 15 minutes snack time. 10:35 11:35 1 hour mathematics. 11:35 12:05 30 minutes arts and craft. 12:05 12:45 30 minutes L1 reading and writing. 12:45 13:30 45 minutes lunch break. 13:30 14:30 1 hour L2 oral language, word recognition. 14:30 1500 30 minutes play. A longer day would allow more time for activities like arts, sports and gardening. The illustrative weekly timetable below allows for such possibilities. As mentioned earlier, mathematics and L1 would include activities in blocks of time as described in Chapter 4, Section 4.5. Table A 3.5 IV. From to Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. 9 o'clock 10 o'clock Math L2 Math L2. 10 o'clock 10:45 L1 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 L1. 10:45 11 o'clock Snacks. 11 o'clock 12 o'clock L1 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 L1. 12 o'clock 1300 L2 L2 Math L2 Art. 1300 13:45 Lunch. 13:45 14:45 Art Math 14:45 15:30 Library Gardening Sports 93. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 3.5.2 Considerations for time allocation across preparatory, middle and secondary stages. A. The annual working year for schools has 220 instruction, school-going days after taking into consideration national holidays, term breaks, and vacations. B. Of these 220 days, around 20 days may be considered for assessments and other assessment-related activities across stages. C. Another 20 days may be set aside for school events and other similar activities, or as buffer for less foreseeable events in schools. D. Therefore, a safe estimate can be of 180 days of instruction time across these three stages at school. A. Given the wide range of contexts in which schools operate across the country, a working school week has been taken as 5.5 days, with Saturdays as half working days. F. Since not all Saturdays are likely to be working for all students, the model here has considered 5.5 days of school every alternate week only. G. Given the range of subjects in the different stages, and the reasonable number of hours students can spend in school, a working school year would have around 34 working weeks of around 29 hours of instruction hours every week. 3.5.3 Stage-specific considerations. 3.5.3.1 Time allocation for the preparatory stage. A. Weekdays begin with an assembly for 25 minutes with 5 minutes to reach the classroom. B. Class time for all subjects is 40 minutes. Some subjects will require a block period of 80 minutes, 1 hour 20 minutes. C. The transition time for students to prepare for the next class is 5 minutes. D. The 2 working Saturdays a month have a slightly different schedule compared to other working weekdays. No assembly on Saturdays. A. A snack break of 15 minutes and a lunch break of 45 minutes has been built in. See the illustrative timetable on weekdays. Lunch is 30 minutes on Saturdays. F. R1 language has curricular goals for the library built into it in the design of learning standards. Therefore, the time is shared between these two subjects on the timetable. G. R2 has been given more time than R1 in the year as gaining proficiency in the language over this stage will require additional time. Also, all other curricular areas are in the language of R1 and add to the learning of R1. R2 has also been given more time than mathematics as the preparatory stage is a developmentally critical time to hone the newer language skills and mathematics has been in the curriculum for around 8 years already. 94. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PAR. H. World Around Us, WAU, Art Education, and Physical Education, PE, have been given a fair share of their time considering the learning standards built into this curricular framework. Table A 3.5v. Preparatory Annual Hours Annual Periods. R1 plus Library 183,275. R2 194,291. Math 183,275. WAU 206,309. Art 103,155. PE 103,155. Way 00. Table A 3.5v. Illustrative timetable for the preparatory stage, 2 working Saturdays. Time Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. 830 to 855 Assembly 830, 910, PE. 900 to 940 R1 Art R1 Math 915 to 955 Art. 945, 1025 R1 Art R1 Math 955, 1015 Snack. Break. 10:30 to 10:45 Snack. Break. Snack break. Snack break. Snack break. Snack break. 1020, 1100, WA. 10:50 to 11:30 Math R1 R2 R2 R2, 1105, 1145, WA. 11:35 to 12:05 Math Library R2 R2 R2, 1150, 1230 R2. 12:05 to 12:50 Lunch 12:30 to 1300 Lunch. 12:50 to 13:30 WAU Math WAU R1 WAU. 13:35 to 14:15 WAU Math WAU Library WAU. 1420, 1500, PE R2 Art WAU PE. 1505, 1545, PE R2 Art WAU PE 95. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 3.5.3.2 Time allocation for the middle stage A. The weekday begins with an assembly for 25 minutes with 05 minutes to reach the classroom. B. Class time for all subjects is 40 minutes. Some subjects will require a block period of 80 minutes, 1 hour 20 minutes, for activities, lab work, and other such pedagogic requirements. C. The transition time for students to prepare for the next class is 05 minutes. D. The 2 working Saturdays a month have a slightly different schedule compared to other working weekdays. No assembly on Saturdays. A. A snack break of 15 minutes and a lunch break of 45 minutes has been built in. See the illustrative timetable on weekdays. Lunch is 30 minutes on Saturdays. F. R1 language has curricular goals for the library built into it in the design of learning standards. Therefore, the time is shared between these two subjects on the timetable. G. R3 language gets introduced in the middle stage and requires moderate amounts of time to develop basic interpersonal communication skills only. On the whole, R2 receives more time than R1, as by the end of the middle stage, students must be at the same level of proficiency in R1 and R2. H. Science, social science, and vocational education as new curricular areas have been given a fair share of their time considering the learning standards built into this curricular framework. Table A 3.5v. Middle annual hours, annual periods. R1 plus library 80,120. R2 91,136.5. R3 4669. Math 114,171. SS 160,240. Science 160,240. Art 103,154.5. PT 103,154.5. WAY 114,17196. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PAR. Table A 3.5v. Illustrative timetable for the preparatory stage, 2 working Saturdays. Time Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. 830 to 855 Assembly 830, 910, WAY. 900, 940, S Math SSR2, 915, 955, WAY. 945, 1025, SR2R1 Science Math 955, 1015 Snack. Break. 10:30 to 10:45 Snack. Break. Snack break. Snack break. Snack break. Snack break 10:20 to 1100 Library. 10:50 to 11:30 R2 Science, R3 Math Science, 11:05 to 11:45 Art. 11:35 to 12:05 R1 SSR2 Math, R1 1150 1230 Pay. 12:05 to 12:50 Lunch 12:30 to 1300 Lunch. 12:50 to 13:30 Science Art R3. 13:35 to 14:15 Science Art SS. 1420 1500 Pay, WAY, Pay, WAY. 1505 1545 Pay, WAY, Pay, WAY. 3.5.3.3 Time allocation for the secondary stage A. The weekday begins with an assembly for 25 minutes with 05 minutes to reach the classroom. B. Class time for all subjects is 50 minutes. Some subjects will require a block period of 100 minutes, 1 hour 40 minutes, for hands-on work, activities, lab work, and other such pedagogic requirements. C. The transition time for students to prepare for the next class is 05 minutes. D. The 2 working Saturdays a month have a slightly different schedule compared to other working weekdays. A. A lunch break of 55 minutes has been built in, see the illustrative timetable, on weekdays and 30 minutes on Saturdays. F. There is an additional enrichment period, APE, every evening and on the 2 working Saturdays after class. This is for students to use as additional time for enrichment in any subject on the curriculum. G. There is no separate library time built into the timetable. Students may use time from the APE on one of the evenings. H. On the whole, R1 and R2 put together receive around the same time as math. I. Interdisciplinary Studies, IDA, is a new curricular area and has been given a reasonable share of time on the timetable. 97. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Table A 3.5x. Secondary Annual Hours, Annual Periods. R1 86,103.2. R2 7185.2. Math 143,171.6. Arts 114,136.8. PE 100,120. Science 129,154.8. SS 143,171.6. IDA 143,171.6. WAY 143,171.6. Table A 3.5x. Illustrative timetable for the secondary stage, grades 9 and 10. Time Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. 080000825 Assembly 800-850 R2. 0830092 R1 R2 1855-945 Science. 0925 1015 Math 950 1040 Way. 1020 to 1110 Arts Science Arts 1045 1135 Way. 1115 to 1205 Arts Science Arts 1140 1230 Pay. 1135 to 1205 R1 SSR2 Math R1 1150 1230 Pay. 1205 to 1300 Lunch 1230 to 1300 Lunch. 1300 1350 S 1305 1355 Ape. 1355 1445 Ida Way 1450 1540 Ida Way Ida. 1545 1635 Ape. Ape equals Additional Enrichment Period 98. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PAR 99. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 2. Part B, 2. School Subjects, Areas 100. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PART 101. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Chapter 1-5. Foundational Stage in the NCF. The foundational stage is for children between the ages of 3 to 8 years. Children start schooling in this stage. This chapter summarizes the characteristics and importance of this curricular stage, the learning standards, curricular goals, competencies, and illustrative learning outcomes, and the suggested content, pedagogy, and assessment for this stage. The National Curricular Framework for the Foundational Stage, NCFFS, deals with all these in detail. 102. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PART 103. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 1.1 Criticality of the Early Years, Early Childhood Care and Education. The first 8 years of a child's life are truly critical and lay the foundation for lifelong well-being and overall growth and development across all dimensions, physical, cognitive, and socio-emotional. The pace of brain development in the first 8 years of a child's life is more rapid than at any other stage of a person's life. Research from neuroscience informs us that over 85% of an individual's brain development occurs by the age of 6, indicating the critical importance of appropriate care and stimulation in a child's early years to promote sustained and healthy brain development and growth. The most current research also demonstrates that children under the age of 8 tend not to follow linear, age-based educational trajectories. It is only at about the age of 8 that children begin to converge in their learning trajectories. Even after the age of 8, non-linearity and varied pace continue to be inherent characteristics of learning and development. However, up to the age of 8, the differences are so varied that it is effective to view the age of 8, on average, as a transition point from one stage of learning to another. In particular, it is only at about the age of 8 that children begin to adapt to more structured learning. Early childhood care and education, ECE, is thus generally defined as the care and education of children from birth to 8 years. 104. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PART. Section 1.2 Foundational Stage. 1.2.1 Primarily at home, ages 0 to 3 up to 3 years of age. The environment in which most children grow up is in the home with families, while some children do go to creches. After the age of 3, a large proportion of children spend significant time in institutional settings such as Anganwadis and preschools. Providing high-quality preschool education in an organized setting for children above 3 years of age is one of the key priorities of NEP 2020. Up to age 3, the home environment is, and should remain, almost the sole provider of adequate nutrition, good health practices, responsive care, safety and protection, and stimulation for early childhood learning, i.e., everything that constitutes and forms the basis for ECE. After the age of 3, these components of nutrition, health, care, safety, and stimulation must continue at home, and must also be ensured in an appropriate and complementary manner in institutional settings such as Anganwadis and preschools. Appropriate ECE at home for children under the age of 3 includes not only health, safety, and nutrition, but also crucially includes cognitive and emotional care and stimulation of the infant through talking, playing, moving, listening to music and sounds, and stimulating all the other senses, particularly sight and touch, so that at the end of 3 years, optimal developmental outcomes are attained in various development domains, including physical and motor, socio-emotional, cognitive, communication, early language, and emergent literacy and numeracy. It must be noted that these domains are overlapping and indeed deeply interdependent. The guidelines and/or suggested practices to enable high-quality ECE at home for the age group of 0 to 3 would be developed and disseminated by the Ministry of Women and Child Development, MWCD. 1.2.2 In institutional settings, ages 3 to 8. During the ages of 3 to 8, appropriate and high-quality ECE provided in institutional environments must be available to all children. In India, where available, this is typically carried out as follows. A. 3 to 6 years, early childhood education programs in Anganwadis, Balvatikas, or preschools. B. 6 to 8 years, early primary education programs in school, grades 1 and 2. From 3 to 8 years of age, ECE includes continued attention to health, safety, care, and nutrition. But also, crucially, self-help skills, motor skills, hygiene, the handling of separation anxiety, physical development through movement and exercise, expressing and communicating thoughts and feelings to parents and others, being comfortable around one's peers, sitting for longer periods of time in order to work on and complete a task, ethical development, and forming all-round good habits. 105. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Supervised play-based education, in groups and individually, is particularly important during this age range to nurture and develop the child's innate abilities and capacities of curiosity, creativity, critical thinking, cooperation, teamwork, social interaction, empathy, compassion, inclusiveness, communication, cultural appreciation, playfulness, awareness of the immediate environment, as well as the ability to successfully and respectfully interact with teachers, fellow students, and others. 1.2.3 Importance of literacy and numeracy. ECE during these years also entails the development of early literacy and numeracy, including learning about the alphabet, languages, numbers, counting, colors, shapes, drawing, painting, indoor and outdoor play, puzzles and logical thinking, art, craft, music, and movement. The aim is to build on the developmental outcomes in the domains mentioned above, combined with a focus on early literacy, numeracy, and awareness of one's environment. This becomes particularly important during the age range of 6 to 8, forming the basis for achievement of foundational literacy and numeracy, FLN. The importance of FLN to overall education is well understood and fully emphasized in NEP 2020. Considering all of the above, NEP 2020 has articulated the age range of 3 to 8 as the foundational stage in the new 5+3+3+4 system. 106. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PART. Section 1.3 Foundational Stage in NEP 2020. The foundational stage is a single curricular and pedagogical phase which comprises 5 years of flexible, multi-level, play and activity-based learning for children between 3 and 8 years of age. Due to the critical importance of the foundational stage for the development of an individual, and for the long-term benefit to society as a whole, NEP 2020 articulates a clear goal that every child in the age range of 3 to 8 years must have access to free, safe, high-quality, developmentally appropriate ECE by the year 2025. Regardless of the circumstances of birth or background, quality ECE enables children to participate and flourish in the educational system throughout their lives. ECE is thus perhaps one of the greatest and most powerful equalizers. High-quality ECE in the foundational stage gives the best chance for all children to grow into good, ethical, thoughtful, creative, empathetic, and productive human beings. For the overall well-being and prosperity of our country, all members of our society, from teachers to school functionaries to parents and community members to policy makers and administrators, must come together to ensure that every child is provided this all-important physical, cognitive, and socio-emotional stimulation, along with appropriate and adequate nutrition, in these earliest and most critical years of life. 1.3.1 Key Guiding Principles for the Foundational Stage based on NEP 2020. A. Every child is capable of learning regardless of the circumstances of birth or background. B. Each child is different and grows, learns, and develops at their own pace. C. Children are natural researchers with great observational skills. They are constructors of their own learning experiences and express feelings and ideas through different representations. D. Children are social beings. They learn through observation, imitation, and collaboration. Children learn through concrete experiences, using their senses and acting upon the environment. A. Children's experiences and ways of learning must be acknowledged and included. Children learn best when they are respected, valued, and fully involved in the learning process. F. Play and activity are the primary ways of learning and development with continuous opportunities for children to experience, explore, and experiment with the environment. G. Children must engage with material, activities, and environments that are developmentally and culturally appropriate and develop conceptual understanding and problem solving. 107. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. H. Content should be drawn from the experiences of children. The novelty of the content or its challenges should be based on the familiar experiences of children. I. Content should be suited to the developmental needs of children and should provide several opportunities for fantasy, storytelling, art, music, and play. J. Equity in issues such as gender, caste, class, and disability should be emphasized in the content. K. Teachers should facilitate and mediate the learning of the children. Scaffolding should be provided by asking open-ended questions, enabling exploration. L. Family and community are partners in this process and are involved in multiple ways. M. Care is central to learning. Children at this age naturally perceive familiar adults as caregivers first. Teachers should be sensitive and responsive to the needs and moods of children. Classroom activities must emphasize the emotional aspect of learning, e.g., through storytelling or art. 108. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PART. Section 1.4 How children learn at this stage. Children are natural learners. They are active, eager to learn, and respond with interest in new things. They have an innate sense of curiosity. They wonder, question, explore, try out, and discover to make sense of the world. By acting on their curiosity, they continue to discover and learn more. Children learn best through play, through activity and doing. They like to run, jump, crawl, and balance. They enjoy repetition. They respond spontaneously to rhythm. They talk, they ask, and they reason, and answer questions posed to them. They learn by first-hand experiences involving manipulation, exploration, and experimentation. This playfulness with materials, ideas, thoughts, and feelings helps in developing children's creativity, flexible thinking, and problem-solving abilities, and enhances their concentration, attention, and perseverance. Children improve their thinking, vocabulary, imagination, speaking, and listening skills through play, whether they are reconstructing real situations or creating imaginary worlds. Learning at this stage is, therefore, an active and interactive process in which children learn through play and through interaction with other children and more experienced others. Children are actively engaged in their social and cultural experiences, and they constantly adjust and use new information to make sense of their perceptions and their experiences. Children's playing and playfulness can be nurtured and strengthened through experiences of active participation with others, and with natural, real-world materials that provoke and enhance learning, imagination, creativity, innovation, and problem-solving in diverse and unique ways. It is vital that learning of children at this stage is anchored by nurturing relationships with those around them. These relationships help children feel safe, become more optimistic, curious, and communicative. 1.4.1 Importance of play. Play is a child's work. Play by its very nature is something young children like to do and actively engage in. We can say that play and learning are a two-way reciprocal process. Play enables learning by allowing children to remain active, engaged, and involved in social interaction with other adults and children, thus meeting all necessary conditions for learning to occur. When we observe children engaged in play, we notice the following. A. There is choice. Children choose and decide their goals when they play, e.g., I would like to complete the puzzle, build the block tower, or make tea in the dollhouse. This choice enables them to be active and engaged. B. There is wonder. This enables them to think and focus, e.g., the balloon is getting so big. How far into the sky the kite has gone? Where did the handkerchief disappear? Is that magic? 109. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. C. There is joy. Children are enjoying themselves, are excited about playing, and are loving what they are doing. This enables meaningful social interaction and increases the desire to continue learning. In this active playing process, children are learning to make sense of the world, learning to solve problems, learning about themselves, learning about others, learning language and mathematics. Play is thus central to children's learning and development. Learning through play in the classroom provides several opportunities for children, actively catering to all domains of development, all curricular goals. Choice, wonder, and joy are key aspects of children's play, and our classrooms would do well to be organized around these three aspects. 1.4.2 Significance of family and community. Most children in India grow up surrounded by people within and outside the immediate family. While parents play a pivotal role in the child's growing up, bringing up children is often a shared experience with the extended family, including grandparents, neighbors, and others in the close community. The predominant influence during this period are the relationships in the family, especially those that ensure adequate nutrition, social engagement, and emotional support. Stable, nurturing, and responsive families contribute to healthy development and positive learning for children. For example, ensuring children eat the right kind of food, talking to children in the mother tongue to improve their vocabulary, narrating traditional stories with good values or local history. The relationship and engagement between the child and the family during the early years is one of the most powerful predictors of a child's development. Families are children's first teachers. The quality of parent-child relationships and interactions can influence children's learning and development deeply in the early years. School and classroom processes in the early years must take this critical factor into account. Schools, family, and community are partners in the child's development and learning. Children at this stage learn through play, which includes a wide range of activities and stimulating experiences. All these activities and experiences need to be organized in a manner that children remain engaged along with being emotionally and mentally motivated to learn. Within this broad idea of play, it must be noted that children also learn by observing, doing, listening, reading, speaking, writing, thinking, and practicing. They learn new concepts, interpret them, and connect this newly introduced knowledge with their existing knowledge. Explicit and systematic teaching, some practice and application is necessary, especially once children begin literacy and mathematics. However, all of this must adhere to the basic requirement of children's positive engagement with strong elements of fun and play. 110. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PART. Section 1.5 Curricular Goals of the Foundational Stage. The foundational stage is for children between the ages of 3 to 8 years. There has been a long tradition of inquiry both in India and other cultures on the various domains of development that have been observed in young children that are both natural and desirable. There has been a long tradition of inquiry both in India and other cultures on the various domains of development that have been observed in young children that are both natural and desirable. The Panchakosha concept in the Taittiriya Upanishad is one of the earliest articulations of the different domains of development of the human being. These descriptions remain relevant along with the more modern understanding that has emerged through developmental biology, psychology, and cognitive neurosciences. Physical development, or Annamaya Kosha and Pranamaya Kosha understood together, includes bodily awareness and embodied learning through active engagement of all sensorial perceptions. Emotional and spiritual development, or the Manomaya Kosha, involves becoming aware of and skillfully regulating our emotions. The domain of socio-emotional and ethical development thus emerges as an important domain of development both from the Indian traditions and current research. The development of the intellect, or Vijnanamaya Kosha, is emphasized to engage meaningfully with the cognitive and conscious aspects of human experience. The domain of cognitive development captures this aspect of development. Anandamaya Kosha, or experience of transcendence, is best addressed for this age group through arts and culture. Thus, including the domain of aesthetic and cultural development makes the educational experience holistic and complete. NEP 2020 has emphasized on foundational literacy and numeracy as an urgent and necessary prerequisite to learning. This emphasis has been realized by giving special attention to foundational literacy through the domain of language and literacy development and foundational numeracy through the domain of cognitive development. Finally, the foundational stage is also seen as setting the foundations for formal schooling. The development of positive learning habits that are more appropriate for formal school environments becomes another important curricular goal for this stage. Thus, the curricular goals for the foundational stage have been derived by giving equal consideration to the vision and details of NEP 2020 and the domains of development. 111. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. The following sections provide details of the flow down from aims of education to curricular goals to competencies to learning outcomes. Table B 1.5I. Domains Curricular Goals. Physical development. CG1 children develop habits that keep them healthy and safe. CG2 children develop sharpness in sensorial perceptions. CG3 children develop a fit and flexible body. Socio-emotional and ethical development. CG4 children develop emotional intelligence, i.e., the ability to understand and manage their own emotions, and respond positively to social norms. CG5 children develop a positive attitude towards productive work and service or seva. CG6 children develop a positive regard for the natural environment around them. Cognitive development. CG7 children make sense of the world around through observation and logical thinking. CG8 children develop mathematical understanding and abilities to recognize the world through quantities, shapes, and measures. Language and literacy development. CG9 children develop effective communication skills for day-to-day interactions in 2 languages. CG10 children develop fluency in reading and writing in language 1. CG11 children begin to read and write in language 2. Aesthetic and cultural development. CG12 children develop abilities and sensibilities in visual and performing arts, and express their emotions through art in meaningful and joyful ways. In addition to the above curricular goals based on the domains of development, developing positive learning habits is another relevant goal for the foundational stage. CG13 children develop habits of learning that allow them to engage actively in formal learning environments like a school classroom 112. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PART. Section 1.6 Competencies. Competencies are learning achievements that are observable and can be assessed systematically. These competencies are derived from the curricular goals and are expected to be attained by the end of a stage. The competencies for each of the curricular goals have been defined in this section. These competencies are to be seen as guidelines for curriculum developers and should not be considered as prescriptive. The competencies have been numbered as C-1, C2 and so on. Domain: Physical development. Table B 1.6I. CG1 children develop habits that keep them healthy and safe. C1 shows a liking for an understanding of nutritious food and does not waste food. C2 practices basic self-care and hygiene. C3 keeps school, classroom hygienic and organized. C4 practices safe use of material and simple tools. C5 shows awareness of safety in movements, walking, running, cycling, and acts appropriately. C6 understands unsafe situations and asks for help. CG2 children develop sharpness in sensorial perceptions. C7 differentiates between shapes, colors, and their shades. C8 develops visual memory for symbols and representations. C9 differentiates sounds and sound patterns by their pitch, volume, and tempo. C10 differentiates multiple smells and tastes. C11 develops discrimination in the sense of touch. C12 begins integrating sensorial perceptions to get a holistic awareness of their experiences. CG3 children develop a fit and flexible body. C13 shows coordination between sensorial perceptions and body movements in various activities. C14 shows balance, coordination, and flexibility in various physical activities. C15 shows precision and control in working with their hands and fingers. C16 shows strength and endurance in carrying, walking, and running 113. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Domain: Socio-emotional and ethical development. Table B 1.6e. CG4 children develop emotional intelligence, i.e., the ability to understand and manage their own emotions, and responds positively to social norms. C17 starts recognizing self as an individual belonging to a family and community. C18 recognizes different emotions and makes deliberate efforts to regulate them appropriately. C19 interacts comfortably with other children and adults. C20 shows cooperative behavior with other children. C21 understands and responds positively to social norms in the classroom and school. C22 shows kindness and helpfulness to others, including animals, plants, when they are in need. C23 understands and responds positively to different thoughts, preferences, and emotional needs of other children. CG5 children develop a positive attitude towards productive work and service or seva. C24 demonstrates willingness and participation in age-appropriate physical work towards helping others. CG6 children develop a positive regard for the natural environment around them. C25 shows care for and joy in engaging with all life forms. Domain: Cognitive Development. Table B 1.6e. CG7 children make sense of the world around through observation and logical thinking. C26 observes and understands different categories of objects and relationships between them. C27 observes and understands cause and effect relationships in nature by forming simple hypotheses and uses observations to explain their hypothesis. C28 uses appropriate tools and technology in daily life situations and for learning. 114. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PART. CG8 children develop mathematical understanding and abilities to recognize the world through quantities, shapes, and measures. C29 sorts objects into groups and subgroups based on more than one property. C30 identifies and extends simple patterns in their surroundings, shapes, and numbers. C31 counts up to 99, both forward and backward, and in groups of tens and twenties. C32 arranges numbers up to 99 in ascending and descending order. C33 recognizes and uses numerals to represent quantities up to 99 with the understanding of decimal place value system. C34 performs addition and subtraction of two-digit numbers fluently using flexible strategies of composition and decomposition. C35 recognizes multiplication as repeated addition and division as equal sharing. C36 recognizes basic geometric shapes and their observable properties. C37 selects appropriate tools and units to perform simple measurements of length, weight, and volume of objects in their immediate environment. C38 performs simple transactions using money up to 100 Indian rupees. C39 develops adequate and appropriate vocabulary for comprehending and expressing concepts and procedures related to quantities, shapes, space, and measurements. C40 formulates and solves simple mathematical problems related to quantities, shapes, space, and measurements. Domain: Language and Literacy Development. Table B 1.6 IV. CG9 children develop effective communication skills for day-to-day interactions in two languages. 1. C41 listens to and appreciates simple songs, rhymes, and poems. C42 creates simple songs and poems on their own. C43 converses fluently and can hold a meaningful conversation. C44 understands oral instructions for a complex task and gives clear oral instructions for the same to others. C45 comprehends narrated, read-out stories and identifies characters, storyline, and what the author wants to say. C46 narrates short stories with clear plot and characters. C47 knows and uses enough words to carry out day-to-day interactions effectively and can guess meaning of new words by using existing vocabulary. 1. This should be the goal for most classrooms given the need for multilingualism, but in circumstances where language 2 is very unfamiliar to the children, many of the competencies, from C9.1 to C9.7, can be in the emergent stage for language 2 by the end of the foundational stage and consolidated in the early preparatory stage. 115. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. CG 10 children develop fluency in reading and writing in Language 1. C48 develops phonological awareness and blends phonemes, syllables into words and segments words into phonemes, syllables. C49 understands basic structure, format of a book, idea of words in print and direction in which they are printed, and recognizes basic punctuation marks. C50 recognizes all the letters of the alphabet, forms of akshara, of the script and uses this knowledge to read and write words. C51 reads stories and passages with accuracy and fluency with appropriate pauses and voice modulation. C52 reads short stories and comprehends its meaning, by identifying characters, storyline, and what the author wanted to say, on their own, L1. C53 reads short poems and begins to appreciate the poem for its choice of words and imagination. C54 reads and comprehends meaning of short news items, instructions and recipes, and publicity material. C55 writes a paragraph to express their understanding and experiences. C56 shows interest in picking up and reading a variety of children's books. CG11 children begin to read and write in Language 2. C57 develops phonological awareness and are able to blend phonemes, syllables into words and segment words into phonemes, syllables. C58 recognizes most frequently occurring letters of the alphabet, forms of akshara, of the script and uses this knowledge to read and write simple words and sentences. 1.6.1 Domain, Aesthetic and Cultural Development. Table B 1.6v. CG12 children develop abilities and sensibilities in visual and performing arts, and express their emotions through art in meaningful and joyful ways. C59 explores and plays with a variety of materials and tools to create 2- and 3-dimensional artworks in varying sizes. C60 explores and plays with own voice, body, spaces, and a variety of objects to create music, role play, dance and movement. C61 innovates and works imaginatively to express a range of ideas and emotions through the arts. C62 works collaboratively in the arts. C63 communicates and appreciates a variety of responses while creating and experiencing different forms of art, local culture, and heritage. 116. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PART. Positive Learning Habits. Table B 1.6v. CG13 children develop habits of learning that allow them to engage actively in formal learning environments like a school classroom. C64 attention and intentional action acquires skills to plan, focus attention, and direct activities to achieve specific goals. C65 memory and mental flexibility develops adequate working memory, mental flexibility, to sustain or shift attention appropriately, and self-control, to resist impulsive actions or responses that would assist them in learning in structured environments. C66 observation, wonder, curiosity, and exploration observes minute details of objects, wonders and explores using various senses, tinkers with objects and asks questions. C67 classroom norms, adopts and follows norms with agency and understanding. 117. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 1.7 Illustrative Learning Outcomes. Learning outcomes are interim markers of learning achievement towards the attainment of competencies. They are defined based on the specifics of the socio-cultural contexts, the materials and resources available, and contingencies of the classroom. A set of illustrative learning outcomes have been defined in this NCF, based on the broad understanding of the context of our education system. In this section, one competency from each domain has been elaborated further into learning outcomes. This is a sample to guide how learning outcomes for the foundational stage can be articulated. A. Domain: Physical development. I. Curricular goal, CG2, children develop sharpness in sensorial perceptions. E. Competency, C-7, differentiates between shapes, colors, and their shades. Table B 1.7i. ABCDA. C7. Differentiates between shapes, colors, and their shades. Ages 3 to 8. 1. Differentiates and names the primary colors, red, blue, yellow, and other common colors in their environment, black, white, brown. Differentiates shades within primary colors and secondary colors, e.g., light blue, light green, dark green. Attempts to predict resulting color when two colors are mixed, e.g., blue and yellow makes green, or red and white makes pink. Predicts resulting color when two colors are mixed. Experiments and uses colors in art forms and drawings, decorating, and displays. 2. Groups objects based on their color, e.g., all red things together. Groups objects based on dimension, length, breadth, height, e.g., all long things together. Groups objects based on combinations of visual characteristics of colors and shapes, e.g., all red triangles together, all large green leaves together. Makes patterns, solves puzzles and plays games using identification and grouping of various shapes, colors and shades. 118. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PART. B. Domain, Socio-Emotional and Ethical Development. I. Curricular Goal, CG5, children develop a positive attitude towards productive work and service or seva. E. Competency, C-24, engages in age-appropriate work at school and or at home. Table B 1.7e. ABCDA. C-24, demonstrates willingness and participation in age-appropriate physical work. Towards helping others. Ages 3 to 8. 1. Places materials and toys back in their appropriate locations after use. Assists the teacher and organizes the classroom. Cleans their own plates or tiffin after eating food, performs appropriate chores at home and or at school, e.g., putting away toys, watering plants. Plants, sows and takes care of seedlings of local trees. Assists teachers to create TLM, helps in the kitchen with cleaning and cutting. C. Domain, cognitive development. I. Curricular goal, CG8, children develop mathematical understanding and abilities to recognize the world through quantities, shapes, and measures. E. Competency, C32, arranges numbers up to 99 in ascending and descending order. Table B 1.7e. ABCDA. C32, arranges numbers up to 99 in ascending and descending order. Ages 3 to 8. 1. Arranges familiar incidents, events, objects in an order, e.g., daily routine, story, shapes, size 2 to 3. Arranges objects in order based on size up to 3 levels and verbalizes their levels, big, small, smaller. Long, short, shorter. Tall, short, shorter. Arranges up to 5 objects based on size, length, weight in increasing or decreasing order. Arranges the same set of objects in different sequences based on different properties of objects, e.g., by size, length, weight, color. Arranges numbers from a given set of numbers in ascending and descending order. 119. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. D. Domain, Language and Literacy Development. I. Curricular goal, CG10, children develop fluency in reading and writing in language. 1E. Competency, C-54, reads short stories and comprehends their meaning, by identifying characters, storyline and what the author wants to say, on their own. L1. Table B 1.7 IV. ABCDA. C-54 reads short stories and comprehends their meaning by identifying characters, storyline, and what the author wanted to say on their own. L1. Ages 3 to 8. 1. Listens to, read alouds, and responds to questions posed by the teacher. Participates in shared reading with the teacher and in discussions about the reading. Participates in guided reading with the teacher and in discussions about the reading. Begins independent reading of books of equal textual and visual content. Begins independent reading of books of more textual content than visual content. 2. Reads picture books and identifies objects and actions. Reads picture books and identifies characters and plots, and narrates the story in short sequence. Reads books with short, simple texts aloud and uses both visual cues and text to infer and retell the story with accurate sequence and elaboration. Begins to read unfamiliar story books and comprehend with guidance from the teacher. Identifies plots and characters. Reads and identifies characters, plots, sequences, and point of view of the author. 120. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PART. A. Domain, Aesthetic and Cultural Development. I. Curricular Goal, CG12. Children develop abilities and sensibilities in visual and performing arts and express their emotions through art in meaningful and joyful ways. E. Competency, C-61, explores and plays with a variety of materials and tools to create two-dimensional and three-dimensional artworks in varying sizes. Table B 1.7v. ABCDA. C61 explores and plays with a variety of materials and tools to create 2 and 3D dimensional artworks in varying sizes. Ages 3 to 8. 1. Grasps relevant art materials, tools, and instruments. Explores a variety of grasps and grips while using art materials, tools, and instruments, e.g., sticks, seeds, pebbles, stones, chalk, thread, pencils, brushes, crayons, powder, scissors. Able to vary pressure while using tools to create dark and light impressions, marks, lines. Explores large and small sizes while creating marks, lines, scribbles, and other 2D and 3D imagery in visual artworks. Creates large-scale work, e.g., floor rangolis, wall murals, sculptural forms, in collaboration with peers, facilitators, and local community. Able to scale own work in large and small sizes, based on available space or materials, e.g., creating a small clay doll, or a big paper doll. Creates forms and imprints by mixing materials, e.g., mud and water, sand and water, flour and water, paint and water. Creates three-dimensional forms by rolling and patting materials like clay or dough. Creates collages by combining materials of varying consistencies, colors, and textures in one's own arrangement. Creates three-dimensional arrangements, assemblages by combining a variety of found materials and objects. 2. Creates imprints using blocks, stencils, found objects and natural materials. Creates simple patterns using blocks, stencils, found objects and natural materials. Creates patterns by combining and arranging materials in a variety of shapes, forms, textures, and colors. Creates a variety of textures with one material through its manipulation, e.g., clay, cloth, paper, rubber, wood. 121. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. I. Curricular Goal, CG13. Children develop habits of learning that allow them to engage actively in formal learning environments like a school classroom. E. Competency, C-69, classroom norms, adopts and follows norms with agency and understanding. Table B 1.7v. ABCDA. C-66, Classroom norms, adopts and follows norms with agency and understanding. Ages 3 to 8. 1. Observes and imitates adult behavior for classroom. Norms. Follows class room norms with teachers. Cues. Follows and assists others in following classroom norms. Creates do-it-yourself (DIY) classroom job charts, posters with the support of teachers and follows it. Participates in discussing the classroom norms and behaves according to norms. Creates DIY classroom job charts, posters and follows it. Participates in establishing classroom norms and behaves according to norms, creates DIY classroom job charts, posters and illustrates them as well. Follows it responsibly. 122. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PART. Section 1.8 Pedagogy. A safe, secure, comfortable, and happy classroom environment can help children learn better and achieve more at the foundational stage. Care and responsiveness with ample opportunities to experience, experiment and explore are the hallmark of pedagogy at this stage. 1.8.1 Building a positive relationship between teachers and children. When we walk into our classrooms, we see the wide-eyed children who are bright, quick to observe and interested in everything around them. They constantly ask questions. Sometimes they can quietly observe something for a long time. At other times, they lose interest in a matter of minutes. Sometimes they need to jump and move around. At other times, they enjoy a quiet story. Sometimes they cry and clamor to go home. At the same time, they like to be comforted and cajoled and are willing to be convinced to stay back. They can be curious and considerate, delightful, and determined, affectionate, and adventurous, funny, and fearless. At this stage, for many children, it could also be their first experience of spending several hours away from their homes. Children require tenderness, nurturing and love. Working with them, being with them, caring for them means enjoying all the very different personalities that they are. Teachers need to be warm and genuine, patient and calm, understanding and empathetic. We need to give our children unhurried time and attention. Children must feel that they belong, they can trust, they must feel free to try out and explore and, therefore, learn better. It is our job as teachers to ensure that children settle and enjoy their time at school. A safe, positive relationship between teacher and child is enriching both for emotional and cognitive development. To build such a relationship, teachers should get to each child individually, listen to the children, observe them, recognize, and respond to the moods of the children, and visit their homes regularly. 1.8.2 Learning through play. Conversation, stories, toys, music, art, and craft classrooms for young children are vibrant and full of life. Children enjoy learning through several ways: talking, listening, using toys, working with material, painting, and drawing, singing, dancing, running, and jumping. As teachers, we use all these ways to work with our children. 123. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 1.8.2.1 Conversations. Language is the medium through which children talk to themselves and to others, and it is with words that they begin to construct and get a grip on their reality. The ability to understand and use language clearly and cogently is essential for learning. Conversations are very important for children's ability to connect with people and things around them. Continuous conversations with children in the classroom help to build relationships of trust. Teachers can engage with children through free conversations where children can sit with the teachers and discuss on any interesting things that have occurred throughout the day on their way to school or anything they wish to share. In structured conversation, the teacher can plan and organize a session in the morning hour where they talk and think through a topic together. Topics are often about children's daily life events and happenings, and their feelings. They can be guided also. In villages, most families have livestock, and the children are familiar with animals like dogs, goats, pigs, ducks. Teachers can have flashcards and small videos to show the children and have a conversation around it. 1.8.2.2 Storytelling stories are a particularly good medium for learning about social relationships, ethical choices, for understanding and experiencing emotions, and becoming aware of life skills. While listening to stories, children learn new words, thus expanding their vocabulary, and learn sentence structure and problem-solving skills. Children with very short attention span concentrate for a longer time while engrossed in a story. Through culturally contextual stories, we can acquaint children with their culture, social norms, and create awareness about their surroundings. Reading aloud stories helps children realize that formal written language is a little different from the spoken language. Teachers can use books like picture books, storybooks with or without pictures, or storybooks in multiple languages. Flashcards that have story scenes drawn or printed on them can also be used to tell stories. Besides listening to stories, children must also have the opportunity to tell stories. Stories told by children can be the same ones they have heard or something they have created. The teacher can begin to tell a story and ask children to complete it. 1.8.2.3 Toy-based learning. This is an important subset of play-based pedagogy. Young children learn from first-hand experiences and working with actual objects. They try out and explore and learn. The classroom environment should cultivate this spirit of exploration through playing with toys and manipulatives. Many local toys are available in every child's surroundings. These should be used as important resources for teaching and learning. Whether a toy is simple or complex, it has a lesson for the child to learn. When a child holds a toy and manipulates it, she is practicing her motor skills and strengthening her hand-eye coordination. 124. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PART. When a child builds a tower with blocks and eventually watches it fall to the ground, she learns concepts and thinks about a solution to stop this fall. A puzzle helps a child explore patterns. When children use blocks, dolls, animal toys, balls, mini cars, or pretend toys, they start creating stories and living out scenarios in their minds. Board games teach children to follow simple rules and enhance understanding of language and mathematics. Toys can also be made from readily available items such as fabric, bottles, cardboard boxes, yarn, cooking pans, bangles, pipe cleaners, and pine cones. Traditionally, the toys that are used are ring set puzzle, deenli, cotton dolls, kitchen set, etc. NSERT's Handbook on Toy-Based Pedagogy is an excellent guide for this. 1.8.2.4 Songs and Rhymes. Children love singing songs and rhymes, and dancing to music. Songs are also a wonderful means of learning language. Children understand different concepts through songs and their vocabulary also expands. Physical movements accompanying the songs enhance gross and fine motor movements, and body movements and gestures help children in understanding concepts. Songs promote interaction among children and lead to cooperation. Local context-specific songs and rhymes, e.g., Panchara Kunju in Malayalam, Ghum Parani Mashipishi in Bangla, Machili Jal Ki Rani Hai in Hindi, Aane Banter in Kannada, are another good way to increase vocabulary, imagination, and expression in different kinds of songs. Songs of different languages provide children an ability to infer, make connections between common and different words in a language. Most of us in India are multilingual, and it is important that the songs and rhymes promote children's ability to remain multilingual. The teacher could select a few rhymes or songs in 2 or 3 local languages, practice them and sing with children. Grandparents, parents, and community members can be wonderful resources for this. 1.8.2.5 Music and Movement. Music is joy. Children grow up listening to lullabies and the humming of their grandmothers. There are so many sources of music around us: farmers singing in the field, buzzing of the bees, cooing of the koel, or rain pattering on a window. Music is also a strong stimulation for brain development and formation of synaptic connections. So, following rhythm and playing simple musical instruments, and singing should be encouraged. Body movements can accompany claps or rhythm played on a tin box or a khanjari, tambourine, or manjira, cymbals. Music and movement activities can also be done in different ways. Children could quietly listen to instrumental music or dance freely to rhythm or make body movements accompanied by rhythm. A range of instruments, which are either local, homemade, or purchased, should be made available to children for first-hand experiences in sound exploration and music making. Teachers could include a variety of music, dances, sound sources, rhymes, chants, and songs with different moods, contexts, and languages for children to listen to and perform in the classrooms. Dancing, singing, rhymes, folk songs, action songs, and finger plays provide opportunities for children to learn musical concepts. 125. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 1.8.2.6 Art and Craft. Children enjoy playing with colors and creating something that is of interest to them. Art and craft provide another medium for children to express their ideas, emotions, and feelings. Teachers can encourage children to draw using paper and crayons, sketch pens, colored or black pencils, or charcoal. Children can also draw on slates, blackboards, or floors. Every corner of the classroom can be utilized. Similarly, painting, pasting, clay molding are great ways to engage children. However, teachers should make them open-ended, with minimal direction from the teacher. Notions of right and wrong, good and bad, in terms of artistic expression must be avoided. Instead, different viewpoints, experiences, expression, and imagination are encouraged and celebrated. Within each arts discipline too, children need to be encouraged to discover their own methods and techniques of using instruments and materials, in addition to conventionally accepted Methods. Children not only need to observe their surroundings visually, but also become keen observers of their own thoughts, feelings, emotions, expressions, actions, and overall behavior. The teacher should ensure that the arts classroom is always an inclusive environment. 1.8.2.7 Indoor games. Just as exercising the body is important to keep it fit and healthy, so too is exercising the mind. Games of strategy, logic and word puzzles, and recreational mathematics are the best way to excite children about mathematics, and to develop the logical skills that are so critical throughout their school years and indeed throughout life. Jigsaw puzzles, playing with blocks, and solving mazes help to develop a child's spatial reasoning. Different games of strategy, e.g., tic-tac-toe, and leading up to deeper games like chess, develop strategic thinking and problem-solving skills. Playing games, e.g., Chopard, Snakes and Ladders, Ludo, is fun. It also teaches counting, strategy, collaboration, healthy competition, bonding with peers. Word and logic puzzles are another fun way to teach deductive reasoning. Simple puzzles such as those in the box above help develop in children skills of logical and creative thinking in an enjoyable manner. The puzzles can get more challenging, and incorporate arithmetic and other elements, as children get older. Arithmetic puzzles and games can help develop a comfort with numbers and develop quantitative reasoning. Making learning enjoyable through fun exercises, games, and puzzles can be a key aspect in ensuring that children stay engaged and at the same time develop mental capacity and creativity. 1.8.2.8 Outdoor games. Children in the early years cannot sit in one place for a long period of time, they need to move around. Playing outside gives them a chance to explore the natural environment, test their physical limits, express themselves and build self-confidence. Most importantly, it helps to build gross motor skills, physical fitness, and balance. Children enjoy the space, the freedom to run and jump and climb and kick and fall. Playing outside also helps many children to relax and calm down. And it is a lot of fun. 126. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PART. 1.8.2.9 Spending time in nature. Children are naturally curious and need opportunities to explore, experiment, manipulate, create, and learn about the world around them. Children start exploring their environment through their senses by scanning their environment, touching, holding, and handling whatever they see, listening and responding to sounds, music, and rhythm, and getting excited by unusual noises. Children's thinking evolves as they construct an understanding of people, objects, and real-life situations through first-hand experiences. Children bring their own ideas, interests, and beliefs based on their own experiences and contexts as well as their own abilities. When teachers and families provide opportunities to children to explore the world around them, experiment and discover, compare, ask questions, make close observations, think, and talk about their observations and predictions, they are being helped to satisfy their curiosities and make more discoveries. Sustaining children's natural curiosity to explore the world through first-hand experiences at home and in the school lays the foundation for learning. Spending time with plants and trees and birds and animals or just being quiet around nature can develop the basis for lifestyle for environment, life. 1.8.2.10 Field trips. The local vegetable market could be an equally exciting place full of new sights and sounds. The doctor's clinic, bus depot, post office and police station could all introduce children to an unfamiliar but interesting world, teaching them many new things. Small, local field trips as part of the learning process reinforce the knowledge the children have gained in the classroom and push them to ask more questions and build further connections with things that they already know. Children also learn to manage themselves and learn to be with others through these experiences. 1.8.2.11 Strategies for Literacy and Numeracy. A significant component of structured learning should be added for literacy and numeracy, especially for grades 1 and 2. A. Classroom strategies for literacy. The teaching of language and literacy should provide children with ample opportunities to explore themselves as readers and writers, along with providing a balance of learning, lower order skills, e.g., phonological awareness, decoding, writing letters and words correctly, and higher order skills, e.g., oral language development, engaging with books, drawing, and original writing, which are meaning-focused. There are 4 major components in language and literacy instruction: oral language, word recognition, reading, and writing. While activities for the 4 blocks may be implemented in an integrated manner, it is important that children spend time working on each of the blocks on a regular basis. 127. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Figure B 1.8I. B. Classroom Strategies for Numeracy. Mathematics learning goals can be categorized into higher goals such as mathematization of a child's thought processes, e.g., ability to handle abstract thinking, problem solving, visualization, representation, reasoning, and making connections of mathematics concepts with other domains, and content-specific goals, those related to different concepts in mathematics, e.g., understanding numbers, shapes, patterns. Various age-appropriate approaches have been recommended to enable this in the foundation stage. To become mathematically proficient, children also need to build conceptual understanding, procedural understanding, strategies competence, application, communication and reasoning, and a positive attitude towards mathematics. All these strands of mathematical proficiency can be designed in the following 4 blocks for the daily classroom process. A mathematical process must be the basis of and based on the nature of the task. Figure B 1.8E 128. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PART. Organizing and creating a positive learning environment is important for a child's development and learning. The physical as well as psychological environment, safe, secure, comfortable, and happy, helps children to learn better and achieve more. Creating classroom norms with children, understanding why children behave inappropriately and managing this in a suitable way, disciplining focused on responsibility for action and self-control, language used by the teacher etc. are important factors in creating a positive learning environment. Physical dimensions like flexible seating arrangements, displays and print-rich environments, colorful and vibrant learning corners etc. support children's learning. 129. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 1.9 Creating a positive classroom environment. As children enter school, their worlds expand, they make friends, begin connecting with adults beyond the family, and become more and more mobile and verbal. They want to explore and learn about everything. The role of the teacher is very important in guiding children in their behavior and in forming strong positive relationships. Teachers, therefore, have to be thoughtful and responsive to the needs of children. Caring for children is complex and important work. It is complex because there are many parts involved in establishing relationships with children and their families. Enforcing norms should be done in a positive manner. A safe, secure, comfortable, and happy classroom environment can help children to learn better. It is important that the necessary facilities such as learning materials, equipment, and space for doing activities, working together, and playing so as to help each child learn better are available. Care is central to the classroom environment at the foundational stage, an attitude of concern and responsibility for children and relationships. The classroom must be an inclusive, enabling learning environment that provides every child freedom, openness, acceptance, meaningfulness, belonging and challenge. 1.9.1 Managing difficult behavior. Teachers will also have to learn to manage difficult behaviors, as behavior is often the unspoken language through which children act out feelings and thoughts. It is also because they are unaware of behavior norms or alternative ways of behaving. Teachers should help children settle and guide their behavior positively. Positive guidance is crucial because they promote children's self-control, teach children responsibility, and help children make thoughtful choices. Caring and respectful adults create a supportive atmosphere to help young children explore alternative behaviors, develop social skills, and learn to solve problems. This is called a positive approach to guidance. An effective guidance approach is interactive. Adults and children both learn to change as they interact with one another toward a common goal. Understanding the development of a child will help us set appropriate standards of behavior, expectations from children, think of appropriate alternatives, as well as age-appropriate explanations or ways to explain to the child. Actions that insult or belittle are likely to cause children to view their teachers, parents, and other caregivers negatively, which can inhibit learning and can teach the child to be unkind to others. However, actions that acknowledge the child's efforts and progress, no matter how slow or small, are likely to encourage healthy development. 130. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PART. Discipline is a part of the guidance strategies adults use to help children become responsible for their actions, learn self-control, and behave appropriately. Discipline does not mean punishing and preventing behaviors. One of the major goals of a good guidance process is to help children achieve self-discipline. This happens only if adults lead in ways that support children's developing ability to control themselves. By gradually handing over to children the opportunity to govern their actions, adults communicate trust. 1.9.2 Language used by teacher. As teachers gain experience in handling problem behaviors, they learn to use the right kind of language. Teachers discover how potent the voice can be and what words will work best and when. They become aware of facial expressions and what a touch or a look will convey to children. How they use their body reflects a distinct attitude and approach to discipline. Through experience, new teachers learn how to use these tools in ways that will work best for them and the children. Teachers should talk to children in the same way they talk to other people. Learn to control the volume and use good speech patterns for children to imitate. To be heard, get close enough to speak in a normal tone. Get down to the child's physical level. Often, lowering volume and pitch is effective. Use simple, clear statements, spoken once, will have more impact. The child will be able to focus on the real issues involved. When working with small children, the teacher must be aware of body height and position and get down to the level of the child. The way teachers use their body invites or rejects close relationships and familiarity. A child will find teachers more approachable if they are seated low, with arms available, rather than standing, with arms folded. The teacher has to examine the way she was disciplined and acknowledge her experiences and feelings about it, particularly assumptions she may have on how children behave depending on their context and background. Through experience, new teachers will learn how to use these tools in ways that will work best for them and the children. The most effective methods of guidance are clear, consistent, and fair rules that are enforced in consistent, humane ways. Children should be aware of the consequences if the rules are broken. Good guidance practices emphasize the positive aspects of a child's behavior, not just problem behaviors. Guidance measures have greater meaning to children if they are encouraged to take responsibility for their actions and are part of the problem-solving process. 131. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 1.10 Choosing, organizing and contextualizing content for teaching. Teachers at the foundational stage must be informed by the curricular goals, competencies and learning outcomes. The syllabus must contextualize the learning outcomes, guide teachers through handbooks on the sequence of learning planned in the syllabus, and also provide broad guidelines for assessments. The content should be derived from children's life experiences and reflect the cultural, geographical, and social context in which the child is developing and growing, move from familiar to unfamiliar, simple to complex, and from self to others, and accommodate the diverse interests of children. 1.10.1 Teaching learning materials. Teaching learning materials at this stage are for engaging children in multisensorial activities and actively use their hands. Simple toys to manipulatives for counting and numeracy, children's books, picture books, activity books, worksheets, audiovisual materials etc. support learning. Textbooks should be designed specifically to achieve the competencies as articulated for the foundational stage. Textbook developers should have sound knowledge of applied linguistics and mathematics, a clear understanding of the pedagogy that is appropriate for the competency and content, and also be aware of the current technology and audiovisual materials available for enhancing the learning experience of children. Local context and environment are also important considerations. If practicable, a teacher manual can be developed as a companion to the textbook, aligned to both its approach and content. A. Children at the foundational stage need to engage with texts in a variety of forms, e.g., picture books, storybooks, graded readers, and worksheets. A wide variety of books that are appropriate for all children including 3-year-olds should be made available to schools. Large picture books, colorful graded readers, books with engaging stories and poems, all these would make reading books an exciting and engaging experience for children. Our country has a rich heritage of stories, folklores and legends that vary from region to region. These stories need to be translated into all languages and good children's literature can be produced from these sources and be made available to all. By making a variety of books available in schools, a sense and taste of Sahitya can be encouraged in young minds. 132. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. PART. 1.10.2 An inclusive, welcoming, colorful, and joyful learning environment. An inclusive, welcoming, colorful, and joyful learning environment that supports every child's participation is very critical for achieving the competencies outlined in the NCF. A. The indoor environment needs to be well lit and well ventilated. B. It should feel safe and inviting for the children. C. It needs to be inclusive. D. It should have a balance of both familiar and novel experiences for the child. A. It should have a balance of materials that encourage different domains of development. F. Fit should allow for both individual work and cooperative work. G. It should include displays of children's work and also allow for children's work in progress to be preserved. 133. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Chapter 2. Language education. Languages are at the center of human cognitive, social, and cultural experience. Language serves many simple and complex functions. It gives individuals the capacity to comprehend, analyze, and to relate to their own self and the world. It mediates knowledge acquisition as well as production. Language enables effective communication, which is integral to formation and functioning of societies, of culture and of identity. Thus, issues related to language are some of the most fundamental in education and the effects of language learning are beyond language in themselves. The NCF gives central importance to language learning, across all stages, from foundational to secondary. It is guided by the commitment to multilingualism in NEP 2020, NEP 2024.11-4.22. 134. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 135. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 2.1 Aims. Language education is critical for the development of the individual and so for the society. Knowing languages enables students to access the understanding, knowledge, and skills available in written or spoken forms in society. It develops their ability to express ideas and feelings, to be creative, to think rationally, to make well-informed choices, and act on those choices. Proficiency in languages is essential for a democratic society in which individuals participate and contribute to its political, economic, social, and cultural life. Proficiency in multiple languages including regional and home languages promotes a society which respects and appreciates one's own as well as others' culture. Such multilingualism also has direct benefits for the individual in terms of cognitive development and flexibility. Language learning in schools must specifically aim to achieve the following. A. Achieving literacy. Literacy is fundamental to school education. Students attaining the knowledge of grammatical structure and vocabulary of a language and applying these skills and understanding to daily life is an important achievement. Achieving literacy means all students demonstrating fluent and critical reading, writing, and comprehension capacities in the language. B. Developing effective communication skills and other functional abilities. Students will develop their language capacities to think critically, identify real-world problems, analyze them, make rational arguments, and work out solutions. Learning a language well means using language to think and communicate effectively in a variety of situations, and to be able to make sense of concepts to build an understanding of the world. C. Building literary and creative capacities. Language teaching in schools must aim at building capacities in students towards an appreciation of the aesthetic aspects of language and allow for an exploration of how to be creative and imaginative in their spoken and written expressions. Language serves as the vehicle for aesthetic and creative expression in cultures. D. Building multilingual capacities. The National Education Policy, NEP, 2020 explicitly guides language development in schools to focus on teaching many languages and developing multilingual capacities. It says, as multilingualism has great cognitive benefits to young students, children will be exposed to different languages early on, but with a particular emphasis on the mother tongue, starting from the foundational stage onwards. NEP 2020, 4.12a. Appreciation of linguistic diversity. Given the wide range of languages and the richness of their cultures in India, students must be taught to understand and appreciate diversity in linguistic cultures and identities through samples of various kinds of literature from languages across the subcontinent. 136. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 2.2 Nature of knowledge. In its most basic function, language is a system of the use of words and sentences used in the form of speaking, writing, or gestures for communication among human beings. A. Language is a rule-governed system. The spoken and written components of language are governed by rules that are often a set of conventions or practices. The learning of relevant sounds, shapes, words, sentence structures, and grammar rules, and an understanding of the functional and situational aspects of language use requires understanding and engagement with these rules. B. Language is an integral part of a culture and a marker of cultural identity. Language does not operate in isolation and is related to social interaction, context, and culture. Language development among students is the act of cultural development. It invariably requires learning about its culture and society. C. Language evolves constantly. There is no pure and static language. Many languages learn from other languages and contexts and evolves over time. No language can be treated as intrinsically pure and superior. Learning any language would mean being able to appreciate and engage with such evolution. D. Languages cannot be distinguished from dialects with any universally accepted criterion. Such distinctions are usually based on political, social, and cultural factors. In this NCF we use only the word language, which would denote all variants of the language, without affixing any particular variant as the language, and the rest as dialects. Such specific characteristics of languages, in addition to other aspects like its aims, described earlier, and how children learn languages, described later in this chapter, guides the framing of the curriculum for language and its teaching. 137. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 2.3 Current Challenges. Language learning in schools is currently facing a few challenges which need urgent addressing. A. Low levels of literacy. India is currently in a crisis of learning where a large proportion of students currently in elementary school have not attained foundational skills in literacy, i.e., the ability to read and comprehend basic text. B. Insufficient time allocated to language learning. The amount of time allotted to language learning in a week's timetable in too many schools is inadequate to meet the current literacy crisis, let alone achieve the further aims of language. C. Low quality learning materials. The learning materials used for language teaching across the stages are currently of uneven quality, with a lot of it being of low quality. Good quality materials need careful selection of relevant content, words, context, illustrations, layout, that is age appropriate and interesting for students to learn from. D. Inadequate levels of teacher preparation. Too often an assumption is made that anyone can teach language to students without adequate training in the subject and/or without adequate time for preparation. This contributes underachievement in language learning and the classes becoming boring. The NEP acknowledges that there has been a severe scarcity of skilled language teachers in India, despite various measures being taken. Language teaching too must be improved to be more experiential and to focus on the ability to converse and interact in each language and not just on the literature, vocabulary, and grammar of the language. Languages must be used more extensively for conversation and for teaching learning. NEP 2020, 22.7. Teachers with appropriate training, flair, and practice in the subject are essential for a meaningful and enjoyable student experience in language learning. A. Ineffective pedagogic strategies. Many often used teaching practices are not based on a sound understanding of how languages work and how students learn languages across various age groups. Teachers need to take stock of the strategies they have been using till now for their enjoyability and effectiveness. F. Content completion focused rather than competency focused teaching. Like other subjects, language classrooms have become a place for mechanically going through the steps in activities or in a textbook. Effective language teaching must be driven by achievement of competencies and outcomes in students rather than a focus to merely finish the content given in textbook. G. Memory-based assessment. Language learning intended to accomplish language proficiency, communication and functional ability and appreciation of literature. But most of the assessment focus on assessing memory of the content given in textbook rather than assessing language abilities. 138. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 2.4 Learning Standards. As mentioned earlier, the approach to language teaching and learning in schools, including the learning standards to be achieved, is guided by the three-language formula committed in the NEP 2020. Box B 2.4i. Learning three languages. Students will learn at least three languages in their school years, denoted R1, R2, and R3 in this document. R1. This is the language used as medium of instruction, MUA, and in which literacy is first attained. Preferably it should be the most familiar language of the students, which is usually the mother tongue, home language. With India's linguistic diversity, even within a classroom, it may not be possible to have the home language as the R1 for all students. In such circumstances, a language which is familiar to the students should be chosen as R1, which is often the most commonly used local language. R2. This could be any other language, including English. R3. This is any other language that is not R1 or R2. The state or the relevant bodies need to decide upon R1, R2, or R3. All efforts will be made early on to ensure that any gaps that exist between the language spoken by the child and the medium of teaching are bridged. In cases where home language, mother tongue textbook material is not available, the language of transaction between teachers and students will still remain the home language, mother tongue wherever possible. NEP 2020, 4.11. The approach to literacy in R1 is taken up in detail in the chapter on the foundational stage, Chapter 3, Section 3.2. The aim is to be an independent reader and writer in R1 by age 8, grade 3. A student will demonstrate similar level of literacy in R2 by age 11, grade 6, and in R3 by age 14, grade 9. Schools will develop in students the capacity for basic communication for social purposes and linguistic proficiency for academic use in the classrooms in R1 and R2, and only the capacity for basic communication for social purposes in R3. This section lays out the curricular goals, competencies, and a few illustrative learning outcomes for R1, R2, and R3 for preparatory, middle, and secondary stages. 139. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 2.4.1 for Language 1, R1, Curricular Goals, Competencies and Illustrative Loss will be further fine-tuned. 2.4.1.1 Preparatory Stage. CG1 students develop oral language skills using complex sentence structures to understand and communicate abstract ideas. C-1.1 converses fluently and meaningfully in different contexts. C-1.2 describes an outline of the material that has been read out and answers questions related to it. C-1.3 summarizes core ideas from the material that was read out. C-1.4 demonstrates the ability to speak their reasoning coherently. C-1.5 makes oral presentations, class debates, short welcome notes, anchoring of small events, short speech, and so on. CG2 students develop their reading skills through a basic understanding of different forms of texts, like prose and poetry, and different kinds of writing, like narrative, descriptive, argumentative, and analytical, by reading unfamiliar texts. C-2.1 applies varied comprehension strategies, inferring, predicting, visualizing, to understand different texts. C-2.2 infers the author's intention behind writing the text material. C-2.3 draws essential conclusions from the material read. CG3 students develop the ability to write compound and complex sentence structures to express their understanding and experiences. C-3.1 writes content keeping in mind the intended audience and purpose using compound and complex sentences. C-3.2 uses pre-writing strategies like planning sequence of ideas, mind mapping, graphic organizers. C-3.3 creates posters, banners, and invites, with appropriate information and purpose. C-3.4 proofreads and edits grammar and structure in their writing. CG4 students acquire a more comprehensive range of words in various contexts, of home and school experience, and through different sources. C-4.1 uses knowledge of homophones, word roots, affixes, suffixes, synonyms, and antonyms. C-4.2 discusses meanings of words and develops vocabulary by listening and reading a variety of texts or other content areas. 140. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. CG5 students develop interest and preferences in reading. C-5.1 borrows books from the library regularly to be read at home. C-5.2 demonstrates interest in reading books in general and from the library. C-5.3 draws connections with books in the library by linking ideas learned from the textbook. 2.4.1.1.1 An illustrative learning outcome for the preparatory stage. Curricular goal, CG1, students develop oral language skills using complex sentence structures to understand and communicate abstract ideas. Competency, C-1.5, makes oral presentations, class debates, short welcome notes, anchoring of small events, short speech, and so on. Table B 2.4i. ABC. C-1.5 makes oral presentations, class debates, short welcome notes, anchoring of small events, short speech, and so on. Grade 3, Grade 4, Grade 5. 1. Understands the basic structures of oral presentation like class debates, short welcome notes, anchoring. Makes oral presentations in groups like class debates, short welcome notes, anchoring. Makes oral presentations independently and demonstrates the ability to self-evaluate. 2.4.1.2 The middle stage. CG1 students develop the capacity for effective communication using language skills for description, analysis, and response. C-1.1 identifies main points and summarizes from a careful listening and reading of the text, news articles, reports, and editorials. C-1.2 listens critically and paraphrases ideas, distinguishes between facts and opinions stated in panel discussions and debates. C-1.3 listens to, plans, and conducts different kinds of interviews, structured and unstructured. C-1.4 raises probing questions about social experiences using appropriate language, open-ended, closed-ended, formal, informal, relevance to context, with sensitivity. C-1.5 writes different kinds of letters, essays, and reports in appropriate style and registers for different media for different audiences and purposes. C-1.6 creates content for audio, visual, or both for different audiences and purposes. 141. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. CG2 students explore the form, poetry, prose, drama, and structure of different genres, humor, suspense, tragedy, and literary devices. C-2.1 identifies and appreciates different forms of literature, prose, poetry, drama, and styles of writing, narrative, descriptive, expository, persuasive. C-2.2 identifies literary devices, simile, metaphor, personification, the alankaras, hyperbole, atishayokti, and alliteration, anuprasa, and idioms, proverbs, and riddles by reading a variety of literature. C-2.3 expresses through speech and writing their ideas and critiques on the various aspects of their social and cultural surroundings. CG3 students develop the ability to recognize basic linguistic aspects, vocabulary and sentence structure, and use them in oral and written expression. C-3.1 understands the basic linguistic aspects such as sentence style, punctuation, tense, gender, and parts of speech while reading different forms of literature. C-3.2 writes prose, poetry, and drama by using appropriate style and language. C-3.3 writes and edits articles, news reports, and essays with appropriate grammar to express his/her points coherently. CG4 students develop the ability to use language effectively in other curricular areas to comprehend concepts and share their understanding with others. C-4.1 comprehends the way words and sentences are used in different subjects across the curriculum. C-4.2 describes concepts in different subjects across the curriculum through the effective use of language. CG5 students develop the ability to enjoy reading and writing reviews, and use reading for references. C-5.1 reads, responds to, and critically reviews books of varied genres, fiction and non-fiction. C-5.2 uses books and other media resources effectively in one's projects and other activities. 2.4.1.2.1 An illustrative learning outcome for the middle stage. Curricular goal, CG1. Students develop the capacity for effective communication using language skills for description, analysis, and response. Competency, C-1.1, identifies main points and summarizes from a careful listening and reading of the text, news articles, reports, and editorials. 142. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Table B 2.4e. ABC. C-1.1 identifies main points and summarizes from a careful listening and reading of the text, news articles, reports, and editorials. Grade 6, Grade 7, Grade 8. 1. Listens critically and expresses opinions in oral presentations. Listens critically and expresses opinions in oral presentations and compares viewpoints. Listens critically and expresses opinions orally, presents a convincing argument, paraphrases, and summarizes what is heard. 2. Identifies the main points in the text after reading or listening to them. Identifies the word choice, purpose, and viewpoint of the author, speaker in the text in creating an effect in the reader. Raises relevant questions about the text and gives a logical response in support or contradiction to the author, speaker's views. 2.4.1.3 The secondary stage. CG1 students use language for effective communication through writing various forms, essays, letters, articles, discussions, interviews, and public speeches, and for new media, email, audio, and visual material. C-1.1 uses language appropriate to social context, expresses agreements and disagreements with reasons and arrives at conclusions through discussion and debate. C-1.2 writes in different styles, narrative, descriptive, expository, persuasive, from one's own experiences and experiences of others. C-1.3 writes for real-life situations, invitations, speeches, condolence messages, notices, creative slogans, advertisements, and for school newsletter, magazine, journal. C-1.4 scripts to inform and communicate ideas effectively with the use of technology. CG2 students develop an appreciation of the aesthetics in different genres, humor, suspense, tragedy, through analysis of style, narrative, descriptive, expository, persuasive, and content and employ these elements in their writing. C-2.1 distinguishes characteristics of works of literature from different periods, like early, medieval, contemporary. C-2.2 analyzes a piece of literary text by close reading, critiquing form and style, and interpreting possible meanings. C-2.3 composes literary text by using appropriate literary devices. 143. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. CG3 students use language to develop reasoning and argumentation skills by engaging with a variety of audio and written material. C-3.1 analyses and evaluates the different audio and written material. C-3.2 argues with proper rationale by carefully evaluating premises. CG4 students develop an appreciation for different regional languages, acknowledging, respecting, and responding to ideas from across the country. C-4.1 recognizes the multilingual nature of Indian society through different materials, selection of literature, either translations or original text, documentaries, cinema. C-4.2 appreciates the diversity of cultural ideas in the different works of regional literature. C-4.3 shows an understanding of the role of language in the formation of our identities and culture. CG5 students develop the ability to enjoy reading and writing reviews, and use reading for references. C-5.1 reads, responds to, and critically reviews books of varied genres, fiction and non-fiction. C-5.2 uses books and other media resources effectively in one's projects and other activities. 2.4.1.3.1 An illustrative learning outcome for the secondary stage. Curricular goal, CG2. Students develop an appreciation of the aesthetics in different genres, humor, suspense, tragedy, through analysis of style, narrative, descriptive, expository, persuasive, and content and employ these elements in their writing. Competency, C-2.3. Composes literary text by using appropriate literary devices. Table B2.4e. AB. C-2.3. Composes literary text by using appropriate literary devices, articles, reports, and editorials. Grade 9, Grade 10. 1. Identifies different types of literary devices: simile, metaphor, personification, hyperbole, alliteration, allegory, allusion, oxymoron, foreshadowing, imagery, symbolism, repetition, irony, collocation, parallelism, in the text. Composes poems, stories, drama by using different types of literary devices: simile, metaphor, personification, hyperbole, alliteration, allegory, allusion, oxymoron, foreshadowing, imagery, symbolism, repetition, irony, collocation, parallelism. 144. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 2.4.2 for Language 2, R2, Curricular Goals, Competencies and Illustrative Loss will be further fine-tuned. 2.4.2.1 The Preparatory Stage. CG1 students develop oral language skills using complex sentence structures to understand and communicate abstract ideas. C-1.1 appreciates poems, stories, and conversations, and locates important ideas in them. C-1.2 comprehends narrated, read-out stories and identifies characters, storyline, and author's view. C-1.3 converses fluently, meaningfully, and coherently in different contexts. C-1.4 makes oral presentations, class debates, short welcome notes, anchoring of small events, short speeches. CG2 students develop fluency in reading and the ability to read with comprehension. C-2.1 develops phonological awareness further by blending phonemes, syllables into words and segments words into phonemes, syllables. C-2.2 examines the basic structure of the text, the idea of words and sentences in print, and recognizes basic punctuation marks. C-2.3 reads stories and passages with accuracy and fluency with appropriate pauses and intonation. C-2.4 comprehends the meaning of stories, poems, conversations, posters, and instructions in a text by identifying characters, the main idea in the text, and connecting to their experiences. C-2.5 demonstrates interest in picking up and reading a variety of children's books. CG3 students develop the ability to express their understanding, experiences, feelings, and ideas in writing. C-3.1 writes a paragraph to express their understanding and experiences. C-3.2 creates simple posters, invites, and instructions with appropriate information and purpose. C-3.3 writes stories, poems, and conversations based on their imagination and experiences. CG4 students develop a comprehensive range of vocabulary in various contexts and through different sources. C-4.1 applies knowledge of homophones, word roots, affixes, suffixes, synonyms, and antonyms. C-4.2 applies contextual clues and language structure to make meaning while reading new material. C-4.3 discusses meanings of words and develops vocabulary by listening and reading a variety of texts or other content. Area 145. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 2.4.2.1.1 An illustrative learning outcome for the preparatory stage. Curricular goal, CG3. Students develop the ability to express their understanding, experiences, feelings, and ideas in writing. Competency, C-3.1, writes a paragraph to express their understanding and experiences. Table B 2.4 IV. ABC. C-3.1, writes a paragraph to express their understanding and experiences. Grade 3, Grade 4, Grade 5. 1. Writes 3 to 4 meaningful sentences to describe picture and classroom, home experience. Writes ideas and experiences in sequence using appropriate words. Writes a few paragraphs on a theme with accuracy. 2. Draws, paints and writes sentences to the drawing, painting. Describes a picture card by writing short sentences. Writes ideas and experiences for the purpose intended using compound sentences. 2.4.2.2 The middle stage. CG1 students develop independent reading comprehension and summarizing skills of a variety of texts, stories, poems, extracts of plays, essays, articles, and news reports. C-1.1 identifies main points and summarizes from a careful reading of the text and responds coherently. C-1.2 makes own judgments and choices and evaluates the different texts, stories, poems, extracts of plays. C-1.3 shows interest in picking up and reading a variety of books. CG2 students attain the ability to write about thoughts, feelings, and experiences of social events, village fairs, festivals, occasions. C-2.1 uses strategies to organize ideas and information to write for an intended purpose and audience. C-2.2 expresses experiences, emotions, and critiques on the various aspects of their surroundings in writing. CG3 students develop the capacity for effective communication using language skills for description, analysis, and response. C-3.1 listens critically and raises probing questions about social experiences. C-3.2 writes different kinds of letters and essays in appropriate style and registers for different media for different audiences and purposes. 146. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. CG4 students explore the structure of different literary devices and forms of literature. C-4.1 identifies and appreciates different forms of literature, samples of prose, poetry, and plays. C-4.2 identifies literary devices such as simile, metaphor, personification, the alankaras, hyperbole, atishayokti, and alliteration, anuprasa, by reading a variety of literature. CG5 students develop the ability to recognize basic linguistic aspects, vocabulary and sentence structure, and use them in oral and written expression. C-5.1 identifies the basic linguistic aspects such as sentence style, punctuation, tense, gender, and parts of speech while reading different forms of literature. 2.4.2.2.1 An illustrative learning outcome for the middle stage. Curricular goals, CG2. Students attain the ability to write about thoughts, feelings, and experiences of social events, village fairs, festivals, occasions. Competencies, C-2.1, uses strategies to organize ideas and information to write for an intended purpose and audience. Table B 2.4V. ABC. C-2.1 uses strategies to organize ideas and information to write for an intended purpose and audience. Grade 6, Grade 7, Grade 8. 1. Identifies strategies to organize ideas for writing, in the order of time, space, and individual. Writes ideas in sequence with the teacher's help using words appropriate for the purpose and audience intended. Writes ideas in sequence independently using words appropriate for the purpose and audience intended. 147. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 2.4.2.3 The secondary stage. CG1 Students use language for effective communication through various oral activities, discussions, interviews, public speeches, and writing activities, essays, letters, articles, including new media, email, audio, and visual material. C-1.1 uses language appropriate to social context, expresses agreements and disagreements with reasons, and arrives at conclusions through discussion and debate. C-1.2 writes in different styles: narrative, descriptive, expository, persuasive, from one's own experiences and experiences of others. C-1.3 writes for real-life situations, invitations, speeches, condolence messages, notices, creative slogans, advertisements, and for school newsletter, magazine, journal. C-1.4 scripts to inform and communicate ideas effectively with the use of technology. CG2 students use language to develop reasoning and argumentation skills by engaging with a variety of written material. C-2.1 analyses and evaluates the different audio and written material. C-2.2 argues with a proper rationale by carefully evaluating premises. 2.4.2.3.1 An illustrative learning outcome for the secondary stage. Curricular goal, CG2. Students use language to develop reasoning and argumentation skills by engaging with a variety of audio and written material. Competency, C-2.1, analyses, and evaluates the different audio and written material. Table B2.4v. AB. C-2.1, analyses and evaluates the different audio and written material. Grade 9 Grade 10. 1. Engages with a variety of audio and written material and observes details and notes them down in a systematic way. Finds out the evidence in the audio and written material, analyzes it and evaluates its significance to the overall meaning of the material. 148. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 2.4.3 for Language 3, R3, Curricular Goals, Competencies and Illustrative Loss will be further fine-tuned. 2.4.3.1 The middle stage. CG1 students develop effective communication skills for day-to-day interactions, enhancing their oral ability to express ideas by describing and narrating. C-1.1 makes conversations relevant to the context. C-1.2 listens to varied texts, stories, poems, and conversations, and summarizes core ideas from the material that was listening to. C-1.3 makes oral presentations, class debates, short welcome notes, anchoring of small events, short speeches. CG2 students develop fluency and the ability to comprehend while reading. C-2.1 reads stories and passages with accuracy and fluency with appropriate pauses and intonation. C-2.2 comprehends the meaning of stories, poems, conversations, posters, and instructions and the main idea in the text. CG3 students develop the ability to express their understanding, experiences, feelings, and ideas in writing instructions, invitations, and letters. C-3.1 writes a paragraph to express their understanding and experiences. C-3.2 writes letters, invitations, and instructions with the appropriate information, with relevance to the audience and purpose. 149. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 2.4.3.1.1 An illustrative learning outcome for the middle stage. Curricular goal, CG3. students develop the ability to express their understanding, experiences, feelings, and ideas in writing instructions, invitations, and letters. Competency, C-3.1, writes a paragraph to express their understanding and experiences. Table B 2.4v. ABC. C-3.1 writes a paragraph to express their understanding and experiences. Grade 3, Grade 4, Grade 5. 1. Writes 3 to 4 meaningful sentences to describe picture and classroom, home experience. Writes ideas and experiences in sequence using appropriate words. Writes a few paragraphs on a theme with accuracy. 2. Draws, paints and writes sentences to the drawing, painting. Describes a picture card by writing short sentences. Writes ideas and experiences for the purpose intended using compound sentences. 2.4.4 An additional curricular goal. To ensure that all students in the Indian subcontinent get the opportunity to familiarize themselves with the vast literary heritage of any one language that is native to India, it would be necessary to define a compulsory component in language learning in the secondary stage. This could be in any of the R1, R2, or R3 languages that a student may choose to engage with. CG1 students develop an appreciation of the literary components in the literature of any Indian native language. C-1.1 reads different samples of contemporary literature of any Indian native language. C-1.2 appreciates diversity in the literature of the language chosen through putting together of a small project 150. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 2.4.4.1.1 An illustrative learning outcome for the secondary stage. Curricular goal, CG1, students develop an appreciation of the literary components in the literature of any Indian native language. Competency, C-1.2, appreciates diversity in the literature of the language chosen through putting together of a small project. Table B 2.4v. AB. C-1.2 appreciates diversity in the literature of the language chosen through putting together of a small project. Grade 9, Grade 10. 1. Compiles various samples of different forms of literature of 3 to 4 authors based on personal preference. Organizes and presents a small project with commentary on various samples of different forms of literature of 3 to 4 authors based on personal preference 151. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 2.5 Principles of Content Selection. It is important to choose content that is appropriate and relevant to the developmental stages of language learning in students. Inadequate, age-inappropriate, and low-quality materials are taking away the value and joy in language classrooms. Teachers must ensure the use of good quality teaching learning materials, carefully chosen and curated for students across all age groups. This will ensure enthusiasm for learning and foster a connection with the languages being learned. 2.5.1 For the preparatory stage, R1 and R2, For developing oracy, learning materials that lend themselves to students to practice conversation with each other should be chosen. Playful language activities remove the fear of language and induce the fun element into learning. Content should have a variety of activities like role plays, dramas, and interviews that allow students to practice these in the classroom. B. For developing reading skills, reading material should have variety, including stories, poems, plays, essays, diaries, comics, cartoons, letters, and travelogues. It should have a balance of familiar and unfamiliar text and context. Large font sizes, colored pictures, and catchy titles of the chapters would arouse interest in the students. The text should be thought-provoking and generate imagination and interest among students. Content should lend itself to help students progress from guided reading to independent reading. C. For developing writing skills, chosen content must enable students to learn writing skills systematically and joyfully. The material must be designed to make students practice simple sentences on their own. Activities like the completion of stories, finding suitable titles for pictures, catchy headlines for incidents, poster making, and banners should be part of textbooks. D. For developing values and dispositions, the content chosen should align with the larger purposes of education and values and dispositions that are embedded in NEP 2020 and constitutional values. This means choosing content that includes authors from all walks of life, kinds of literature that represent local, regional, and linguistic diversity in languages, and explicit teaching of appreciation for the cultures of the subcontinent. Teacher's Voice B2.5i, to be edited. A very short story. Choosing appropriate content is vital for teachers to meaningfully engage Class 4 students in achieving the expected learning outcomes for that grade. Following is the one of the learning outcomes chosen for Class 4 students. 152. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Learning outcome. Comments independently on the main ideas with their own impressions of the themes, events, pictures, characters, and title of the text that was read out. To achieve this, I must choose a story that has many characters, a clear plot, and theme. Additionally, the following principles will help with the choice for Class 4 to achieve the learning outcome mentioned above. Content selection principles. A. The text should be thought-provoking and generate imagination and interest among students. B. The content chosen should align with the larger purposes of education and values and dispositions that are embedded in curriculum and constitutional values. In this case, the values are of empathy and concern for others. C. Learning materials that lend themselves for students to practice conversation with each other should be chosen. Content. A very short story, a happy family. There was once a family that had very few things, but many joys. They had 2 buffaloes but no money for food. One morning, the man's wife said, "We have 2 buffaloes and 4 mouths to feed. Let us sell one of the buffaloes." The man agreed and began his trip to the market. The man came home that evening, looking hungry, sad, and tired. His wife and children ran up to him and asked, "What happened? What did you bring from the market?" "I sold the buffalo for a horse," the man began, when his children began to jump up and down. A horse, a horse. We can ride it every day." No, the horse was blind. "So, I exchanged it for a goat," the man continued, when his children began to jump up and down. A goat, a goat. We can drink milk every day." No, the goat was sick. "So, I sold it for some money," the man added, when his children began to jump up and down. Good. We can eat good food today. No, I gave the money to a beggar. He looked very hungry. The man finished. His wife and children came up to him and said, "It is all right. His hunger must have been bigger than ours. Come, let us eat now." So, the whole family sat down and ate ganji like any other night. Ganji, rice porridge in Kannada. The above story is appropriate for grade 4 as it is simple, familiar, interesting and has the scope for students to have thought-provoking and imaginative conversations. It does not explicitly preach any value to students but allows for thinking about values, as it is embedded with values of empathy and concern for others. Students can easily converse about the story and connect it to their real-life experiences. The story also gives space for students reflect and comment with their impressions and experiences on the characters, plots, and the title too while talking about the story. 153. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 2.5.2 for the middle and secondary stages, R1 and R2A. For developing functional language skills, any learning material that is chosen must allow the learners to grow in the functional use of language. Here is a list of suggested content for this. I. Choosing themes and topics that are familiar to students and impact their daily life, allowing them to participate in group discussions, debates, role plays, etc. For example, traffic jams in cities, effective town planning, floods, drought, pollution, and so on. E. Letter writing, whether on paper or by email, is an important skill. Content must have samples of various kinds of letters, especially formal letters, including samples of letters for real-life situations like applying for a new course in a college, a scholarship, a loan in the bank, any application in a government office, police station, court, etc. E. Apart from this, a variety of content including notes, presentations, statements of purpose, and presentations. Articles, features, news items, and reports. Advertisements, posters, banners, headlines, videos, and scripts for social media should be used in language classrooms. B. For developing literary skills, students must be introduced to and given adequate exposure to different genres of literature. In the middle stage, introducing nonfiction and fiction would help students broaden their critical reading and writing abilities. In the secondary stage, students must be taught to enjoy the beauty of literature in greater depth and breadth. The selection of literature should be from regional, national, and global writers and varied genres. These can be relevant extracts that students can engage with close and critical reading. The content should also have a diversity of experiences from writers from all walks of life. For example, in Kannada literature, Vachanganu, Janapadagite, Janapadakathe, and Lavani are good examples of this. In Tamil literature, the Tirukkural, and in Assamese literature, stories like Koni June, and works of Krishan Kant Hatakar and Jyoti Prasad Agarwala. C. For developing linguistic skills, the content should help with improving fluency and accuracy of the language. Linguistic aspects such as punctuation marks, use of gender, sentence structures, and tenses must be prominently identifiable in the material to enhance language proficiency in reading, speaking, and writing. Similarly, the selected content should allow students to practice advanced creative writing with greater sophistication using various literary devices and contexts. D. For eliciting appreciation of linguistic heritage and diversity, content should consider the multilingual aspect of the Indian subcontinent, making a place for local and regional dialects and language variations in the materials selected. There should be a provision for neighboring states' literature to be read by students of each state in the middle and secondary stages, e.g., in Kannada, works of Pampa, Ranna, Jana, and Keshirja. In Assamese, the story Bir Lasit Fukari that talks about the freedom struggle of local Assamese people and the poetry of Shankar Dev who has written about the culture of Assamese people. 154. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. A. For art and sports integration in the learning of languages, compositions in art and language can share some common aspects in aesthetics of form, style, and content. Using art to access ideas, to represent feelings and events along with descriptive writing would only enhance the connection to the learning and the expression of the students. Making posters, signs, and symbols, and illustrating for narrative and descriptive writing can lead to an interesting interdisciplinarity of approach in the understanding of language and expression, e.g., Utsara in Assamese textbooks talks about various festivals in the state of Assam and various dance and art forms linked to the festivals. Similarly, using games and activities in language classes as springboards to a conversation, and as energizers, can improve the experience of language learning significantly. F. For developing values and dispositions, the content chosen should be aligned with the larger purposes of education and values and dispositions that are embedded in NEP 2020 and constitutional values. This means choosing content that includes authors from all walks of life, kinds of literature that represent local, regional, and linguistic diversity in languages, and explicit teaching of appreciation for the cultures of the subcontinent. Teacher's Voice B2.5e, to be edited. Poem. To analyze a literary text. A curricular goal for secondary grades is for students to develop an appreciation of the aesthetics in different genres through analysis of style and content and employ these elements in their writing. One of the competencies being that the student analyzes a literary text by close reading, critiquing form and style, interpreting possible meanings. In grade 9, towards this goal, I want my students to achieve the learning outcome, infers and draws conclusions from the text, identifies different points of view in it, and interprets possible meanings. The principles I keep in mind for selecting an appropriate content to achieve this learning outcome are: A. Choose themes and topics that are familiar to students and impact their daily life, allowing them to participate in group discussions, debates, role plays etc. B. Content should provide opportunity for the students to enjoy the beauty of literature in greater depth and breadth. C. Linguistic aspects such as punctuation marks, use of gender, sentence structures, and tenses must be prominently identifiable in the material to enhance language proficiency in reading, speaking, and writing. D. The selected content should allow students to practice advanced creative writing with greater sophistication using various literary devices and contexts. 155. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Keeping these in mind, I chose the following poem as content. You Said, I Agreed, by Anita Nair, from her book Malabar Mind. You said, I agreed, let us be friends. You said, let us be friends. I agreed, let there be nothing more. You said, let there be nothing more. I agreed. I made no declaration, no promises. You said you made no declaration, no promises. I agreed it was a minor aberration, a detour. You said it was a minor aberration, a detour. I agreed it isn't as if I did anything. You said it isn't as if anything happened. I agreed we got out of it with dignity. You said we got out of it with dignity. I agreed. The poem is suitable for high school students as it allows them to think hard for possible meanings in a piece of literary text. The subject of the poem is about a close relationship between two people. The literary element of repetition is beautifully used in the poem. It is this repetition that gives an opportunity for the students to interpret possible meanings of the text. Right from the title till the last word in the poem, the element of repetition is used, and it serves multiple purposes. The title, You Said, I Agreed, depicts stress on an important point, dominance of one partner over other, which is crucial for high school students to note in understanding inequality in relationships. But there can be multiple views here on the type of relationships, as it is not clear whether it is between male and female or female and female or male and male. Since the whole poem has repetition of the title in almost each stanza, it creates an impact on the readers and persuades them to think deeply about what is happening in the situation. Again, there can be multiple views on the theme here. Some may argue it is about power struggle, some may call it conflict, some may refer to it as complexity of human relationships. The text offers huge scope for the students to interpret poem differently and brings multiple point of views by close reading of the text. Lastly, the repetition also brings a rhythm in the poetry, making it like song, but again offers multiple ways to recite, sing it. The selection of the words, dignity, aberration, and sentence structures, repetition in all lines except few words that are not changed, can be analyzed by each student in the class differently based on his or her previous experience and connecting it with the poet's actual intention of writing this poem. 156. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 2.5.3 for R3, Middle Stage. For learning R3, the chosen content should have materials such as letter charts and sentence cards that introduce the basic script. A. For reading and writing development in R3, the book should contain small stories and poems of that language as we use in the preparatory stage level. B. Reading and writing materials of R3 should be organized from simple to complex levels of learning. They should have some basic introduction to simple literature in R3. C. The chosen content must lend itself to oral presentations and conversations like continuing a story, completing a conversation, and so on. D. Content should enable the learning of functional skills in the language of R3 like basic letter writing, day-to-day conversations, poster making, invitations etc. Box B 2.5I. Teaching print and digital reading skills. Future, biliteracy. One important thing to consider given the nature of the current social milieu and what is to likely come is the daily presence of digital media and screen-based devices in the lives of students. Reading and writing on smartphones and computers are the rising norms among people from different walks of life. Given this, it is the need of the hour to teach students to be biliterate in their reading skills. This will not only save them from the shallow reading that digital media seems to foster, but also maximize the benefits of digital media in their learning. Contemporary research suggests the value of deep reading in the lives of human beings, and while well-meaning adults still struggle to switch between printed text and screens, students could be taught to read each medium and switch easily between the two, much like switching between two languages, without compromising on focused attention, the pace of reading, and good meaning making. This would mean a planned and deliberate teaching for students on how to read digital media, instead of treating the two mediums as the same. Students need to develop a deep reading circuit in the first place, before being flooded with the distractions that are common to digital media. So, students spending their early years immersed in printed material and then being introduced to digital reading with teacher guidance may be a way forward in this realm. 157. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 2.6 Pedagogic Strategies. While all children have an innate and natural capacity to learn languages, it is necessary to know how language is learned best by students in the educational context of a school. This will inform effective pedagogic strategies in each stage. A. Language learning must be a deliberative process in schools. Language learning is a formal education method where a language is deliberatively taught through direct instructions and essential rules. This is a conscious process, unlike language acquisition in early life when a language is absorbed subconsciously. Reading and writing in languages involve an active teaching learning process as they are not natural or intuitive skills. Students learn the letter, symbol and sound association, letters forming words which are ascribed meaning, and words forming sentences to convey thoughts. They learn rules of language related to the position of the words in a sentence, and varying intonations can change the meaning of the word and sentence. A word can have different meanings depending on the context and usage. Students practice these rules and apply them to communicate in different forms of speaking and writing. B. A strong base in literacy is crucial for good language learning later. Early literacy sets the base for children to learn reading and writing well. Expanding vocabulary through stories and rhymes, exposure to picture text books and a print-rich class experience, playing with sounds and reading aloud picture books help children acquire early literacy in their foundational stage. Research shows that children's phonemic, sound structure, awareness in the early years is strongly related to later reading achievement. Students in the preparatory stage would need such continued support and sustained practice to attain good levels of literacy. C. Students learn better from a balanced approach to literacy. Students become independent readers gradually when exposed to a balance of instructions for meaning making and instructions for reading through decoding and spelling. Proficiency in literacy can be achieved by focusing on word recognition and accuracy and language comprehension and expression. D. Students read better with focused practice and repeated reading of familiar texts. Students' reading expression, fluency, and comprehension improve when they read familiar texts. The practice of repeatedly reading short texts significantly enhances their confidence, fluency, and comprehension in reading. This helps students self-correct and adjust their reading when they are unable to understand a new text material. Making sense of each word, connecting its meaning with the previous and next word, seeing a sentence in a single sight, and grasping the meaning of the sentence is the beginning of comprehension in reading. Predicting the sentence that follows, or the paragraph that follows is a sign of students growing in their comprehension skills. A. Students grow in their overall language abilities from sustained exposure to a variety of literature. Exposure to a variety of literature and forms appropriate to a student's grade level would create an interest in reading. Both language and library classes that allow students to explore books that they are interested in, give class time for reading, support student literacy, and provide a literature-rich experience develop in students an abiding interest in reading. Students will then graduate from learning to read to the reading to 158. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Learn stage. By the middle stage, students are developmentally ready with the capacity to analyze, synthesize, describe, narrate, and apply their language skills. In their secondary stage, students can recognize, think about, and express independent responses to social events and interactions. F. Students grow in their writing capacities through constant, integrated, guided practice. Integrating reading and writing in classroom instruction makes students develop the ability of purposive writing. Purpose gives direction to writing. Students use language better once they understand the context and the format of the activity. The practical and functional use of language in the middle school and high school years are formative in their enjoyment of language learning in later life. Exploring creative writing, interpretive, descriptive, and narrative writing further enhances their linguistic sensibilities. 2.6.1 Strategies for the Preparatory Stage, R1 and R2, A. Oral language development. A strong base in speaking skills has a significant influence on writing and reading abilities in the case of language learning. Listening to a variety of contexts, texts and literature would enhance the vocabulary, which further leads to proficiency in speaking. Students must be encouraged to speak about their experiences and describe the texts that they listen to or read. They need to listen to teachers talking about books and reading out text from diverse genres. Similarly, students listen to, watch the news, radio, TV, movies, serials, educational channels with subtitles, and audio-video materials. They could be asked to respond, describe, narrate, summarize, and do role play from what they listen to. Student interactions among themselves based on the activities mentioned above will be useful too. Activities such as storytelling and discussion, conversation on themes, and opportunities for students to talk and share their experiences through free and guided conversations enable oral language skills. B. Developing reading comprehension. This is the stage where the beginnings of reading to learn can happen. Teachers facilitate reading activities for developing the ability to understand different texts. The ability of comprehension encompasses multiple abilities such as making meaning of words, building connections between the words, making meaning of the whole sentence, predicting the next sentence, building connections of meaning between sentences, and grasping the main ideas of a paragraph, text through connecting their imagination and experiences. Through developing this ability, students get the pleasure of reading and continue to explore different genres of reading. Some classroom strategies to develop reading comprehension are students reading aloud, reading and talking, repeated reading for fluency, doing shared readings, guided readings, independent readings, relating readings to prior knowledge, and summarizing. 159. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. C. Developing writing skills. To improve writing skills, writing activities require persistent practice and deliberative focus in the classroom. Many times, writing is limited to copying a given text, copying answers to questions, and reproducing what is memorized. This does not help with the development of writing skills. Writing to express their understanding of the text, their views, and their opinion, and independent writing need to be taught and practiced. The ability to write requires organizing thoughts and presenting them in writing form to present to the audience. Writing is also essential for fulfilling many functional requirements in life. Writing skills can be taught effectively by reinforcing with lots of purpose of speaking first, by exposing students to different samples of writing forms and styles, teaching them planning and drafting before writing a piece based on audience and purpose, and modeling good writing for them. Writing is also learned better when students are taught to write to communicate with a relatable purpose, encouraged to write on varied themes, help them with guided writing, and finally allowed to do independent writing. D. Vocabulary development. The richness of vocabulary determines students' proficiency in comprehension and language use. Teaching writing, reading or speaking to communicate their ideas, and vocabulary should be part of daily instruction. Some useful strategies for developing vocabulary are helping students predict contextual meaning of words, engaging them in word games and word-building activities, and teaching them to use a dictionary. Teacher's Voice B2.6i, to be edited. Developing interest and preference in reading. To create interest in books among children, it is necessary to give these students books to read. It would also be important to read books to students and discuss books with them. As a teacher of class 4, I keep doing such efforts for my students often. Because of this, I can see that some children are getting interested in reading books. Today I thought that I should read the book, Kali Aur Dhaman Saap, by Zai Whitaker to the children. The book belongs to the school library. The book is about Kali, a child of the snake catchers of the Irula tribe in Tamil Nadu. The story depicts Kali's isolation from school, lack of friendship with children as he comes from a marginalized section of society. He is also very clever in catching rat snakes which other children cannot do. Before narrating from the book, I sat the children down in a circle. I started talking to the children by showing the pictures of the book to the children. They were given chances to guess what the story might be about. First, the children were asked to read the name of the book. Some children read out its name. After this, we discussed about the writer and the illustrators. Next, the children were asked, "Who is Kali?" The students said, "Kali is the name of the boy who is in the picture 160. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. And Dhaman is the name of the snake." Students further added, "From the picture it looks as if the snake and the boy would be friends." Then the children were told that just like the Paniha snake which lives in the water, there is also the Dhaman snake, which is long, lives in the agriculture fields and eats rats. Then further I talked to the children, looking at this picture, what will happen in the story? Then, Sahiba spoke, "There will be a snake near the river. The boy will go there and make him his friend." Then Muskan spoke, "The boy will go there, he will say to the snake that will you befriend me?" Lucky then guessed, Kali will be very poor. He will earn money by showing the snake to people. Samo quickly followed, Kali will be sad. And Tausif was not far behind, Kali will see a snake on the canal, he declared. Similarly, few other children also expressed their guesses. The conversation continued with students. I asked them by showing the next picture, how does Kali go to school? A few students said, he looks sad. He might not want to go to school. Here the children were able to capture the emotion depicted in picture. When I asked, why would he be sad? One of them said, his mother must be telling him to go to school and he will not feel like going. Fiza was rather insistent, his grandmother must have sent him to school. Another eagerly said, he will be late for school, and he will be scolded in school. Then I read from book, he has no friends in school. I asked the children, why wouldn't he has any friends? They managed to say, because his father catches snakes, no one would make him a friend. They were able to guess rather accurately indeed. From this, I was also getting to know that without reading, they identified the social discrimination with the help of experiences gathered from their own social interactions. Later, when the children saw the picture of a snake hanging on a stick in the picture, the story suddenly expanded in their imagination. The children started saying, Kali catches the snakes and then he will become friends with the children in school. After this, I continued reading on the next few pages and they were able to guess accurately what happened next by looking at the pictures. The children liked the pictures of this book very much. Each student shared their favorite pictures from book like Kali catching the snake, putting it in the bag, the classmate clapping for Kali, and getting ready to be his friend, the class teacher coming out from under the table, etc. At the end of the book, the children are happy looking at picture where many children who did not talk to him before finally agreed to be friends with Kali. I also understood during the discussion that Gulfam, a child in the class, found this story very relatable to him. Gulfam belongs to a family of performing arts and during the holidays he goes to perform at different places with his grandfather. His grandfather also keeps a snake with him and displays it too. During the conversation in the class, he tried to mention that earlier in the class, couple of his friends used to tease him by saying, Kalandar Kalandar. It seems that students who teased him got reflected and felt bad about it. After discussing about the book, the children in the class also discussed about their food habits. In this conversation, Samo and Gulfam kept their point, whatever food that we all eat, we should not discriminate in the class. Then the children were asked which parts of the story they liked best. Children said, when Kali caught the snake and the children clapped. Couple of more questions related to how teacher scared Kali's friends acted earlier and later, etc. were asked and discussed with students. 161. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. On completing the book, I showed them many storybooks from school library with diverse context and talked about how interesting those stories are. I also gently pushed them to choose the books which they want to read and asked them to borrow the books. It is clear that children have diverse interests while choosing books. A few wanted to explore other books in the library too. 2.6.2 Strategies for the Middle Stage, R1 and R2, Critical listening and oral presentations. The focus in the middle stage of language learning is more on the functional and literary aspects, which will help students to use language formally. In this stage, students will progress to learning critical listening skills. Here listening to a variety of texts, contexts, and kinds of literature would enhance vocabulary, leading to proficiency in speaking, reading, and writing. Listening and speaking activities occur together. Panel discussions, debates. The teacher shows the students a sample discussion or conversation and asks the students to listen to the conversation carefully. The students identify the main theme, differentiate between facts and opinions, and recognize logical arguments. After each segment of the conversation, the teacher asks students to paraphrase the discussion. Students themselves can choose the and the teacher facilitates and moderates the gathering of information, helps with making notes and preparing reports, and teaches how to compare viewpoints and present a convincing argument, how to paraphrase, and how to summarize. As a closure to such activities, students can reflect on their presentation and get a chance to correct themselves. They learn to rearticulate and conduct such events in the classroom. Interviews. After a mock interview without any preparation, the teacher elicits a discussion on the elements of an interview and how the interaction may be improved for clarity and purpose. Students also listen to different types of interviews like job interviews and interviews with authors and famous personalities. This exposure will help the students prepare for their interviews. As the second step in the process, the teacher explains the structure of an interview and allows students to prepare and ask relevant questions for the interview. Finally, students begin to compile questions and publish responses. The class evaluates the interviews and their effectiveness. Anchoring and public speaking. Students are encouraged and supported to be anchors for school events, festivals, and school levels meetings. They learn to speak in public on topics like health and hygiene, school processes, and the importance of education. The teacher can help the students in choosing a topic, gathering information, practicing, and handling questions from the audience. Reviews of movies, plays, and short films. As part of critical listening activities, the teacher can screen the movies and plays. A pre-viewing and a post-viewing talk about the movie, play and its significance can be discussed. Students also do a detailed review of movies, plays, short films that can be presented orally in the classroom. 162. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. B. Activities for developing reading skills. This is the stage where reading to learn would happen to a greater extent. Here, reading is not for just meaning making but also to develop other higher order skills of interpreting, analyzing, and summarizing. Later, this will help the students to develop reading habits. Developing functional reading skills. Teaching learning materials for functional reading that are useful for their day-to-day life, such as applications, letters, reports, invitations, emails, and essays should be chosen. Students need to see different kinds of letters, posters, and circulars. They get the chance to recognize and understand the purpose of each of these with the teacher's help. Additionally, some specific materials can be used where students learn to recognize the use of ambiguity, contradiction, paradox, irony, sarcasm, and understatement in the text. Developing literary reading skills. In the middle stage, reading literature is one of the main components of language learning. Teachers can conduct a variety of literature-related activities, e.g., choosing a genre for the week, or a theme for the week. In these activities, students learn to describe the effect of words used, identify basic literary devices, and share their overall experience of reading the text. Developing critical reading skills. The teacher encourages independent student reading of a fiction or non-fiction text and gives space to discuss the intent of the author, understand the context, identify core content, and interpret possible meanings, thus enabling critical reading. Building students' interest in reading. It is necessary to build interest among students through engaging in exciting activities at school. These activities must be a part of the regular language classroom. For example, activities like Book of the Day, where extracts from a chosen book gets read in the class, and students discuss the plotline, characters, and themes in the book. Author of the Day, where students read many works of the same author and discuss their style and broader concerns of the author. Making a trip to the local library to learn about book cataloging, book search, and library maintenance. Organizing for a literature festival filled with book talks, exhibitions, creative writing competitions, have exhibits about authors from all walks of life, and a book exhibition, students display their current readings, would enhance student interest in books and reading. D. Activities for developing writing skills. I. Functional language writing skills. Students will learn some basic forms here. 1. Essays and reports. The teacher provides students with 1 or 2 samples of essays and reports, pointing out how to identify the audience and purpose in each sample of the report and essay. The teacher then explains how to use a variety of planning strategies, including graphic organizers, to generate and organize ideas. As the second step in this process, the teacher asks the students to ideate and come up with ideas and organize their essays, reports. Students then move on to compose a few paragraphs with elaboration and continuity. The teacher explains how vocabulary and information enhance writing about an idea, and how tone and voice add to the style of writing. Students must be encouraged to proofread and revise their writing for clarity of content, appropriateness of vocabulary, and relevance of information. 163. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 2. Writing for the media, emails, blogs, comments, and posts. Students learn to construct appropriate messages for the media in the classroom and identify the attributes of media writing, namely, authorship, format, content, and purpose. While learning to write in this context, the teacher could provide samples of well-written blogs, emails, and comments. E. Literary language writing skills. 1. Experiential writing. A book, situation may be done collaboratively, selected by the teacher and the students. The teacher asks them to share their initial thoughts or experiences with others, which helps the children to articulate orally. This will bring further clarity to thoughts for the third step, which is, the teacher shares an example of well-known experiential writing and explains the nuances of the same. Finally, the teacher allows the children to write independently and freely, which can be proofread and reviewed. 2. Literary appreciation and critique. For literary appreciation or critique writing, a book or a literary piece must be read carefully and repeatedly. The teacher encourages students to write the critique without any help. The teacher can then explain a few attributes of critique writing, comparing viewpoints, interpreting the character's voice, author's intent, and assessing the word, content choice. Teacher's voice B2.6e, to be edited. Interviews. I am a teacher working with class 6 students. A learning outcome on developing the interviewing skills in students was in the prescribed list of learning outcomes. I designed 4 activities to help my students develop this skill. One of them is described here in detail. I can speak to and learn from others. Step 1. To provide students with initial, preliminary experience of interviewing, I gave the students a chance to converse with the ayahs, clerks, head teachers and other personnel working in the school, and asked them to learn more about their work and areas of interest, hobbies. I divided the students into 4 teams. I told them that they could conduct interviews of the school personnel and staff during the break. I also encouraged them to interview whoever they wished to talk to. At this point, there had been no discussion about the preparation needed to conduct an interview. I ensured that the children were allowed to interview people of their choice during recess. While observing the interviews conducted by the children, I identified some key points that could be discussed at the next stage. Step 2. I put forth a question to the students who had engaged in conducting interviews at this stage. Class, what do you think are the points that you should keep in mind while conducting an interview? I gave each student an opportunity to share their experience. As students shared their thoughts and feelings, I wrote their experiences on the blackboard while appreciating the students' efforts. 164. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Drawing the attention of the students to specific the points on the blackboard, including mutual introduction and statement of purpose, preparation of interview questions, punctuality, documentation. I plan to provide opportunities to strengthen their skills on these topics. To start with, I asked the class, imagine that you are interviewing a farmer. How would you make the introduction, introduce yourselves to each other? Let us act out this situation. I allowed 6 students to act out this scenario. While the children were engaging in the role play and making introductions, I made sure that the purpose of the interview was clearly stated and that the other students also notice. To develop the skill of preparing interview questions in the students, I gave the students a list of questions to the students and asked them to identify which questions were appropriate and those that were not. Why do you engage in agriculture? Your efforts are encouraging to all. How has farming made you happy in life? Isn't it hard to get water for the crops? What do you feel about people's over-reliance on vehicles? What were your childhood memories like? What kind of facilities have you put in place to ensure sufficient water supply to your field? Will your children continue this work? How would you encourage your children to continue this work after you? I also asked them to specify their reasons for deeming certain questions appropriate and others as inappropriate. Following this discussion, to provide students the experience of constructing interview questions, I asked the students to create interview questions for a different situation, that of an interview with an Anganwadi teacher. Upon observing the questions constructed by the students, I reminded them that the questions should be clear, simple, and relevant to the topic. I also informed them that the questions should be respectful of the person and of the profession. Further, I informed the class that punctuality was important when interviewing someone. First, the interviewer, here, the students, had to inform the interviewees the time they would require completing the interview and adhere to it. I then told the class regarding the way to record interviews. I introduced the 2 models, examples to record interviews, depending on the purpose of the interview. I provided the 2 samples to the class and asked them to observe the differences between the 2. Further said to reserve the same model for use in documentation activity. 165. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. The second activity involved the students watching a video of an interview on my mobile phone and discussing it. Following these 2 activities, I decided to provide practical experience in conducting interviews and in applying their knowledge to conduct interviews. I told the class, now, we have understood the method of conducting an interview. Can you conduct an interview with any one person of your choice outside the school? The final activity involved narrating and editing the interview they did. 2.6.3 Strategies for the Middle Stage, R3. R3 is introduced in the middle stage. The goal is to build basic skills in the R3 language, which means students should be able to converse, read, and write in R3. Since the students would have already become proficient in their basic skills in R1 and R2, they will acquire these competencies much faster given the nature of the transfer of language skills. A. Listening and oral development. To develop oral proficiency in R3, students must get a chance to listen and converse in that language first. I. Listening and talking about movies, plays, and short films. As part of these listening activities, the teacher can screen the movies and plays. A previewing and a post-viewing talk about the movie, play and its significance can be discussed. Students also do a detailed review of movies, plays, short films that can be presented orally in the classroom. E. Engaging in basic conversations. To develop day-to-day speaking skills in the language, the teacher can provide relevant imaginary contexts for conversation between, among students, e.g., interactions between a shopkeeper and a customer, between a teacher and a student, between a doctor and a patient, and so on. After. Method 1. Recording the dialogue. Conversation. Method 2. Summarizing with key points. Interviewer. In which field have you worked? Interviewee. I am originally from a village. At first, I studied and worked in a company as an engineer. Then, I got interested in agriculture and chose this field. Interviewer: what made you interested in agriculture? Interviewee: as said before, I am originally from a village. When I was studying in the town, I used to come and do agricultural work in my spare time. After joining the company, the modern developments in the field of agriculture attracted me here. The respectable farmer was originally from the village and later studied to become an engineer. But his interest in agriculture drew him back to the village. At present, he is an ideal farmer growing many crops in his field. 166. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Acquiring basic conversation skills, students may use real-world issues to discuss and debate in the classroom using R3. This will help the students sustain the conversation in the targeted language. B. Development of reading skills, I. Script encoding. Since R1 and R2 scripts are already familiar to the students, the teacher can straightaway teach the aksharas and matras of R3. Students will learn to read letters of the alphabet in R3 much faster as they are older and more experienced with languages by now. E. Reading comprehension. After teaching the basics of the R3 script, the teacher can share small stories and poems for reading comprehension. To help with comprehension, teachers can give outlines of the text, share its central theme, and explain the difficult words. Group reading activities would work well in this context and enable students' confidence in reading too. E. Reading and talking. Students read different kinds of literature in R3 and talk about the same. The teacher organizes events, like Book for the Day and Author of the Day, to help students sustain their interest and improve their talking skills in the language. IV. Vocabulary building. The use of a dictionary would greatly enable the learning of words in R3. Reading comprehension, word building exercises, and regular use of the dictionary for a meaning search will help students in expanding their vocabulary. V. Reading for functional purposes. In R3, the student should get the opportunity to read simple manuals, e.g., recipe books and instruction booklets, and other functional forms of writing, e.g., samples of letters and invitations. C. Development of writing skills. Here, students learn to apply already learned writing strategies, from R1 and R2 languages, to write in R3. I. Introduction to the script. The teacher can introduce the R3 script contextually with help of signboards, nameplates, and invitations. This can help in guessing the letters. Immediately after, the teacher may give students writing practice with the aksharas and matras in the language. E. Sentence formation. After learning the script, the teacher can give students basic tasks like writing signboards, nameplates, and invitations. Gradually, they can be given the task of writing small conversations, helping the students use the language coherently. E. Writing for functional use. Even though R3 is meant to be learned at the basic level only, writing for functional use is a necessary skill. This can be achieved through simple activities like diary writing, letter writing, and short story writing. 167. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Box B 2.6I. Individual differences in classroom participation. It is common to find some students in the middle stage communicating more freely in the classrooms than others. In many cultures, boys are encouraged to interact more freely and assertively than girls, and some students from economically privileged backgrounds express themselves more confidently than others who come from less privileged backgrounds. Students who tend to speak with hesitation for various reasons must be encouraged to participate freely in language class activities. Language classes can be a space for empowering students and giving them encouragement and equal opportunities to express themselves through reading, speaking, and writing. 2.6.4 Strategies for the secondary stage, R1 and R2. At the secondary level, added to the effective use of language for functional and literary purposes, skills like sound reasoning, argumentation,